Chapter 1. Konoha's Outskirts. Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, drew upon the last of his chakra as he and his wife gazed at their beloved son. The Sandaime and his squad looked at the tragic scene with tears flowing down their eyes. Fuinjutsu, Shiki Fuin. The death god materialized behind Minato. The fourth looked at his son's face with bottomless regret as he and his wife spoke their last words to their son. He looked at Sarutobi. Keep him safe, Sandaime. He is a hero of the leaf and must be treated as such. Promise me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandaime Hokage, nodded solemnly. I promise. Minato released chakra. Seal. The Kyuubi's yang chakra was sealed into little Naruto. The yin chakra was in the process of being sealed into the Shinigami, but Minato was faltering. A bit of the yin chakra was sealed into young Naruto as well. Minato's face grew anguished. Kushina had already passed out, but he could still feel her life force faintly. He would not let his son be tainted by the fox's malice. Drawing on the power of the seal, he tried to pull out the yin chakra sealed in Naruto forcibly, but to his horror, he was drawing out Naruto's soul as well. Hastily, he released the sealing technique, and Naruto's soul snapped back into its body. The seal was somewhat changed from the traditional Reaper Death seal. He looked at the Sandaime one last time and secured the Shiki Fuin with the 8 trigram seal. It would allow Naruto the Kyuubi's chakra with purification. He felt himself fading into darkness. Good luck, Naruto. The protective dome wavered, and the Sandaime rushed in to gather Naruto in his arms. Kushina-sama is alive, Sandaime-sama. The Sandaime felt relief on hearing this. The child would not be alone. Get her to the medics now. I will take Naruto myself. The consequences of this day's events would be beyond comprehension. 13 years later. Uzumaki Naruto was currently bored. So bored, in fact, that he had his head lying comfortably upon his desk, drooling onto the floor, a clear indication that he was drifting off to sleep. Naruto was predictably reaching for one of the multiple bowls of miso ramen floating around in his dreamland. His drooling increased to what one might call gross levels, and he let out a rather happy snore. The food of the gods. Naruto. Naruto was rudely awakened from his fantasy land and excitably jumped onto the table. He looked around energetically before fixing his gaze upon the one jutsu dreaded by all academy students. Iruka-sensei's demonic giant head jutsu. Naruto, you inattentive little brat. Tell me, why was Senju Hashirama the most feared ninja on the battlefield of the First War? Naruto scratched his head. Well, he could do a lot of powerful jutsus. A tick mark appeared on Iruka's visage. The class sniggered at Naruto, Kiba Inuzuka taking particular pains to mock the dead last. Idiot. He could do a lot of powerful jutsu. He mocked in a sing-song voice. Shut up, doggy. Naruto yelled. Iruka blew up yet again. Quiet. Unsurprisingly, the class quieted down. Naruto, you will read up on the Shodai Hokage and give us all a detailed presentation on his life tomorrow, without fail. Do you understand? Naruto scowled. Yes, sensei. People really did not understand. How was he to read history without books? And how was he to get books without a library? They always refused to entertain demons in the village. They always called him Demon. Why? His musings were interrupted by Iruka calling for the class to follow him for meditation exercises. He distractedly followed the rest of the class. Once they were all assembled, Iruka asked them to place a leaf upon their forehead and concentrate upon it, and it only. He said it would help them later in controlling chakra. Hey forehead, I guess you won't have any worries of the leaf falling off your forehead, will you? Naruto scoffed mentally at Ino and Sakura's bickering over Sasuke-kun. He had seen 2 graduating classes come and go, and this class was by far the worst to him. Sasuke the emo had turned away his friendship offer with harsh words. Sakura and Ino, intent on pleasing Broody, had always shot him down. Hinata fainted whenever he was within 3 feet of her. The other 2 batches were okay, compared to this one. He would have passed out with them too, if not for the bunshin technique that needed to be demonstrated at the exams. Unfortunately, he always produced a sickly version of himself that looked ready to die. Thus he had endured in the academy as a failure, a dope. Sasuke always reminded him of being a dope, along with Kiba. Anger filled him as he thought of the multiple taunts he had endured and the pointed glares he had received from the townsmen. Everyone seemed to hate him, and he did not know why. Concentrate, Naruto. Iruka snapped at him. Sighing, Naruto focused his attention upon the leaf on the center of his forehead. It was hard for him to remain still. No matter what others thought of him, he tried his best in the classes, never slacking off. He would command their respect in the end, no matter what. He closed his eyes and focused upon the leaf. It felt nice and calm. He showed himself to be a loudmouth and prankster for just one purpose only, to forget his childhood angst. If he kept thinking of his beatings and mistreatment, he would surely go mad. He had no happy memories, so he staved off his life's misery with pranks and such. Shrugging off his melancholy, he focused again. As usual, he felt the chakra of everyone in the room. He concentrated even more, and he could feel it. Calm and flowing. It was chakra, undoubtedly, but it felt so very different from his own. This felt powerful yet peaceful, intimidating but soothing. He felt connected to everybody. He could even feel the emotions of people around him. His always hyper-agitated mind felt calm for the first time, and he loved this feeling. He calmly let a dopey smile show on his face. Naruto. Naruto lazily opened his eyes. What, Iruka-sensei? That felt so nice, and you had to break me. What were you doing, Naruto? There was blue chakra coming out of your body. There was. I felt so good. I could feel what all of you felt, and their chakras. Iruka's eyes bugged out. Tell me then, Naruto, what was I feeling? Proud yet frustrated. Sasuke here was frustrated yet angry. Sakura was eager and horny. Ino was dash. Enough, Naruto. Iruka set a tinge of pink in his cheeks. You will accompany me to Hokage-sama's office right now. Rest of the class is dismissed for the day. Go on, time is almost up anyway. With a giant cheer, the class ran to the door, but the angry Sakura rushed at Naruto with her fist cocked. Sakura reached Naruto and swung her fist. Much to the surprise of the entire class, Naruto ducked calmly even without looking, causing Sakura to barrel into the desk and yell out in pain. The class was silent. Naruto had dodged that punch even without looking, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Ha 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 ha. Naruto was laughing, pointing at Sakura, who was crying. The class too broke out in smiles. Even Emo's mouth twitched a bit. Sakura gave Naruto a nasty glare and left sniffling. The class was empty at last, with only Naruto and Iruka in it. How did you dodge that punch, Naruto? Iruka asked curiously. Oh, I could feel that she was angry with me, and her chakra was getting nearer and nearer, and I know exactly how she punches, so it was easy for me to dodge her. Iruka looked impressed and beckoned him to follow to the Hokage's office. Naruto followed easily. God, he felt so much better after the leaf meditation thing. It was like he could feel the chakra of everyone within sight and their feelings to a certain degree. He could feel so many presences and their emotions as he proceeded towards the old man's office. Iruka knocked on the door, and the old man's voice asked them to come in. Naruto. Iruka, to what do I owe this pleasure? Naruto, however, closed his eyes and extended his senses as he had done in the leaf exercise. For chakras, one felt like a raging fire, two felt like water, and the last felt like lightning. They all seemed bored yet aware, but the old man's chakra felt huge, like an ocean. He opened his eyes and looked at the old man in awe. Old man, I never knew you were so strong. The Hokage shot Iruka a questioning look. Hokage-sama, that is what I am here to talk about. It seems Naruto here has uncovered a very strong sensory ability during the leaf focus exercise. He could feel even the emotions of the people in the room along with chakra. The Hokage looked astonished at Naruto. Well, Naruto, what am I feeling? Proud, surprised, and anxious? Can you feel anything or anyone else, Naruto? Yeah, I can feel 4 other chakras in this room. One feels like fire, 2 like water, and the last like lightning, and they all seem bored but alert. Sarutobi looked stunned, as did Iruka. It seems you can sense natures as well, Naruto. This is an unexpected development. We need to test out the limits of this ability of yours. Close your eyes. Naruto closed his eyes. Now focus like you did in the leaf exercise. Keep your mind calm and try to imagine yourself as the leaf. You are floating on the wind, calmly, no anger, no emotions, just. Naruto followed the instructions of the old man diligently. The Hokage's voice was hypnotic and calmed down his semi-agitated mind. He was the leaf. Bright blue chakra exploded around Naruto. He could sense so many people. The feelings were so intense that he tuned them out. There were so many chakras in Konoha, but none were as strong as the old man. But a few came close. Now, Naruto, can you tell me what the chakra of the people near the North Gate feel like? Naruto could visualize Konoha in his mind's eye. Casting his senses in the north direction, he glimpsed the gate. There were two chakras there. They were incredibly bored, and one felt like water and the other like fire. Opening his eyes, he said as much to the fire shadow. The old man nodded slowly. This is a very rare ability you have there, Naruto. It is called the sensory ability, and you seem to have an extremely strong one. To sense even natures and emotions, you are the second person I have seen could do that. Naruto looked excited. Who was the first, old man? Tell me, tell me. Sarutobi chuckled. It was my first sensei, Senju Hashirama. You know him as the Shodai Hokage. He had a special chakra that allowed him to sense like you do. At this, Sarutobi's eyes narrowed in thought. There was no reason for Naruto to have sensory abilities. True, Minato had the sensory abilities of the second, but that was not even close to the versatility of Naruto's ability. Naruto had both range and sense. The botched ceiling of the fox came to his mind. Sighing, he reached for one of the many scrolls stored in his desk. Listen carefully, Naruto. The ability you have should not go untrained. It can be a major asset for the village to have a sensor of your caliber. So to further your ability, I am giving you this scroll. It is a documentation of sensory skills penned by Hashirama-sensei himself. Here you might find ways of training your ability. Treat this carefully and keep it secret. Flabbergasted, Naruto received the scroll with reverence. A scroll written with the first Hokage's own hands. Thank you, old man. I will become the best sensor in Konoha, believe it. Naruto said excitedly. I know you will, Naruto. Now run along. Naruto walked out of the building, cradling the scroll to his chest closely. Naruto's apartment. Naruto unfurled the scroll carefully, restraining his excitement. His excitement dropped down considerably when he saw only a small paragraph on the scroll. Calm your mind, focus upon nature. Extend the sense inward, not outward. Enter your subconscious and face yourself. To be one with nature is to be one with yourself. The balance of yin and yang is the balance of chakra in nature. This is called harmony. What did this even mean? Naruto was getting very frustrated with the cryptic scroll. He decided to continue with what the Sandaime had taught him. Closing his eyes, he calmed himself as he did before. Again, he could feel the chakras around him. There were two chakras near his apartment that were large and felt like fire, both of them. Shelving his anger at being watched, he continued with his sensory exercises. It was the same as before. What was he doing wrong? Extend the sense inward, not outward. He tried to sense his own chakra and was able to do so faintly. He tried even more, and he was astonished. There seemed to be 3 chakras flowing in his body. One felt like pure malice, all anger and hate. The second chakra felt familiar and comfortable, like it was truly his own. But the third chakra felt soothing but so strong, so potent. It felt like the opposite of the first. If anything, it felt like leaves, earth, and trees. He could feel this very chakra all around him, and it was steadily flowing into his body. The second familiar chakra was fading fast and was being replaced by the soothing, strong chakra. He delved deeper into his very nature and blacked out. Drip, drip, drip. Naruto woke up in what seemed to be a sewer with bad lighting and water up to his knees. He groggily followed the passage, which opened to a cell with bars so high and large that its end was not visible. The doors of the cell were secured by a single piece of paper with seal written on it. He peered behind the cell, curiously feeling unfathomable amounts of chakra behind it. It felt malicious and full of hatred beyond human comprehension. His mind almost shut down in response. Hello, he called out weakly. What seemed to be a mass of darkness opened 2 glowing red eyes and stared at him. A deafening roar came out of the darkness, causing Naruto to backpedal frantically and fall on his ass. The glowing red eyes focused upon his own. Haha, that was funny. Really, it was. The look on your face. You looked like a kid who had the stuffing scared out of him. The darkness behind the cell came to light, revealing a sniggering giant fox. Naruto stared dumbfounded at this surreal sight. Then something else registered in his mind. The fox had 9 tails. "Kyubi," he yelled, pointing at the fox accusingly. The fox stopped his sniggering and inspected the human child in front of him. "Yeah, that's me, kid. I knew you were way smarter than you let on. No need to freak out. By the look on your face, I guess you have lots of questions. To eliminate the more obvious ones, we are currently in your mind. When you tried to trace my chakra, you ended up here. And yes, the angry chakra is mine. And no, the soothing chakra has nothing to do with me, though it is soothing." Naruto looked at the weird self-proclaimed Kyubi in front of him and sweat dropped. "Aren't you supposed to be an evil fox that threatens people and kills them for fun? And how are you in my mind?" Kyubi looked amused. "Fine, let us begin at that point. Listen carefully, kid. Before I ended up in your cracked sewer of a mind, I was pretty normal, all right. No random rampages, though those are rather fun. I have near infinite chakra, but do you think I keep blowing things up forever? That is just hilarious." Naruto had to give the fox that point. "But why are you in my mind?" he asked. "I was put in a jinjutsu by a man I would gladly kill, but sadly cannot. This jinjutsu awoke my bloodlust and allowed him to direct my anger towards the village. I went on a rampage, killing many ninja, before the Yondaime Hokage confronted me and sealed me up in a newborn baby, you." Naruto was crushed. He could hardly think from the grief that filled his heart. His beloved 4th Hokage was the one that condemned him to a life full of misery and pain. Rage filled his heart as he thought of the numerous beatings, tortures, and neglect he had received from the villagers. Why was it him? Why? Why? He had reasons, kid, and I will tell you those reasons if you will do something for me. Naruto looked at the Kyubi with grief-filled eyes. "What do you want?" "Look around this place. Can you see the cracks everywhere?" Naruto could indeed see the cracks, spider webbing everywhere. The place looked like it was about to fall apart, but still held firm. The cracks seemed to radiate the same soothing chakra he had felt. "Yes, I can see it." "Good. Let me explain to you what seals are briefly. Seals are constructs that allow extreme manipulation and programming of chakra. They are expressions of the mind. Your Yondaime sealed me in with an extremely powerful one. But something went wrong with the sealing, which is all I can remember. The cracks in this place indicate that there exists another aspect beneath this layer of the seal. Now, all you have to do is continue to try and sense only the nature chakra flowing through your body. Got that? Do that, and I will be able to see just what it is that lies beneath this layer that allows me to get calm so fast." Naruto easily deduced that the calming, potent chakra flowing through him was the nature chakra Kyubi spoke of. His agitated mind sought the refuge of that chakra automatically. He focused upon the nature chakra and it alone. His mind calmed down fast, and he could feel it building in his body. It was dominating the other 2 chakras. He dimly got the sensation that the Kyubi was smiling peacefully. Shaking off his thoughts at such weirdness, he focused even more. The enormous chakra of the Kyubi was sidelined till he could barely feel it, and the familiar chakra, which was probably his own, was fading away. With a final rush, all of his own chakra was replaced by the nature chakra. He could feel his body adapting to the new chakra, the network enormously changing to accommodate its new fluid. Wondrously, he felt little pain. It was as if his already formidable resilience and healing were magnified tenfold by the nature chakra. He felt complete. If he thought he could sense well before, it was nothing compared to what he could do now. He could sense everything. It was more reliable than his eyes, ears, and smell. He could sense chakra and emotions to an acute level. Hell, he could even sense the wind caressing his body, the blissful moisture in the air, and even the earth for miles and miles, and all those connected to it. He opened his eyes and saw the smiling Kyubi in its cell. His mind, as the Kyubi put it, was now almost covered with cracks, and the water in the sewer was rushing chaotically in a rage. He had never felt this calm or strong before. His mind felt so clear and his thoughts so fluid. Now what, QB? The QB smiled beatifically. Kid, what you have done, only one person has ever done in history. Continue what you did before. Turn your senses inward. Go on. Naruto determinedly turned his sense right back inward. Something was just beyond his reach, just there. He began reaching for it. Unknown to him, the walls of his mindscape were close to bursting, but the QB's cell was intact. Naruto was in ecstasy. He had never felt this good before. So powerful, so strong. The forests around Konoha seemed alive. Each and every tree in Konoha seemed greener and glossier all of a sudden. It was almost as if nature itself was heralding a hitherto unseen event. Something sacred. Nature chakra filled Naruto's mind and body to the brim. He took in more and more. He could feel the imperfections of his body correcting themselves. His ramen-induced malnutrition was being erased completely. His pale and sickly skin was regaining its color. His pale yellow-colored hair was becoming burning gold in color. He could not even remember who he was in the torrent of potent nature chakra. Hashirama. The name floated in his head. He latched onto the name, trying to regain his identity. The chakra was ecstasy so strong that it was painful. Hashirama. There was that name again. It meant something. What did it mean? He opened his eyes and could see the QB clearly. It seemed to be shocked, in a foxy sort of way. Suddenly the fox faded out of sight and visions assaulted his mind. So clear that he could say he lived them. Thousands upon thousands of them. An entire lifetime. Visions of wars and peace made by him. Of treaties and trust created by him. Of love and betrayal experienced by him. They all assaulted him with the force of a battering ram. He was reeling. But through it all, there was a sense of unfathomable power, indomitable will, and bottomless compassion and love. A name. He needed a name. Who was he? The memories continued through childhood, youth, and up to a battle with his dearest friend. Battles fought and lost. Comrades gone and saved. These were too vivid and the feelings too personal to be just visions. They were memories. He could not stand it anymore. It was too much. He was dimly aware of himself screaming at the top of his voice, and he could sense inconceivable amounts of chakra being released by him. Naruto. He was Naruto. Names were beginning to associate themselves to the memories he had just experienced. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Azuna. Mitokado Hamura. Shimura Danzo. Senju Toka. Tsunade. Nawaki. Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Madara. The names went on and on with the memories associating themselves again with names and integrating themselves into his persona firmly. He had now lived two lives, a short life of a child called Naruto, and the illustrious life of a man, no a legend. Senju Hashirama. He was both Senju Hashirama and Uzumaki Naruto. His personalities were merging, both old and new. He suddenly gave out, wanting to escape the strain of two lives lived. He blissfully slipped into slumber. But Naruto's unconscious mind was working overtime. His chakra network was being modified to suit the needs of the legendary chakra of the Shodai. His muscles were being rebuilt by the nature chakra from their near-atrophied state to something much stronger. But his mind was undergoing the greatest change, incorporating the extremely massive knowledge and experience of Hashirama into itself. Any saplings planted in Konoha suddenly burst into trees. Flowers bloomed everywhere in Konoha's forests as if it were springtime. Something wonderful was being returned to the world. The next day, the alarm clock blared hard, causing Naruto to wake up abruptly and bring down his fist hard on the damned thing. Crash. The clock and the table on which it was seated broke into pieces, splinters flying everywhere. The noise caused Naruto to wake up with a rush. He stared blearily at his wall clock, noting that he had around 10 minutes to get to the academy. His return to consciousness brought to attention the unmasking of his previous life. He knew somehow that it was no transfer of memories or skills, no experiment gone right or wrong. It was him remembering his previous life. He was both Hashirama and Naruto. He needed to think on this more. A crisis of identity never did good to anyone. He glanced at his table. Mokuton, platform of wood. Instantaneously, Trees sprouted from the floor and reshaped themselves into a rough approximation of a table. He grimaced. It seemed that he did not have the control and muscle memory he had in his previous life. Those had to be reintegrated still. Evidently, the lack of chakra control was an aspect of his life as Naruto. Shrugging off his pondering, he put on his orange jumpsuit and rushed to the academy. He could think more as he slept at class. Really, his reputation as a slacker did help sometimes. Running full pelt, he skidded in front of the class doors. "Sorry I'm late, Iruka-sensei," he said calmly. The class, including Iruka, seemed stunned at Naruto's new look. Though he still wore his horrible orange jumpsuit, he looked cool. His golden hair seemed to have grown to shoulder length. His body seemed extremely toned and solid, but what caught them all were his eyes. The beautiful cerulean blue was gone, replaced by deep forest green eyes. The color, though striking, was not important. It was the look in them that pierced his classmates and sensei, the look of compassion and love, shrewdness and joviality, most of all an agelessness and power that transcended human comprehension. Naruto had changed drastically. "Is there a problem?" Naruto asked. No. Go to your seat, Naruto." Naruto nodded and coolly sat in his seat. Then he laid his head on the bench and started snoring softly as Iruka continued his lecture. The class snickered its derision of the dead last and went back to normal. Even Iruka seemed relieved by Naruto's return to normalcy and continued his lecture. Meanwhile, Naruto had descended down into his mindscape, and he was greeted by an unexpected sight. Instead of a dank sewer half waterlogged, there was an endless forest full of huge trees and exotic flowers. It was nature at its pinnacle. Naruto smiled. As expected, his mindscape had changed to accommodate him as Hashirama. Now to search for the Kyuubi. Putting his acute sensory capabilities to the test, he followed the trail of Kyuubi chakra through his mindscape. The great Kyuubi no Kitsune was now in a different kind of prison. Instead of a dungeon of darkness, he was imprisoned in an imitation of Hashirama's technique. A massive wooden cage with seal on its doors. It seemed that the Shiki Fuin was still secure. The Kyuubi opened its eyes and looked at Naruto. It seemed a lot calmer. In fact, Naruto could sense no malice in its chakra. In fact, it seemed a lot like his own Mokuton chakra. "Greetings, Naruto. Or should I say Hashirama?" "Hello, Kurama. Yeah, I used to be Hashirama in my previous life. I am both, actually. I am for a name. I am Naruto as I wish to be defined by this life alone. I acknowledge myself as Hashirama, but he is of the past. I must look to the future. Anyway, I know next to nothing after the world as it is now. So tell me, Kurama, what happened to Mito?" Kurama sighed. "I was sealed in Mito for a long time. Later I was transferred to another Uzumaki girl, Kushina, your mother in this life. Your father is Namikaze Minato, Yondaime Hokage. Before your birth, I was brought forcibly out of the seal and forced to destroy Konoha." Naruto sighed Sharingan. "It was always a troublesome Dojutsu. Do you have an idea who it was?" "He claimed to be Madara. He fought the 4th Hokage and lost. He had some good space-time ninjutsu." "It cannot be Madara. I killed him during our final battle. It is obviously an imitator. Something else is afoot in the world. I need to find out what. But first, I need to resurrect the true Konoha." Sarutobi has grown complacent. Yeah. Do what you want. Anyway, do you think you could free me from this seal? I am sure you could suppress me anyway, and I wouldn't mind having at least an illusion of freedom." Naruto scratched his head. "No can do. I have only a small fraction of the chakra I had when I died, and my control is atrocious. I had perfect control of my chakra and smooth flow. I can gain back my old control and regain a considerable amount of my old chakra capacity in a matter of months. It is only an issue of reconciling my old self with this self. So you'll have to wait a bit." "Fine. Anyway, it's good to see you back, Hashirama. Your brat self was really annoying." Naruto grinned. "I suppose. It is quite close to how I was as a child in my life as Hashirama. It has been surprisingly easy to get adjusted to this new development." Naruto waved goodbye to Kurama and became conscious in the real world once more. Raising his head, he looked at his classmates. Children, they were just children in a horrifying world. Konoha had fallen far. He had to help these children become shinobi fast, or they would die within months of becoming Genin. The reformation of Konoha would start with this generation. His mistreatment for being Jinchuriki was evidence to Konoha's decline from what it used to be during his day. Naruto, are you ready to talk about the Shodai Hokage? Naruto smiled happily and walked down to the stage. It is not often one gets a chance to talk of oneself in such glorious terms. The Shodai Hokage was Senju Hashirama. He was called the strongest Hokage and shinobi of his time, and no one has ever surpassed him. He is called God of Shinobi due to his extreme power and intelligence. His closest family was Senju Tobarama, his little brother, who went on to become the Naruto Hokage. Half an hour later, and he defeated Uchiha Madara at the Valley of End. Naruto finished smugly. The class was staring at Naruto stupefied. When did the Dobes suddenly know the life of the first Hokage so intimately? What happened to the hyperactive loser who was jumping around like a moron proclaiming he would be Hokage? Shikamaru stared at Naruto contemplatively. This was too much of a change for just one day. Naruto was no longer a loser, but he exuded a calm air of surety. His bearing was easygoing and almost noble. Troublesome. Hinata stared at her longtime crush. He seemed a new and deep person. Hyuga were trained to observe and conclude from a very young age, and the difference was apparent to the heiress. Activating her Jujutsu, she looked at Naruto, and she was mesmerized. What used to be chaotic blue chakra was now gone. Instead, Naruto seemed to be shining bright with what seemed to be a pure silver chakra running through his network smoothly like the currents of a free-flowing river. Naruto, though, was smiling contentedly in his head. The children were given a small overview of his life, and they would remember it. That reminded him, he had to find out what happened to his clan. There were no Senju children in the classroom. So much to do. Well, he had to lay low until he was a Genin. Then he would have access to shinobi resources, and he could gather information. Till then, he would perfect his chakra control, and that would help his instinctive healing as well. Ignoring the lectures of Iruka, he focused once more upon his life as Hashirama, ordering and remembering with increasing clarity. He would continue to remember and regain as time went by, and he trained. Time skip, Genin exam day. Naruto yawned as he saw Iruka calling for students to administer their qualifying exams. He sighed as he thought of the falling standards at Konoha. In the months since his awakening, Naruto had fully integrated the memories of his past life. He was not Hashirama or Naruto alone, but both. His chakra control had skyrocketed, and it was almost the level it had been near his death. Absolute perfection. He had not yet tried his Mokuton jutsu on a large scale, but he could feel that it would be easy as before. His chakra capacity was about 1/10 his original capacity and growing rapidly, and his affinity to Doton and Suiton was as strong as ever. Surprisingly, he had sensed in himself a Futon affinity, but not trained in it. It would look less suspicious anyway when he would have to actually work for something. His conversations with Kurama were most enlightening. He learned a lot of his mother, Uzumaki Kushina, and her life. Evidently, she was quite the Kenjutsu and Suiton user, strong enough to rival the Yondaime. She also taught the Yondaime the art of Fuinjutsu. Her fate was still not clear to him. Kurama said she was still alive at the end of the ceiling, which meant she could have abandoned him. Not that he had any need for a parental figure. He had outgrown that in a different lifetime. Sighing, he put away any thoughts of Uzumaki Kushina. He had studied the books of history to catch up on what was happening in the shinobi world since his death. Apparently, the Uchiha were all slaughtered by their own prodigy Itachi. Itachi had then gone on to torture his brother mentally before sparing him. He certainly sympathized with the poor Uchiha child and held no ill will towards him for his broody and ill-tempered nature. He needed to help the Uchiha child most of all, so he remained a dead last so he could be placed on that team. Uzumaki Naruto, Mizuki called. Naruto always knew there was something about Mizuki that set him on edge. After his awakening, it became even more apparent as he could sense the Chunin's hostile intent from about a mile away. He pushed away thoughts of traitorous ninja and went to his teachers. He had a test to clear. He faced Iruka. All right, Naruto. Perform the Bunshin, Hinge, and Kawarimi in that order, and you will pass. Naruto smiled. He performed the bunshin all right. He did the perverted Oiroke no Jutsu version of hinge that amused him to no end. After waking up from a nosebleed that knocked him out, Irika cajoled him into performing a perfect hinge, which he did, transforming himself to Hashirama. He then did a proper Kawarimi and walked out with a Konoha Hitayate. After many skeptical responses from the children at the fact that he had actually passed, and congratulations from Hinata, he settled down in front of the academy. Closing his eyes, he extended his sensory abilities all over Konoha. His sensing range was greater than in his previous life, and he could sense 20 kilometers in every direction. He could tell the chakra natures of the ninja, their emotions, their capacity, and he could even visualize the world in great detail for 3 kilometers in all directions. It was like a Byakugan without the ability to see Tenketsu. He spread his calming chakra all over the village, feeling the effects on the village. His village. He would always be here to protect the village he had founded. He could sense an incoming chakra, which had a Doton nature. The emotions were hostile, and upon deeper sensing, he concluded it was Mizuki. Naruto, came Mizuki's voice. Mizuki-sensei, is there a problem? Naruto asked. No, I come here with an extra test for you, which upon passing you will be made the Rookie of the Year. Smooth. Real smooth. I have deceived and destroyed entire armies during war. My power literally rearranged the map of Konoha. You think to fool me with such pathetic excuses? Naruto thought. He would go along with this and see what Mizuki was planning. He could clearly sense the Chunin's urgency and greed. What is this test, Mizuki-sensei? All you have to do is sneak into the Hokage's tower and steal the scroll of seals. Get the scroll back to me, and I will put it where it belongs. So what do you say? Will you take the test? Yes. When he took down Mizuki, he would have to keep the power he exhibited down to a genin level. It would not do for the world to know that Senju Hashirama was amongst them too early. He suppressed his chakra to his former near-Kage level quantity and shot off towards the tower. He could sense Sarutobi in his office. He grinned evilly. He knew just what would take care of the old pervert. He faced the Hokage as soon as he sneaked into his office. Naruto, what are you doing here? Oiroke no Jutsu, Naruto yelled, transforming into a scantily clad, adorable girl. The Hokage flew back with a nosebleed. He hastily grabbed the scroll of sealing that was sticking out from the bunch of scrolls arranged on a rack and made a run for it. He could clearly sense the Hokage's puzzlement and a flare of his chakra. He could feel Sarutobi's chakra surround him, and he could trace it back to the office. He concluded that he was being watched. Anyway, he happily opened the scroll of sealing and scanned the jutsu inside. All were familiar to him. Various elemental techniques, shunshin, and Kage Shuriken no Jutsu. He was particularly intrigued by the Kage Bunshin technique. It seemed a good substitute for his wood clone, even if a little inferior. He could comprehend the Kenjutsu fast enough. He was Senju Hashirama, after all. Suddenly, he could feel a chakra approaching him. Irika. He calmly waited for the man to approach him. Naruto, what are you doing with that scroll? Mizuki-sensei asked me to get this scroll for the rookie position. I passed. Isn't that great, Irika-sensei? Naruto exclaimed, jumping up and down childishly. Yes, that's great, Naruto. Now give me the scroll. Mizuki's voice joined the enfolding drama. Don't, Naruto. He is a traitor trying to use you. Quiet, Irika. Naruto, do you know why you are so hated in this village? Yes, I do, Naruto deadpanned. Mizuki and Irika were astonished. What? This was also echoed by the Sandame, who was spying on Naruto. Using Mizuki's surprise as an opening, Naruto performed seals at a genin speed. Shunshin no Jutsu. Naruto appeared behind Mizuki and placed his first 2 fingers on the chakra junction on Mizuki's neck. Before he could react, Naruto pumped a minute amount of his chakra into Mizuki, rendering him unconscious. He turned to Irika. How was that, Irika-sensei? Irika just stared at him before saying proudly, You are a true genin and fine shinobi of the leaf, Naruto. Naruto just smiled. So did the Hokage. You hide many things, Naruto. You will go far, so far that even I cannot imagine it. Chapter 2. The Sandaime Hokage looked through his all-seeing crystal ball, gazing contemplatively at the most intriguing ninja in the village at the moment, Naruto. The boy was an enigma wrapped in a mystery, as seen from his effortless incapacitation of the traitor Mizuki. He had displayed the Shunshin no Jutsu with a rare ease. Iruka was amazed that he could even perform the technique, but Hiruzen knew better. Naruto had performed the seals with too much ease and too less concentration showing on his face. It was as if the technique was second nature to him. And how did he know to strike vital points? True, the theory was explained in the academy, but students were not expected to know it. The mastery that Naruto had displayed was interesting. What Naruto had done could be done only by an experienced medic nin, a Hyuga, or a ninja with considerable battle experience, none of which applied to Naruto. The Jounin are here, Hokage-sama, announced his secretary. Send them in, said Hiruzen. The Jounin filed in quietly. Asuma, Kurenai, Aoba, Kakashi, and other Jounin here for their team assignments stood at attention waiting for him to speak. Well, Kakashi not so much. The pervert as usual was reading his beloved Ika series. The Sandaime looked at the book closely and his eyes grew round. A limited series edition of Ika Violence. This was pure gold. He had to get this meeting over with as soon as possible and get that book from Kakashi. He grinned his closet pervert grin at the prospect. Kurenai coughed, noticing Kakashi reading the damned book and the Sandaime trying really hard to get a look at the book without being obvious about it. Hokage-sama, don't we have team assignments to do? She asked primly. Hiruzen cleared his throat, looking disappointed. Yes we do. Now then, these are the teams assigned. Aoba will get Team 1 consisting of. He went on until. Hatake Kakashi will get Team 7 consisting of Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. Kakashi looked up mildly interested, nodded, and went back to his reading. Hiruzen could understand that. Team 8 will be Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino under Yuhi Kurenai. The beautiful Kurenai nodded. Team 9 is still in circulation. Therefore, Team 10 will be Nara Shikamu, Akimichi Chuji, and Yamanaka Ino under Sir Tobias Sama. Asuma nodded, pleased at the fact that the second-generation Ino Shikacho trio was under him. Hiruzen looked at them all. This completes the team assignments for this year's Genin. You will have today to observe your assigned Genin, and will have to begin operation from tomorrow. Good luck to you all. The Jounin nodded solemnly and turned to leave. Kakashi, stay back. We have some important matters to discuss, Hiruzen ordered, looking intently at the treasure trove in Kakashi's hands. Kurenai looked at the two of them disgustedly before exiting. Next day at the academy. Naruto waited patiently for his sensei Hatake Kakashi to make his appearance. He was assigned to Team 7 along with Sasuke and Sakura. This would be an excellent opportunity for him to test the strength of the current Jounin of the village. He had to take care not to let loose, though. He had a tendency to do that in a good fight. He knew well that he had Hiruzen's eye on him even more than usual from his display with Mizuki. The secret of his true identity could not be given out lightly, even to his former student. He would have to probe Hiruzen closely and judge how much his student had changed over the years. Kakashi was already running late by 2 hours, and the irritation from this fact was showing on the faces of both his teammates. Sasuke looked like a thundercloud. Naruto observed him closely and suppressed a smile. The kid looked exactly like Tobirama did when he was that age. Same stoic demeanor, same lack of speech and irritation with fangirls. The only thing different was a sense of arrogance Sasuke had picked up along the way. Oh well, he could change that. After all, he had mentored far more stubborn kids and turned them into great ninja. Hiruzen himself was a case in point. The boy was obviously slightly unstable. The mental torture he had purportedly suffered could be an effect of Tsukuyami, and that would be bad. The whole Uchiha affair felt wrong to him. Clan prodigies don't usually go nuts and slaughter their clan at the drop of a hat. Uchiha Itachi obviously had a good reason for doing what he did, and he had also incited Sasuke's hatred for a reason. Sasuke, like the impressionable child, he had fallen neck deep into hatred and vengeance. The child was suffering. The Uchiha mess bore more investigation. He still had little knowledge of what happened after he was gone. Hearsay, Books and rumors were not real sources of knowledge as they were always fabricated. He would know, as he had done the fabricating himself when he was Hokage. What unnerved him was that the Senju clan had just disappeared and the only known descendant was Tsunade. He smiled again as he thought of his granddaughter. He had spoiled her so much when she was little. It made him proud when he found out that Tsunade had made such a name for herself in the shinobi world. His little girl had grown so much. His thoughts were interrupted as the door opened and a tall, lean man with gravity, defying spiky white hair walked in. Opening his senses, he began to investigate the chakra of Hokage Kakashi. Team 7. You are late. Sakura yelled. Hi Kakashi, I smiled lazily. My first impression of you, you are all boring. Meet me on the roof. He disappeared with a leaf shunshin. Naruto too disappeared with a shunshin, stunning his teammates. On the roof. Naruto stared at Kakashi as he appeared on the roof with his jutsu. The Jounin hardly looked surprised, which meant that he was informed of what little capability he had shown. He was intensely reading an orange-colored book, but Naruto could see that he was very aware of his surroundings and was watching his student closely. He continued sensing Kakashi's chakra. The Jounin had about as much chakra as he did before his awakening, which was good. He could sense 3 natures in the man's chakra: Raiton, Doton, and Suiton. Not bad. And he could sense something all too familiar about his covered eye. Sharingan. He sensed the chakra surrounding the eye carefully. The chakra emanating from the eye was far more sinister than a normal Sharingan. Manjikyu Sharingan. Either his sensei was a power-hungry maniac, or he had experienced intense loss. The latter option seemed more plausible, as he was a shinobi under Hiruzen. Also, his emotions were all over the place. Surprise, regret, pride. Why would the man feel pride? This man was intriguing. He would have to find out more about him. His musings were interrupted when Sakura and Sasuke joined them. Kakashi put down the book and began speaking. Good, you are here. Took you long enough. Anyway, start introducing yourselves. You, Pinky, start. Scowling at being christened Pinky, Sakura replied. Why don't you go first and give us an example, sensei? Kakashi sighed. Fine, my name is Hokage Kakashi. I have many likes. Dislikes are too many to name. My dream is none of your business. I have many hobbies, he finished and stared expectantly at Sakura. Naruto's sweat dropped. He had just gotten the name of the man. My name is Haruno Sakura. I like. She blushed and stared at Sasuke. I dislike Naruto. Naruto shook his head. Children. My hobbies are. She glanced at Sasuke again. My dream for the future is. A final glance at Sasuke. Kakashi sighed once more. You next, Blondie. Naruto stared at Kakashi and began his own introduction. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. I like forests and gardening. I dislike traitors and power-hungry maniacs. My dream for the future is to increase Konoha's power and prestige as its Hokage. My hobbies are practicing my jutsu and reading research texts on the nature of chakra. Kakashi stared at him. There was much more to Naruto than those academy reports said. Those forest green eyes of his were too unnerving. They were ageless and compassionate, and the boy himself radiated unbridled power. Kakashi wasn't a jounin for nothing. He knew Naruto was suppressing his chakra to seem like it was at its previous levels. He had observed the boy with his Sharingan the previous day and found that his chakra network was extremely superior, even more so than Minato-sensei. He was obviously letting only a fraction of his true strength show, and it alarmed Kakashi that what chakra he allowed to manifest was about as much as the Sandame. There was the matter of his chakra itself. It was pure shining silver, instead of the usual bright blue. The Kyuubi chakra was nowhere to be found in his network. It was as if he was not a Jinchuriki. He had to watch out for his sensei's son. You go next, Broody. Sasuke snorted. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I like nothing and hate everything. My dream, no, my ambition is to kill a certain man and restore my clan. Kakashi stared at them a moment longer. All right, the 3 of you are interesting, and that is good. Meet me tomorrow at Training Ground 7 at 6 a.m. for the real Genin test. What? Sakura yelled. Naruto sighed. The girl did not know the meaning of calm speech. The exam you took at the academy was merely a filter. This is the real survival test, and I warn you, the pass rate is not very encouraging. Oh, and do not eat any breakfast. You don't want to puke all over the ground, do you? Kakashi waved at them and disappeared. Naruto turned to his teammates. Sasuke, Sakura, do you want to get some ramen and get to know each other better? Sasuke snorted a no and turned away. Sakura didn't even look at Naruto and ran after Sasuke. Children these days, Naruto thought disappointedly. The next day, training ground 7. Naruto looked at his teammates. Sasuke was here early and was practicing the routines of the Uchiha Taijutsu style. Sakura was watching him devotedly, a smile of bliss on her face. He could see several holes in Sasuke's style. If he tried to correct the boy, he would obviously be derided. Uchiha respected power, so he would make his first bonds by showing the Uchiha child a little of his power. Naruto walked a little distance from where Sasuke was practicing his taijutsu and settled into the opening stance of the Senju taijutsu style he had customized to suit his sensory capabilities. As the Shodai Hokage, he was feared for his taijutsu as well, but he rarely had to use it outside training. His enemies usually ran instead of confronting him. The last good taijutsu fight he had was with his rival Madara. Even his taijutsu fights with Madara were highly destructive. Casting off thoughts of Madara, he began flowing through the stances of the nature style, as he had named it. It emphasized speed, grace, and power. Counterattacks were made by sensing the opponent's approach and intentions. Sasuke and Sakura had stopped their activities and began watching Naruto. They were stunned. The so-called dead last flew through the stances of a taijutsu style unknown with increasing speed. He struck gracefully at an imaginary opponent with his palm and pivoted smoothly to kick another phantom in the face. His speed, too, was increasing. He seemed like a blur to them almost. Naruto flared his chakra as he flew through his stances. Bright silver chakra became visible around his gracefully moving form. He was saturating the air with his chakra. The whole area around him started to feel charged with potent chakra. His strikes were becoming faster and faster. Naruto almost laughed in joy. It seemed that the muscle memory and grace he had developed as Hashirama were still as strong as ever. He finished his routine with a graceful palm strike, and his chakra flared. Sasuke and Sakura stared wide-eyed. The ground in front of Naruto's extended palm was furrowed in a straight line for about 10 yards, testifying to the power of that final strike. Wherever Naruto had done his graceful practice, the grass was ripped up and torn. Sasuke walked up to Naruto. "How did you do that, Dobe? Who taught you that taijutsu style?" "I created it myself," Naruto shrugged. "Impossible. There is no way you can create such a powerful taijutsu." Naruto almost snorted. The child thought what he had done now was powerful. When he had trained as Hashirama and let loose with his nature fist, entire sections of forest were destroyed. He used to repair those sections with Mokuton. "Believe what you wish, Sasuke. Now, let us cease our argument. Our sensei is here." Sasuke glared at Naruto and then walked off with Sakura, who was shooting her usual dirty glances at him. Kakashi appeared in the ground and looked at the portion of ground that was ripped up and torn. "What happened here?" he queried. Sakura was so caught up in her thoughts that she had not even berated him for his lateness. "It was Naruto, sensei. He did that when he practiced his taijutsu." Sakura answered him, struggling to hide her awe at what she had seen. "I see," Kakashi said. Inside, he was shocked to the core. Another facet of Naruto's concealed power. Not even Guken was so naturally destructive. He needed to be careful if Naruto's taijutsu was this damaging. He held up 2 bells, jingling them. "See these bells? You have to get them from me in another 1.25 hours. This is your Genin test. The one who gets no bell will be back at the academy. Come at me with the intent to kill. Clear?" Naruto was amused. He was getting tested by the very test he had created. He could almost see little Hiruzen and his team doing this very test back in the day. It seemed tradition had been handed down the line. Sasuke and Sakura looked determined. They nodded and ran to hide in the surrounding trees. Naruto also nodded and disappeared. He went to hide in another section of the forest and hid his presence. The forest was his territory, after all. Extending his senses, He could feel Sasuke near the fringe of the forest, obviously watching Kakashi. Sakura was a little distance away from him, and she felt trepidation and fright. Sasuke was anxious and excited. Oh well, he would wait for Kakashi to finish off his teammates before he went in himself. Unless they got the concept of teamwork before getting annihilated, which was unlikely. He watched as Kakashi materialized behind Sakura and put her in a Jinjutsu, which knocked her out. He would wait. Kakashi went back to the clearing and whipped out his orange book and started reading. This was puzzling to the veteran Jounin. According to all reports, Naruto should have been the one to attack him head-on, but judging by what he saw of Naruto, he should have expected the unexpected from the blonde. Kakashi abruptly turned and blocked a kick from Sasuke. The boy kicked hard for a Jonin. They engaged in a reasonably fast-paced taijutsu match. Sasuke used the typical Uchiha taijutsu, which was rather ineffective without the Sharingan. He could have knocked the kid out within an instant, but he pushed him to innovate and get unpredictable. But it was in vain. The kid had no adaptability or creativity. Getting bored, he knocked away the Uchiha with a rather gentle kick. Sasuke looked angered that he was cast away so easily. "I am different from the others," he said to Kakashi with gritted teeth. "I am sure you are." Kakashi could sense a buildup of chakra in the boy, and he recognized the hand seals that were used. Not bad. The boy had learned some good stuff. He pocketed his book. Katan, Gokakyu no Jutsu. Sasuke had spit out a medium-sized fireball at Kakashi, who just disappeared. The fireball left a small crater where he had stood. Sasuke looked around frantically for his missing sensei. Before he knew it, he was buried underground with just his head sticking out. "Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu," Kakashi said calmly. The boy was good, but he had missed the point of the test. He just had to wait for Naruto. It was too bad this team would fail. Naruto was deep in thought as he saw Kakashi dispatch Sasuke with ease. The boy was good for his age, and with some good molding, he would be a powerful shinobi. It was time for him to see just what made Jounin in Konoha these days. It seemed that he would have to show a little more of what he was capable of today. Performing a single-handed shunshin, he appeared in front of Kakashi. "Oh, so you have appeared. You may have improved a bit, but what makes you think you can defeat a Jounin single-handedly?" Naruto smiled. "Stuff it, Kakashi-sensei. I know you want us to work as a team, but you must understand that there is a flaw in this test." Kakashi's eyes widened considerably and then narrowed at him. "It seems you have understood. But what flaw are you talking about?" Teamwork is developed through bonds of experiences and cannot be expected to bloom from nothing, and that too among three people who don't even know each other. But anyway, I will get the bells and we will pass. Kakashi narrowed his eyes once more. "You overestimate yourself, Naruto." Naruto gathered and flared enough chakra to match Kakashi, showing a faint silver aura around his body. He held up the half-ram seal and disappeared. Kakashi was astonished at the kid's mastery of the Shunshin technique. He barely had time to think as Naruto appeared behind him and aimed a kick at his head. Underestimating Naruto, he did something foolish. He blocked the kick and was sent crashing into the trees 100 yards away for his trouble. Sasuke stared wide-eyed at the power exhibited by Naruto. What had happened to the dope? Naruto extended his senses and felt Kakashi behind him. "You substituted with a shadow clone before you hit the trees, didn't you?" Naruto asked, pleased. Kakashi nodded and pocketed his book again. The kid had hit as hard as guy with his weights off. He was truly something else. Naruto disappeared with another Shunshin and attacked Kakashi with a palm, and the duo engaged in a fierce taijutsu battle. Kakashi was good. He blocked each strike of the nature fist and dispersed the chakra concentrated in his strikes with great expertise. Naruto was impressed with the Jounin. "You are good, Kakashi-sensei." "You are too good, Naruto. Where did you learn this style of fighting?" "I created this style. It is mine, and mine alone. So why don't you bring out that Sharingan of yours? Let us take it up to the next level." Kakashi was floored. He felt as if he was the one who was being tested. The blonde-haired Jonin was too good. Way too good. He had landed debilitating strikes and was obviously holding back massively. "Fine, I will." Naruto stared at the mature Sharingan eye of Kakashi. He felt a disturbance in his own chakra and calmed it with a single thought. My chakra is special, Kakashi. Such simple genjutsu won't work on me. Kakashi stared at him for a moment before disappearing with a blur of speed and attacking him with a high kick. Naruto dodged it, and once again they began their taijutsu battle. Kakashi was able to dodge and counter most of his strikes easily thanks to his Sharingan. Their battle was escalating. To Sasuke, they were simply blurs that created small craters when they touched the ground. His mind was stirring with jealousy and awe. How was this possible? Naruto was going toe-to-toe with a Jounin and was not even breathing hard. Kakashi's prowess at taijutsu was excellent. Naruto grinned happily. He had to do this more often. Slipping under Kakashi's punch, he dealt a moderately powered palm to his chest. Kakashi flew back and landed on the ground with a backflip. He blurred through a series of hand seals. Suetun, Teppadama. Balls of water at high velocity flew at Naruto. He dodged them all with amazing grace and efficiency and gathered a massive amount of chakra that manifested as an extremely bright cloak of silver chakra. They had about 10 minutes to the end of the test. Kakashi, too, gathered his chakra in preparation to counter the Genin's jutsu. Naruto again did the unexpected and disappeared with an extremely high-powered shunshin. Before Kakashi could blink, he reappeared next to Sasuke's head, holding up the two bells in his hand. "We pass, Kakashi-sensei." Kakashi stared at him, amazed and proud. True, he himself was also holding back a lot, but Naruto had impressed him. He was truly a prodigy on Uchiha Itachi's level. "You most definitely do, Naruto. All of you pass. Dig out Sasuke and get Sakura, will you?" Naruto dragged out Sasuke from his hole, smiling. Sakura joined them looking ashamed. Kakashi stared at his three students with a serious gaze. "Do you see the headstone over there? The names inscribed there are shinobi of Konoha that were killed in action. My friends' names are also on that stone." The three stared at him solemnly. "Always remember this. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their friends are worse than trash." Naruto stared at the man, his respect for him rising. That was a worthy creed he lived by, much like his own. He had held his own against Senju Hashirama's taijutsu even at a watered-down level. This was a worthy man and shinobi. "We are Team 7 from now on, and we will begin our missions from tomorrow. Be here at the same time tomorrow for missions." The three nodded. 1 month later. Naruto looked at Hiruzen listlessly as he droned on and on about how missions were assigned and distributed to the various ranking shinobi. The past month had seen Team 7 doing various D-rank missions. This was just a euphemism for pointless chores. The D-rank they had just completed was one of the most annoying missions ever. They had gone to capture one cat called Tora. That damn cat was so elusive. It had mauled him and Sasuke mercilessly. Sakura did not even get her hands on the irritating furball. It had given them great satisfaction to see the thing squished to death by the daimyo's portly wife. Hiruzen had then gone on to assign to them even more D-ranks, and all three of them had put their foot down. Their united yell of vehement denial had made Kakashi proud. His kids were being a team. But Hiruzen was far from understanding as he and Iruka were now going on and on about missions and such. Naruto was currently holding a conversation with his tenant. Kurama looked at Naruto from his spacious cage. "Hashirama, do you know why I have brought you here?" the fox asked him seriously. "No. What?" "I know a way you can kill the masked man easily. Listen carefully." Naruto lavished his complete attention on the fox. This could well be what he was after. Kurama had so much experience that he could well be called a baby in comparison. "Just tell him about how you, the great Senju Hashirama, ran all around Konoha to catch a cat. He will die laughing." Naruto had a tick mark on his face as he stared at the fox that was laughing heartily at his expense. It pointed a finger, or rather, a claw at him. "No. Tell him about how a chicken pooped on your head when you were collecting eggs. Ha ha ha." Enough. He had had enough. Exiting back to the physical world, he stared down Hiruzen. The old fool had stopped his boring lecture and was pinned down by Naruto's forest green eyes. "Enough, old man. Give us a C-rank mission now." Hiruzen looked amused and a bit harried. He looked at Kakashi. Iruka was looking at Naruto and mouthing at him frantically to show proper respect to the Hokage. Naruto found this irony bittersweet. He could now understand how little Hiruzen had felt as he and Tobirama had dumped D-rank upon D-rank on him and his team. The tables were now turned. They are ready for a C-rank Hokage-sama. Aren't you, team? Team 7 nodded quickly. They were ready to participate in a war to escape those D-ranks. So yes, they were ready all right. Bring in Tazuna-san, Iruka. They all watched as Iruka ushered in a middle-aged drunk. So you are the ones who are assigned to protect me. Hick. Tazuna slurred. Sasuke asked the Hokage, why is this old drunkard here? He is your mission, obviously. You are to protect him as he returns to Nami no Kuni to complete his bridge. Do you accept? Hiruzen asked. Hick. Do you think those kids can even protect themselves, let alone protect me? Tazuna asked drunkenly. Sasuke stared the old drunkard in his eyes, unleashing his killing intent. Tazuna suddenly snapped into sobriety, unable to withstand even that small killing intent. Well, he was a civilian. Now, Sasuke, intimidating the client is not good for business, is it? Sasuke let up reluctantly. He still looked rather pissed. We can protect you, Tazuna-san. I myself am a jounin and am more than enough for a C-rank mission. Rest assured, you are in safe hands, Kakashi said soothingly. Naruto could sense apprehension and deception floating off the old drunkard. He was obviously lying about the mission parameters. They would need to be on guard. We leave tomorrow at first light. Meet us at North Gate, Tazuna-sen, Kakashi said. The next day, road to Wave Country. Sasuke stared at Naruto. The Uchiha had spent the previous month researching the Uchiha archives for any record of the kind of taijutsu Naruto used. He had never heard of such a style. Each strike seemed to be infused with chakra and required perfect chakra control. After a month of poring over dusty archives for such a taijutsu, he had come up with vague results. It seemed that the Senju had used something like Naruto's taijutsu in battle. It had evidently made him nigh indomitable in a taijutsu fight as the power of his strikes kept on increasing. He had kept his distance from Naruto after he had fought Kakashi to a stalemate and got the bells. Uchiha respected power, and Naruto had spades of that. The blonde was obviously hiding something major, and he would find out what. Sakura was also thinking of Naruto and his change. Just a few months back, he was the comic relief for the rookies of Konoha. But now he had changed so much that he was not even recognizable. He used to be more of a little shrimp who wore bright orange and shouted about how he would be the Hokage. But now he was different. He still retained his bright personality, but he seemed wise and compassionate. Oh, and powerful. Untrained though she was, the aura of strength that surrounded Naruto of late did not go unnoticed by her, or by anyone else. The rest of the rookies had asked Sakura just what had happened to the prank-loving dope. She had no answers for them. But she did know that Naruto was far beyond the reach of any mere genin. This realization had sobered her up. She had then resolved to actually train and stop holding Naruto and Sasuke back. She refused to be the weak link for Team 7. This did not go unappreciated by Naruto, who had kindly forgotten her previous indiscretions and restarted their relationship on a clean slate. She was happy. Team 7 was her family, and she did not let down family. Naruto walked down the road, letting his sense wash around the landscape in all directions, keeping alert for any threat. He found two. Said threats were currently disguised as puddles of water. He smirked in his mind. Seriously, that was a very substandard genjutsu. 1. It had not rained the previous day, and 2. There was no real water source nearby. Any ninja worth his salt would have noticed the two idiots. Both had water-natured chakras. He knew Sasuke and Kakashi had also noticed the puddles by the fluctuation in their emotions. He looked at Sasuke and nodded. He received a nod in acknowledgement. Kakashi seemed as oblivious as ever. Suddenly, the two puddles became ninja who wielded chain blades. They pounced upon Kakashi and tore him to shreds. Sakura let out a high-pitched shriek and froze on the spot. Naruto and Sasuke glanced at each other and shot off at the two missing ninja. Sasuke formed seals fast and shot out a fireball at the nearest ninja, who countered with a water bullet. Naruto appeared behind the other ninja and sent a palm, which was blocked. The force of the palm sent the ninja staggering. He reinforced his palm with his Mokuton chakra and struck the enemy hard, sending him flying into the tree behind, knocking him unconscious. Sasuke himself was engaging his opponent with his clearly improved taijutsu. It was a stalemate. Suddenly Kakashi appeared and knocked down Sasuke's adversary. "Kakashi-sensei." Sakura cried in relief. Naruto nodded in approval, having noticed his substitution before. Kakashi glared at Tazuna. "This is no C rank, Tazuna-san. You have lied to us, and it is well within our rights to stop here." Tazuna was sweating profusely and explained about the shipping tycoon Gato. The wave country was apparently run over by his company and totally oppressed. The bridge built by Tazuna was the hope for the country, as it connected the island to the mainland and made Gato's shipping redundant. "Let us continue with the mission, Kakashi-sensei. That country is obviously in need of our services, and it will be good for Konoha to have a potentially prosperous country like Wave in its debt." Naruto reasoned with Kakashi. The Hokage in him was coming out to play. Kakashi sighed. "What do you two say?" he asked Sakura and Sasuke. Sasuke nodded affirmatively, as did Sakura. "We will continue, Tazuna-san." Tazuna sighed in relief and continued on the path towards Wave Country. Naruto followed, keeping his sensing active constantly. He needed a place to let loose his ninjutsu, preferably a large and isolated plane. His chakra was very special after all, and any spike in it would be noted by Hiruzen and his old team, so he could not unleash even a small portion of his strength in Konoha. He would have to get reacquainted with Mokuton somehow. "Kakashi-sensei, I can sense 2 chakras just ahead. Both are quite large, and 1 chakra is comparable to yours. What do we do?" Naruto asked. Kakashi looked alert. "Be ready for attack, everybody. Sakura, guard Tazuna. Sasuke and Naruto will back me up." They all nodded and proceeded onwards. About half an hour later, Naruto could sense one of the chakras close and signaled his team. This person was clearly Jounin and had a strong water affinity, and his emotions were a kind of predatory rage. He would be a dangerous opponent. They suddenly heard a buzzing sound steadily increasing. "Get down!" Kakashi yelled, and everyone dropped down. A large Zanbatsu whirled towards them and missed them by a small margin. It embedded itself deeply in a tree by edge. Crouched upon the blade was a masked ninja who stared at them steadily. "Sharingan no Kakashi, no wonder the demon brothers failed," he said in a deep voice, surveying the team with a critical eye. Kakashi too stared back. "Zabuza Momoichi, demon of the bloody mist. All of you guard Tazuna. This fight is beyond you." Zabuza wrenched his blade from the tree and walked towards the group and stood opposite Kakashi. The environment around them was thick with the chakra they were releasing. The very air was heavy in anticipation. The 2 Jounin started leaking strong killer intent into the air. Tazuna, who was unaccustomed to this, sank down to the floor in terror. Sakura's face was set in a rictus of terror. Sasuke drew closer to Naruto, who stood there unconcernedly. "What is this?" he whispered. Naruto could see that the killing intent was heavily affecting his teammates. Drawing Mokuton chakra, he released it into the air, calming the frightened genin and client. Zabuza and Kakashi looked at this new phenomenon in interest. "Good trick, kid. Do you believe that will save you?" Naruto snorted. "Save the cliché threats, Zabuza. Tell me, where is your accomplice?" "A sensor ninja, right?" Zabuza asked, intrigued. "Silent killing won't work, then." He suddenly disappeared and attacked Kakashi with a powerful swing of his giant blade. Kakashi blocked calmly with his kunai. The 2 then went on to engage in a fierce kinjutsu fight, shockwaves erupting from the collision of their blades. They were so fast that it seemed like rain hitting metal continuously. Zabuza tried to cleave Kakashi in 2 with a heavy swing, but Kakashi slipped under his guard and buried his kunai in his opponent's chest. Zabuza dissolved into water, and the original appeared behind Kakashi and kicked him hard off the bridge right into the water. A clone of Zabuza formed next to Kakashi and trapped him in a sphere of water. Zabuza grinned. You are taken care of for now, Kakashi. Watch as I kill your Jinin right in front of your eyes. Kakashi cursed himself for falling to such a simple strategy. He had to intensify his training as he seemed rusty. Run, you are no match for him. Zabuza grinned again. That's right, brats. Listen to Sensei and run. Leave the bridge builder, though, and I might let you live. I want Kakashi's head for my bounty. Sasuke and Sakura flinched but gripped their kunai tightly. Naruto was irritated, though. How dare that man threaten his comrades? He would need to put the creep in his place. Senju Hashirama did not run from such annoyances. Sasuke, Sakura, leave this to me and guard Tazuna, Naruto ordered calmly. Oh, it looks like the little Genin is stepping up. You three are not true ninja dash. He suddenly stopped his dramatic monologue as he watched Naruto. Massive amounts of silver chakra exploded from Naruto, saturating the air and almost bringing Zabuza down to his knees. The ground around the blonde started cracking from the immense pressure. Zabuza stared in alarm at the boy who was supposedly a Genin. He needed to be put down fast, so he blurred through his hand seals. Suiton, Suiden no Jutsu, he roared, causing a huge water dragon to rise from the lake and rush towards Naruto. Kakashi stared with growing horror. Sasuke and Sakura closed their eyes at what they assumed was their impending doom. Naruto clapped his hands calmly in a serpent seal. Doton, Daichi no Kabe, he intoned calmly. A huge wall of earth rose to shield the group from the water dragon, easily dissipating it. Kakashi stared with pride and curiosity at the blonde who had performed a high-level jutsu casually with only one seal. Sasuke and Sakura were just frozen with shock at the display of such power. Zabuza frantically blurred through another seal sequence. Suiton, Daibakufu no Jutsu, he yelled, and a huge spiral of water rose from the lake and blasted with unbelievable force towards Naruto. Naruto did not release the serpent seal. Doton, Asudaragan no Tesu, he said quietly. The earth in front of Naruto exploded, releasing 4 huge earth dragons. 2 of them neutralized the onrushing water jutsu, and 2 collided with Zabuza, sending him flying. He was obviously grievously injured when he landed heavily on the shore. Before Naruto could finish the job, the dormant accomplice appeared and ran with Zabuza fast. Kakashi appeared next to Naruto. Leave them. We will be ready for them later. Tazuna-san, lead the way to your house. Sakura and Sasuke, protect him. The 3 nodded and went on, still staring at Naruto with awe. Kakashi gave Naruto a hard glare. You have a lot to answer for, Naruto. Chapter 3. Tazuna's house, Nami no Kuni. It was the day after Team 7 confronted Zabuza. A day after Naruto drove Zabuza back effortlessly and ignited suspicion in Kakashi's mind. Naruto sat at the shore of Wave Country, the wind ruffling his hair. He waited for sunrise and Kakashi with a calm look on his face. He had thought long and hard as to what to say to Kakashi and decided upon a course of action. Since the awakening of his previous life, he had given himself little time for self-introspection. He had created for himself an illusion of normalcy over the months, and his deceptive mask was beginning to seep into his true personality. As if remembering a previous life, that too his life as the Shodai Hokage would ever be normal. The ease with which he had forced a supposedly A-rank criminal to flee forced him to truly confront his awakening. There was always a niggling doubt in his mind that he had gone mad. But the fight with Zabuza had erased that doubt forever, even more so than the tussle with Kakashi a month ago. Thus he had finally asked himself the important question. Who was he truly? He did not think like the old Naruto anymore. No, he had lived and lost too much for that, even if only in mind in another life. The old Naruto was a boy who was starved for affection, cast out and abused by the very populace he was sacrificed to protect. So he put up a bright front and drew attention to himself, seeking to convince himself that he was a normal part of a normal society. The truth hurt, so he had shielded himself with a lie. It was the thinking of a child. Ever since he realized his previous life, things got more complicated. He had grown into the experienced and the highly cultured mind he had developed as Hashirama rather abruptly. During the months he spent sorting the 2 lives he had lived, He was flitting between the personalities he possessed during this life and his previous. He knew that was not healthy and that he was developing a psychological disorder. Luckily, Senju Hashirama also knew a way to treat this disorder. He used to be the foremost medic of his age, after all, and had a working knowledge of psychology. Thus, he had come here to the quiet shores of Nami to meditate and accept himself, to stop just using his life as Hashirama. He was here to become the person he used to be as Hashirama. Naruto's life was too melancholy to be dwelt upon. The scars, mental or physical, endured during childhood went deeper than those gained as an adult. They healed faster as well, but he was denied the innocent forgetfulness and forgiveness of a child. No, he was forced into the thinking and strength of his legendary previous life, and that had changed him in unexpected ways. Senju Hashirama, despite his life and losses, was extremely strong, both as a shinobi and as a man. He had taken all the challenges life threw at him with fortitude and cheerfulness, and he was extremely easygoing. He had refused to give in to the dark side of a shinobi, strongly remaining a beacon of solace and hope to the village he had founded. He was the light of Konoha, an unassailable force that kept the village strong and prosperous, a guiding force of mercy and compassion. Naruto, on the other hand, knew little happiness during his childhood. Stripped of parents, love, and forced to survive in a cold and hostile village, he had developed a sad and melancholy view of life, and was considerably confused and angry. He now drew solace from his life as Hashirama. The love Hashirama had in his life was enough to heal the hatred in Naruto's. He would stop letting this life's trauma darkening his true self. The first light of dawn washed over the shore, causing Naruto to look up at the beautiful scene with a smile on his face. An epiphany struck him at that point. He did not have to answer the question of who he was. Not yet. He was still a child now. He would continue as the Shodai Hokage in mind and let the future shape him into a new person. The sun broke out in earnest, casting everything in the fresh light of dawn. Naruto could feel the confusion, anger, and resentment he had been hiding since the awakening draining away. He could feel the unshakable calm and assurance he had felt as the first returning. It was faith in himself and his strength, faith in his precious people. He now appreciated his rebirth for what it was, a second chance. It was a second chance for him to protect what was precious to him, to lift Konoha back to its greatness, back to the village that held kindness and camaraderie, loyalty and faith above everything else. That resolution left him with a feeling he had been missing for the entire duration of this life: peace and contentment. He felt more like himself than he ever did as Naruto or as Hashirama. The golden age of Konoha would be back, and he would do his best to make that happen. This time he would guide Konoha to be stronger than ever before. The legacy of the Senju clan would not fade away. The wind blew once more, causing his shoulder-length blonde hair to fly as he stood up. Neither is Naruto the attention-craving and damaged boy, nor is Naruto, who was desperately trying to choose between two lives. No, he stood up as the reborn Shodai Hokage, who was tempered by the trauma of his second childhood. He was wiser for it, but not darker. He could sense a familiar chakra approaching him. It was time for him to tell Kakashi the truth. Trust had to be freely given, and he had come to the conclusion that Kakashi was a ninja who had the will of fire burning brightly within him, a shinobi worthy of his trust. Kakashi walked towards the place he had asked Naruto to meet him at. He had directed Sasuke and Sakura to do the tree-climbing exercise and left them to it. He knew that Naruto had extremely perfect chakra control. One could not perform those earth jutsu with just a single seal without that much control, even if one had a very strong affinity. Naruto was an enigma, and he would get his answers today. He would care for Naruto the way Minato had taken care of him. Kakashi made his way beside Naruto, who was calmly staring at the newly risen sun, and tapped him on the shoulder. "Well, Naruto?" Naruto turned to face him, and Kakashi gave a gasp. Naruto had changed even more. His blazing forest green eyes had held compassion that should not be seen on any child. But now they held resolve as well, unearthly resolve. Those eyes at least were old. His face, though, was quite cheerful. He seemed to have thrown a great weight off his soul. He almost looked like Minato-sensei. "Hey, Kakashi-sensei." So you are here for answers, right? You want to know how I have changed so much. Kakashi snorted, amused. Yeah, that is why I am here. I'll keep your secrets as long as they are of no harm to Konoha. Oh, and don't bother to lie. I will be watching you closely with my Sharingan. Cool. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei, I won't lie. Kakashi nodded. So, right? Naruto sat down with crossed legs, a thoughtful look on his face. He cast out his senses for intruders and found just two people sufficiently far from their position. Just as a precaution, he put up a very powerful silencing barrier. You do know of the botched ceiling, I believe? Kakashi stared wide-eyed. You know of Kyubi? How is that possible? Who told you? Naruto waved his hand unconcernedly. I met the fox and he told me everything about the ceiling. Except for the fourth's mistake, neither he nor I know what happened then. You met the Kyubi? You must be careful, Naruto. That thing is pure evil. Naruto snorted. No, not really. It is just a bored immortal fox with a great deal of power on its hands. Even I will die eventually, and it will be free one day, so it can wait. A century means nothing to the Bijou, you know. Kakashi just stared. Anyway, I know that Yondaime was my father, and Uzumaki Kushina is my mother. Naruto looked at him meaningfully. Kakashi sighed. I did not expect this day to come so soon. Yes, my sensei the Yondaime was your father, and your mother is alive. She did not abandon you, by the way. She loved you too much for that. But you must ask the Sandaime for details, though, as I have no idea why she left. Naruto was happy. His mother had not left him callously. He would definitely grill Hiruzen for answers, though. That is a relief to hear. I would have forgiven her anyway. Family is too precious to throw away so easily, is it not? Kakashi looked at him in wonder. You are no child, Naruto, nor are you a mere genin. Tell me, who are you? Naruto was laughing. You hit the nail right on its head, Kakashi-sensei. I will tell you, don't worry. Anyway, the mistake during the ceiling had awakened something in me that is impossible for any soul to awaken. It is truly the Shinigami's gift to me. Kakashi looked serious. What did you awaken? It did not happen until a few months ago, when my old sensory abilities manifested stronger than ever. Has to do with the absorption of my Uzumaki chakra, I guess. Naruto started mumbling theories. His tangential thought process was cut off by Kakashi's sharp voice. What do you mean, your old sensory abilities, Naruto? Just what did you awaken? Naruto looked Kakashi in the eyes. Watch closely, Kakashi-sensei. You will not believe what I say without me showing you. Naruto turned to the opposing shore, which was just visible. Tazuna's half-complete bridge lay far to their left. He gazed at the bridge, calculating and visualizing. He turned back to the opposite shore and gathered his chakra. Kakashi looked on as chakra exploded from Naruto once more, a massive amount. How could a boy of 13 release so much chakra and not even blink? He waited for Naruto to do something. He saw Naruto perform the serpent seal, and he could see chakra being molded in an unfamiliar way with his Sharingan. Was it an earth jutsu again? Mokuton Haijutsu, Makuzai no Okabona Hashi. A great rumbling sound was heard, and the waters of the sea were churning as if something was trying to come out. What had come out caused Kakashi to nearly faint. A massive bridge made entirely of wood rose from the sea, identical in every way to Tazuna's. It spanned from Nami to the mainland in a straight line, and it was monstrous in size. It was about half again as large as Tazuna's bridge. Kakashi pinched himself hard, convinced he had lost it. No, the bridge had not disappeared. He flared his chakra to a high, and then... Ki, he yelled, sending out a huge blast of chakra. Naruto face-palmed. Convinced he was not under a genjutsu, Kakashi stared at the wooden bridge reverently. Then he turned to Naruto with a look of absolute amazement on his face. How? He asked, his voice shaking. You asked me twice what I had awakened, Kakashi-sensei. The answer is, I awakened memories of my previous life and became that person recently, with a few changes of course. Kakashi had a look of dawning realization on his face, but still observed Naruto with his Sharingan blazing. I was and am Senju Hashirama, one of Konoha's founders and its Shodai Hokage. Kakashi did faint this time. Momoichi Zabuza had just woken up groggily, and the first thing he saw was Gato's unpleasant face leering at him. "Woken up, have you, demon of the bloody mist?" Haku appeared in front of Gato and released his killer intent, causing Gato to fall down to his knees. He let up a moment later. "Leave. Scum like you don't even deserve to lick the feet of Zabuza-sama." Gato scowled as well. "Make sure you get the job done, or else." Zabuza turned to Gato slowly. "The blonde boy is very strong. He and Kakashi together cannot be defeated by just me and Haku. You will need to reinforce us with more shinobi." "And where am I to get more shinobi? It was hard enough to get hold of you two. Missing mean are tough to find." Zabuza said weakly. "I will send a message to one of my previous acquaintances. He is strong enough to get the job done providing you pay him well, Gato." Haku just looked worried. "But..." Gato ignored her and looked directly at Zabuza. "And who is this ninja you have so much faith in?" Zabuza closed his eyes, preparing once more to rest. "Hoshigaki Kisame." Sasuke had just finished with the tree climbing exercise and was quietly eating his breakfast with Sakura. Eating alongside them were Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, and Inari, her son. The door opened to allow Kakashi and Naruto inside. Sasuke threw a glance in their direction and was startled. Something had evidently changed between sensei and student. Where Kakashi used to look at Naruto with pride and appreciation, he now gave Naruto a look full of respect, awe, and reverence. This did not go unnoticed by Sakura either. "What happened, Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura asked. Kakashi glanced at them, and his expression changed to his usual bored face. "Things happened," he said listlessly. Sasuke gave his trademark response, "HN." Sakura looked at Naruto. "Why were you not there for training, Naruto?" "The tree climbing exercise? I already know it, Sakura-chan," Naruto said cheerfully. Sakura was about to retort, but remembered Naruto's exploits at the bridge again. He would probably know the exercise at that. Inari suddenly spoke up. "Why do you all bother anyway? Gato is going to kill you all. He is too strong for anybody." The shinobi all gave him a deadpan. Little Shrimp looked unnerved by their silent glares. "Why are you all looking at me like that? You have no idea how strong Gato is. You have no idea what we have suffered." Sasuke looked disgusted at that statement. Sakura looked irritated, and Kakashi just went back to his reading. Naruto had sympathy on his face as he looked at the kid. "We have all suffered, child. More than you can possibly imagine. Don't worry, Inari. You will soon see something that will restore your faith. All of you will," Naruto said, looking at all of the family of three with satisfaction. "What do you mean?" Tazuna asked. Naruto looked at Sasuke and Sakura as well. "Come with me to the bridge, will you? You will see something remarkable." Sasuke snorted. "What are you talking about?" Naruto just looked overexcited now. "Come on." And he appeared behind his teammates and started dragging them off, ignoring their vehement complaints. Kakashi just smiled at Tazuna and his family. "He is right. You will see something that will stay with you the rest of your lives." Tazuna shrugged and followed Naruto along with his family. Inari just looked pissed, as did Sasuke as they walked behind Naruto and Kakashi towards the bridge which was coming into sight. Naruto just laughed at their identical expression. They reached the bridge entrance after a 15-minute walk. "We are here, dope. What is it you wanted us to see?" Sasuke asked with extreme irritation upon his face. "Look to your right, Sasuke," Naruto said mischievously. They all did, and felt their jaws drop. Tazuna and his family stared at the completed and massive all-wood bridge as if it were their salvation. Tears ran down their faces as they realized they were saved. They were saved. Inari started laughing through his tears, as did Tsunami. Tazuna fell on his knees. Sasuke and Sakura lifted up their hands in the ram seal and simultaneously yelled, "Ki!" Kakashi bonked them on their heads. "Don't bother, I did that too. It's real." Sakura looked at Naruto with just one question written all over her face. "How?" "I have Mokuton," Naruto said happily. His teammates looked stunned. "I don't believe you, it must be something else," Sasuke said pointedly. Sakura just stared at him skeptically. "What is Mokuton?" Tazuna asked curiously, getting over his astonishment over seeing the wooden bridge. It is the most revered bloodline in Konoha, possessed by the Shodai Hokage. The power he wielded with Mokuton is almost a fairy tale. It is said that he created Konoha's core area and the forests surrounding it with a single jutsu. Sakura recited from what seemed like rote memory. The bridge builder and his family looked awed. Inari looked at Naruto with an expression dangerously resembling the one on Sasuke's fangirls. "And you have it, Naruto and Aizen?" "He says he does, but there is no way he can have it," Sasuke said snidely. "Mokuton Haijutsu, Shinboku no Jasho," Naruto intoned, looking smugly at Sasuke. A beautiful cherry tree rose up from the earth behind them and stood about 30 feet high, spreading its branches over them all. Its bright pink blossoms showered down upon them softly, thanks to the force of its birth. "Beautiful," Sakura whispered in reverent awe. "Dope." Sasuke seemed lost for words, as did Tazuna and family. Kakashi pitied them all. If only they knew that it was the Shodai himself who was wielding the wood release in front of them. "Sasuke, Naruto showed you, and Sakura his Mokuton as a measure of his trust in you. Please do not say anything about it to anybody until I say it is fine, got it?" Sasuke and Sakura just nodded dumbly. "I need you to promise me." "I promise," Sasuke said reluctantly, echoed by Sakura, Tazuna, and the others. Sasuke turned to Naruto. "So you created that wooden bridge all by yourself? I find that hard to believe. Dope. Even if you have wood release. Only Hashirama-sama could create things on such a scale." Naruto started. That was way too close to the truth, and he was content with only Kakashi knowing it for the time being. "Believe me, it took the last of my chakra, Sasuke, and I had to take a soldier pill to replenish my lost stores. I was literally crawling after doing that." Naruto lied unconvincingly. If he had one thing common in both lives, it was that he could not lie to save his life. Fortunately, Sasuke swallowed up that lame excuse, but Sakura looked skeptical still. But one look from Kakashi told her to drop the matter. Kakashi stared hard at Sasuke. "Naruto will use Mokuton only in the direst of situations, so do not bother him about it. It is not something to be used frivolously, as it is the most sacred and coveted of Konoha's bloodlines. Clear?" Sasuke nodded again. Naruto heaved a sigh of relief. He could now practice his ninjutsu without fear of discovery by Konoha's higher echelons. Tazuna turned to Naruto and spoke. "Is wood not easily combustible? That bridge can be burnt down easily." Naruto replied nonchalantly. "Relax, Tazuna-san. That bridge is as durable as stone and about as combustible, so you need not worry about it." Tazuna was convinced. He bowed low to Naruto. "You are a hero to Nami, Naruto-san. My capabilities must not be revealed, Tazuna-san. This is all I demand for my services. Can you deliver?" "I swear, Naruto-san. Your secret is safe with me and my family." Naruto nodded. One day later, Naruto opened his eyes, stopping his meditation. He was currently trying to bring back the purity and potency his chakra had back in his other life. That would take him at least another 3 to 4 years, by which time he estimated that his old capacity too would return. But what made Naruto shiver in excitement was that his growth would not stop there. Oh no, it would continue at the rate of an Uzumaki and a Senju, which he knew was astronomical. He grinned excitedly. His chakra capacity this time would be much higher than his chakra capacity as Hashirama, which was a truly frightening prospect. In the age of the founding Kage, Hashirama was said to be the foremost Kage. He had enough strength to casually calm the rage of 9 Bijou simultaneously. They called him the strongest shinobi to exist since the Rikudo Sannin. That strength multiplied by 2, even by 3. This time, he would have the strength to protect his precious ones and his village. "Take that, Madara," the child in him proclaimed, which was pretty much all of him. He did used to be called frivolous and childish by the entire Senju clan. His trip to his happy place was interrupted by a bonk on his head. Turning indignantly, he saw the emo face of his teammate, Uchiha Sasuke. "Dope, can I talk to you for a second?" Sasuke queried with a constipated look on his face. Naruto looked closely at him. He seemed to be in discomfort. Bowel problems? The medic in him asked with concern. Sasuke looked ready to kill him. A light bulb flashed in his head. OH, that's why he looks like that. Not easy to let go of your pride, Sasuke? Sasuke seemed to have calmed down. Can you tell me how you move so fast in a battle? I know it is a ninjutsu. What is it called? Naruto looked at him in interest. A polite Sasuke? Team, it is called the Shunshin no Jutsu. Yes, you can use it too. But to use it like I do with just one seal requires absolute mastery of chakra control, or to dedicate a lot of time to the Shunshin itself. Why do you ask? Can you teach me, Dobe? In exchange, I will teach you the Grand Fireball. What do you say? Sasuke asked Naruto with that pained expression still on his face. Naruto stared at Sasuke. The child was able to fight down his own pride, Uchiha pride stoked by the village for years. If he kept up this attitude, he would become strong indeed. One sensing of Sasuke's emotions told Naruto that he was sincere, even if reluctant. He had never bothered with Katan himself, as mastery over Doton and Suiton was enough for him. This was perfect. This was the way to engender long-lasting camaraderie, not by some impromptu test. He made a mistake with that test, really. So he decided. Teaching Sasuke and learning from him would be great training for the team. He would rope Sakura in as well, and teach her how to use that excellent chakra control of hers. I agree, Sasuke. I will teach you Shunshin in exchange for your fire technique. Let's get Sakura. I have a few ideas for her as well. The two of them trotted off, a tentative new bond forming between them. Naruto was quite happy inside. Sasuke was the first friend he had made in this life. Even the experience and maturity of him being Hashirama reborn did not fill the void left by lack of friends. It intensified it actually. Hashirama had thrived on friendship, love, and loyalty. Resolve filled Naruto. I will make him a powerful shinobi. 3 days later. Naruto looked at Sasuke with satisfaction. The Uchiha could now perform a Shunshin with the proper hand seal sequence. He was quite slow with it by his standards, but it would do. Sakura had also progressed well with Jinjutsu. Naruto was considering teaching her how to augment her strength with chakra, seeing she had good control. She even had good enough control to be a good medic. But time was lacking before Gato attacked them, tried to destroy the bridge, or both. Presumably, he would go recruit much more powerful ninja. So he always kept his senses extended so he could sense any threats. Kakashi was being annoying as well. The Jounin had insisted on deferring to him whenever they were in private, calling him Shodai-sama. That had irritated him to no end, and he had put his foot down firmly telling Kakashi that he was still Naruto, albeit one that remembered his previous life. That definitely did not change who he was at the core. Kakashi had finally understood, but insisted that they were equals at least. The thought of treating the legendary Shodai as a subordinate made him really uncomfortable. Naruto had conceded, but he had re-emphasized his point that he was the Shodai reborn into this life, so he would try to redefine himself into something more. As he looked around at the training ground idly, an anomaly came to his attention. It seemed that a massive chakra with a water affiliation was rapidly approaching the bridges, presumably to destroy them. Gato had made his move. Kakashi-sensei, I can sense a massive chakra with a really strong water affinity heading towards the bridges. What do you think we should do? Kakashi turned towards Naruto. How massive is the chakra, Naruto? He still fumbled with the name. I can match him, but only just. I can outlast him with my chakra control, though. Kakashi was alarmed. A ninja with as much chakra as the Shodai? Naruto must have sensed his discomfiture, for he replied. Do not worry, Kakashi-sensei. Currently, I am at about a fifth of my old strength. The body of a child, even an Uzumaki child, can handle only so much chakra. I will grow back into my old strength and more in a few years. Kakashi looked relieved. It is clearly a diversionary tactic, Naruto. They hope to separate us. Naruto nodded. Kakashi continued. Gato would not hire multiple missing nin of this much strength as it would threaten his own position. So we can assume safely that this person you sensed was the only new hire. Would you check, to be sure? Naruto cast out his senses at full strength and checked 7 kilometers in all directions. Except for the one he had sensed, there was no one else notable. Just the one. Kakashi started thinking aloud again. We can assume two things. One, Gado's base is at least more than 7 kilometers from here, as you could not sense Zabuza. Naruto agreed with him. And secondly, we can now be 100% sure that Gado has hired only one missing Nin. How do you figure that? Naruto asked curiously. Zabuza knows that you are a sensory type, but he has no way of knowing your extraordinary range. The strongest sensor in the 7 swordsmen had a range of 3 kilometers, so Zabuza would have assumed that much as well. So if you could sense no one at full strength, it means that there is indeed no one, as the enemy will have underestimated your sensing range. Naruto gave Kakashi a look of respect and nodded. A great jounin indeed. I can tell you one last thing, though. The one rushing towards the bridge is probably one of Zabuza's acquaintances, as Gado does not have his fingers deep in the shinobi missing Nin world yet. Kakashi looked towards his other 2 students. Go on, Naruto prodded. Sakura and Sasuke had by now finished their training and were walking leisurely towards them. By your description of his massive chakra and strong water affinity, it is most likely Hoshigaki Kisame. Naruto looked intrigued. Can you tell me more about him? I only know that he has so much chakra that he is dubbed the tailless-tailed beast, and he possesses the great sword Samahata, which consumes the chakra of its opponents. So it would be better if you go and deal with him, while I stay here and defend Tizuna-san. Naruto understood. Kakashi had proved himself as worthy of his reputation once again. An excellent analysis, Kakashi-sensei. Now, I need to be going. Make Zabuza bite the dirt for me, will you? Kakashi chuckled and nodded. Naruto disappeared with a shunshin. Where is he going? Sakura asked. Kakashi turned to them. Gado has made his move. Zabuza and his accomplice will most likely attack here, so get ready. Sakura and Sasuke looked excited and nodded. Kakashi directed them to begin evacuating Tizuna and family to a safe place so they could fight the enemy unhindered. Naruto appeared on the bridge he had raised with a series of fast shunshin. A figure awaited him on the water a good distance from the bridge. He appeared before the ninja with another shunshin. In both his lives, he had never come across an odd specimen like him. Naruto contained his impulse to just start laughing out. He was blue-skinned and looked like a shark taken human form. Oh, and he wore a black cloak with red clouds stitched upon it with a porcupine-like sword slung across his shoulder. He again sensed the abundant chakra oozing from the man and saw that his earlier estimates were right. The chakra of the swordsman felt unrefined and unsubtle, but was full of raw power. You look ridiculous, Naruto voiced his thoughts. This man was obviously a jutsu powerhouse. It would be a close fight. The man scowled. You are the brat Zabuza told me to be wary of? You don't look like much to me, just a short snotty Konoha genin. Scram brat. I have a bridge to destroy. Naruto was a little irritated at the jab to his height. He could not use shunshin too much in this fight, as he would need all his chakra at his command at any instant. He released his chakra in an explosion of silver, causing the water to spiral around him agitatedly. His opponent grinned and released his chakra as well to much the same effect. The two steadily continued pumping more chakra into the air. The waves started getting higher, and a wind blew hard in response to the agitation of the water. The man unslung his huge sword and held it in one hand. Naruto narrowed his eyes. He was strong. I am Hoshigaki Kisame, wielder of Samahata. You are strong, brat. What is your name? Naruto smiled, settling into the opening stance of the nature fist. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, genin of Konoha. He disappeared with a burst of speed and attacked Kisame with a kick which was blocked nonchalantly with Samahata. This ninja was good. Naruto grinned. This would be a great fight. Flaring his chakra even more, he started fighting Kisame in earnest. The graceful power of the nature fist matched by the masterful kenjutsu of Kisame. Shockwaves emanated from wherever they met, causing water to fly everywhere in violent waves. Naruto was unleashing more and more strength in his blows, and Kisame seemed to be blocking them all with some effort. Naruto flared his chakra even more, his blazing green eyes settling on Kisame's fish-like ones. Kisame had unwrapped the bindings on Samahata and held it towards Naruto. They both disappeared once more, and met with a resounding impact, causing water to fly outwards in a huge circular wave. Kisame grinned as the unwrapped Samehada absorbed the monstrous impact of Naruto's strike. Naruto sagged suddenly and looked at Samehada in realization. Samehada likes chakra, brat. Allow me to feed it with yours. But Samehada suddenly started coughing as it started going limp. Naruto wanted to laugh as he saw the sword acting sick. The stupid thing had taken in a healthy dose of his nature chakra. Looks like Samehada has a bad case of indigestion, Kisame, Naruto said, laughing. Kisame looked incensed and flew back a good distance and started going through hand seals rapidly. Suetun, Bakusui Shoha, Kisame yelled. A humongous water wave rose from the sea and hurtled towards Naruto, seeking to crush him. Naruto, too, gathered chakra and held out his hands in the tiger seal. Suetun, Suijin Hiki, he responded. A massive water wall rose up to absorb the impact of the wave, rendering Kisame's jutsu useless. Kisame stared at Naruto with a raised eyebrow as the water settled down. A jutsu like that with a single seal? Not bad, brat. You have a very strong affinity to water, I see. But Tobirama's was always a bit stronger, he thought nostalgically, watching Kisame clap his hand palms together and slam one hand on the water surface. Suetun, Gasho Kazame. 5 ferocious sharks shot towards Naruto from his palm. A cool jutsu, thought Naruto absently as he felt a large spike in Kakashi's and Sasuke's anger. His heart skipped a beat. He could no longer sense Sakura's chakra. He had to finish this fast. He held out the dragon seal and yelled out his jutsu. Suetun, Mizu no Yuzu o Kakadai. A huge whirlpool whose diameter spanned a third of the entire length of his bridge started forming around Naruto rapidly, so powerful that it even exposed a bit of the ocean floor deep beneath him. Kisame's sharks were snuffed out of existence like little gnats, and the whirlpool kept on expanding ominously towards Kisame, who was retreating hastily and prepared to counter with his own jutsu. Naruto heard a tremendous explosion behind him, but paid little attention to it. Naruto abruptly released his jutsu, causing the water of the sea to roll around chaotically, generating powerful currents. He used the distraction to catch Kisame in his Jinjutsu. Kokwanjio no Jutsu. Kisame suddenly flailed around blindly, caught in a Jinjutsu of absolute, swirling darkness. He flared his chakra continuously in massive pulses, trying to break out in vain. Naruto held too firm, though, pouring most of his chakra into the bringer of darkness technique. He appeared behind the essentially blind Kisame and struck with his forefinger at a vital point on his head with great precision, knocking him out instantly. He suddenly felt unbearable pain in his back, causing him to fall to one knee. He reached behind and pulled out the kunai embedded in his back. Blood flowed down his back. The wound was quite deep. His spine was nicked, and only pain tolerance built over decades allowed him to think clearly. He looked up and saw a young man wearing a black cloak stitched with red clouds in the process of slinging Kisame on his back. He routed pure medical chakra towards his injury and healed himself almost instantly and stood up. The young man had turned to leave. As if a wound like that could keep him down. Sharingan. The young man had a Sharingan. No deeper sensing told him that he possessed the Manjikyu as well and that it was used frequently. Uchiha Itachi, Naruto said calmly. This youngster was a real enigma. He could wait a bit to talk, as he could sense that his teammates had ended their fight. A face closely resembling Sasuke's. Check. Manjikyu Sharingan, most likely obtained from clan slaughter. Check. The man turned around abruptly, his eyes widening at the sound of the boy who he thought was seriously injured. I thought I had neutralized you, Naruto-kun, Itachi said, his stoic face expertly hiding his emotions. You seem to be making a habit of killing unwary people, Uchiha Itachi, Naruto said, silver chakra exploding from him again. The Kyuubi healed you, I assume. Let him believe that. A reasonable assumption. You are a real prodigy to have escaped my sensory perception so thoroughly. Good job, Naruto said admiringly. Itachi did not acknowledge that in any way. He studied Naruto carefully with his Sharingan. You are very strong to have defeated Kisame, Naruto-kun. He was not really giving it his all, but I can see that you weren't either. Naruto's expression became cheerful, his silver chakra receding. Yeah, that was a good fight. Tell Kisame that it was fun. Itachi did not respond except to raise his eyebrow and disappear. He surveyed the damage wrought by his fight with Kisame. The trees along the coastline were all destroyed. He could repair that, no problem. He turned around completely and saw something that made his jaw drop and eyes bug out. He had destroyed the bridge he had so dramatically created with his own jutsu. That whirlpool he used against Kisame had churned his bridge to pieces. He would be the laughingstock of Team 7. He really felt like going somewhere private and banging his head repeatedly on a wall. He should have made the wood of the bridge a little more chakra-resistant, he thought sadly. But that would have aroused suspicions among shinobi that a Mokuton user walked the lands again. It would completely destroy the rumors Kakashi had planted about his multiple shadow clones building a bridge in 2 days. Deciding to forget this embarrassment, he shunshined quickly towards Tezuna's house. He had been relieved when he had faintly felt Sakura's life force. He could heal almost any injury, except death. A week later, a fully recuperated Team 7 waved one last time to the people of Nami, Tezuna and family at the forefront of the huge group, and began walking back to Konoha contentedly. Tezuna's bridge was complete. Naruto had refused to rebuild his wood bridge, saying that the hope of Nami had to be created by its people alone. Thus they had named the bridge after Team 7, all their names engraved upon its arch. He had briefly told Kakashi how he had defeated Kisame and confronted Itachi, alarming the man greatly. Naruto wanted to make speculations and give details only when they were back in the presence of the Sandaime. Some secrets were too sensitive. The fight with Zabuza had gone well, resulting in the death of both Zabuza and his accomplice, who he learned was called Haku. What a waste, Naruto thought. The last Hayaton user lost to the world. Evidently Sasuke and Haku had formed a bond before the fight, without Sasuke knowing Haku's true identity. When Sakura was put into a near-death state by a masked Haku, Sasuke had awakened his Sharingan and engaged Haku. He had managed to counter the Hayaton user's assault and break open his mask. Sasuke had refused to strike a final blow against one he counted a friend. Haku had died to protect Zabuza from Kakashi's Raikiri. Gato had then assailed the entire group with his thugs. So Sasuke and Zabuza, the latter moved deeply by Haku's sacrifice, had together finished off the entire thug army, albeit with a little help from the villagers. Zabuza too succumbed to his wounds and was buried alongside Haku. The entire ordeal had changed Sasuke's attitude, igniting in him the will of fire and wiping out the last of his hatred. Naruto could see it only too clearly. With Sasuke fighting alongside him, they would be able to do together what he could not do with Madara. Chapter 4. See you later. Naruto waved to his teammates. They had just returned to Konoha from a very educational mission in Wave Country. Kakashi and Naruto made their way towards the Hokage Tower leisurely. Will you tell the third everything? Kakashi asked Naruto. I will. He could pick up signs of deception extremely well even as a boy, and I am not really good at deceiving my precious people. Truth is the strongest weapon, Kakashi-sensei. Lies can be twisted against you always, as you may know from your own experience as a shinobi. Kakashi nodded as they stood in front of the Sandaime's secretary. We are here to report the success of our mission to the third, Kakashi stated lazily. The secretary gave her customary dirty glance to Naruto and went to find out if the third was free. Doesn't it bother you, the way you were treated in the village? Kakashi asked Naruto regretfully. He had to have been there for the boy, but it was impossible. The village had needed every ninja on call to recover from the Kyuubi attack, and Naruto would have been as good as neglected in Kakashi's home. Not really. As Naruto the child, I learned to disregard the glares of the people, though it really caused me unutterable sadness. But now, I really feel sad for the village I founded. They are just like sheep, unwilling and unable to think for themselves. That was not my intention for the shinobi of Konoha. The secretary came back. The Sandaime will see you now. Naruto followed Kakashi into the office of the third Hokage. The more Naruto saw this place, the more he felt the change Konoha had undergone. This office, which had exuded a sense of loyalty and patriotism to the village during his reign, now gave off a sense of bureaucratic power-mongering. Hiruzen. His student had sacrificed much for the sake of the village, but one glance at him told Naruto that he was weary. The will of fire burned in him still, but the village had asked too much of this man. He had given up family, love, and much more for Konoha. Hiruzen, at least, was everything he had hoped to see in the future generation. Report, Kakashi, the third ordered, looking at Naruto and Kakashi with a discerning eye. Hi, Sandame-sama, nodded Kakashi and began his report. On the road to Nami, we were attacked by the demon brothers of Kiri who were dealt with easily by Sasuke and Sakura. Turns out that Tazuna was lying about the mission. Kakashi related the events of the mission up to when Zabuza attacked them on the bridge and Naruto drove him off. Hiruzen looked surprised. How do you know those jutsus, Naruto? Naruto took a deep breath. Old man, this is private. Very confidential. I suggest you send off the 4 Yinbyu guarding you. It is only for your ears and will only take a moment. Hiruzen signaled, sending off the Yinbyu. If he couldn't trust Naruto, he could trust no one. Naruto went to the wall behind Hiruzen's desk and placed his hand on it, watched carefully by Hiruzen and an amused Kakashi. He flared his chakra and caused a glowing seal array to appear on the wall. Hiruzen's eyes grew wide and he stared at Naruto with the full authority of a battle-hardened warrior. How can you know the existence of those seals, Naruto? How can you use them? Naruto unleashed the full might of his chakra, causing cracks to appear on the wall and the plastering to peel off. Hiruzen's table was cracking up. It felt as smothering, as if the air itself had thickened. Kakashi found it difficult to breathe as he stared with awe at the Shodai Hokage unleashing his chakra, and to think it was only a fraction of his strength. Hiruzen had his hand upon his heart as he felt a chakra he thought he would never feel again in his life. It was impossible, he convinced himself. It was impossible for Naruto to have nearly the exact same chakra as his beloved departed sensei. But the boy's actions spoke different. He had activated that seal. The seal array on the wall glowed a blinding white, and the room lurched violently, causing its 3 occupants to stick their feet to the ground with chakra to stay firm. The light receded and Naruto turned to look at Hiruzen with an expression of compassion and pride on his face. It is safe to talk. Hiruzen stared hard at Naruto, disbelief written clearly upon his face. How is this possible? You should not even know of that seal's existence. No one should, except the Hokage. Naruto smiled. I will answer you, Sandame. When the mistake happened with the sealing of the QB into my infant body dash. How do you know of the QB? Hiruzen asked, alarmed. I know about my parents too. As I said to Kakashi, I spoke to the QB. Please, Sandame, listen to the rest. Hiruzen nodded, withholding his turbulent emotions at the sudden onslaught of information. Go on, I will withhold my questions for now. The mistake awakened a new aspect for me. I found myself remembering my previous life, old man. That should be impossible, but it happened. I think you can deduce the rest, can't you? Naruto said, looking at the wondrous realization blooming on the Hokage's face. Hashirama-sama? Hiruzen asked with a hushed voice, his eyes shining. Naruto looked at Hiruzen with happiness and nodded. I am him, but I am Naruto as well. I think you can appreciate the merging of my 2 lives better than anyone, as you knew me intimately in both lives. I am proud of you, Hiruzen. Kakashi looked at the reunion between sensei and student with his hairs standing on end. He was watching history unfold here in this room. 2 of Konoha's greatest figures, who should have met again only in the afterlife, stood facing each other in the most unlikely reunion of all. Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost for words. He sat dumbly, staring with awe at the legendary first. That is how you could activate the seal. I guess I have no choice but to believe you, Hashirama-sama, or Naruto. What should I call you? I am Naruto, Hiruzen. I should never have remembered my old life normally. It was a 1 in a million chance, and it happened to me. I am Naruto who remembers his old life as Hashirama. I am both Hashirama and Naruto in essence. Hiruzen stared at his mentor as he described himself. He could see both Naruto and the Shodai in the boy. This is most unexpected. Forgive me, Sandaime-sama. What was that seal Naruto just activated? Sarutobi cleared his throat. It is a most advanced seal created by Mito-sama and Tobarama-sensei for Hashirama-sama's use. It was attuned to his chakra and his chakra alone. This is irrefutable proof of Naruto's claims. Kakashi looked at Naruto, seeing as the Sandaime was off on a mental tangent. Why is it safe to talk after the seal was activated? Naruto's eyes glazed over as he recalled the memories of past days. My wife Mito and my brother Tobarama made that seal for me to insulate the Hokage's office totally from the outside world. It is a space-time seal. The way Tobarama explained it to me, it transports those occupants of the room I choose into the space between moments. Kakashi looked confused. What does that even mean? Don't ask me. Tobarama and Mito-chan designed that thing. It was Tobarama who was always into things like space-time techniques, and my wife's mastery over seals was unheard of even during the Age of Founders. Kakashi still looked quizzical. Fine. All I really understand is this. As long as I hold this seal active, whatever happens between the chosen occupants of this office for that duration will happen in a single instant of the flow of time in the world outside, effectively sealing the required conversation completely from the outside world. Kakashi looked at the clock, which had frozen. But on close observation with Sharingan, he could see that the second hand was moving very slowly. Kakashi, I smiled. Now I understand. To be able to do something like that, not even Sensei would have been able to do that. Hiruzen, who had come out of his funk, shook his head in disagreement. Minato was just tapping into his potential and had invented the Hiraishin no Jutsu as a teenager. I think he would have surpassed Tobarama-sensei if he were to still live. Naruto could feel the drain on his chakra as he held the seal active. Hiruzen, let us get on with it, please. I think I can hold the seal for another quarter-hour maximum. I don't yet have the amount of chakra I possessed as Hashirama, and this seal is very draining. Let me tell you of what happened in Wave from my perspective. Naruto launched into a narrative of how he had drove off Zabuza the first time, and how he had defeated Kisame. He also told the Hokage of how he had confronted Sasuke's brother. You need to tell me what is up with that Itachi kid later, Hiruzen. He is really not the sort to kill needlessly from what I sensed of him. I can smell something wrong with the entire Uchiha affair. Hiruzen sighed sadly. You are right. The Uchiha slaughter was not the work of a maniacal shinobi. I will tell you of it later. Naruto nodded. We will need to speak of my mother as well, but we do not need the seal active for that anyway. It is my right to have that information. Kakashi interjected smoothly. I believe our time is running out. Let me complete my report. Kakashi finally finished relating his part of the mission. This is troubling indeed. I must ask Jiraiya of the connection between Itachi and Kisame and their similar clothing. It implies that they are part of an organization, and any organization that employs such powerful ninja is to be treated with caution. Naruto agreed completely. I have to release the seal soon, Hiruzen. Is there anything else that is to be confined to this room? Anyone? Kakashi and Hiruzen shook their heads. One last thing, Hiruzen. Let me tell you that I am truly proud of you. But do not worry. I will get that hat back from you in no time. Hiruzen looked 10 years younger after the day's happenings. You deserve it more than I do, Hashirama-sama. You have become a great shinobi and Hokage, Hiruzen. You fought for Konoha all this time and sacrificed much for my legacy to continue. You have more experience in this world than me, and I will not disregard that. Don't get any idea of just handing over that hat to me, though. I will earn it rightfully as Naruto. Hiruzen gave a true smile. I should have expected that. I understand, Naruto. You can release the seal. Naruto deactivated the seal with a sigh of relief, and the room lurched again, denoting them slipping back into the true flow of time. To the Yimbiyu outside, it had just been 2 seconds. Naruto now looked at Hiruzen seriously. Tell me of why my mother left, old man. I need to know. Please tell me. Hiruzen looked sad. I will tell you, Naruto. It is a long story, and I need you to listen carefully. You do know of the reputation of the fourth, don't you? Naruto nodded impatiently. Alongside the fourth fought a kunoichi almost as strong as him. It was your mother, Uzumaki Kushina, also known as the Red Death of Konoha. Together, the couple were so strong that they ended the Third War almost by themselves. Naruto knew all this, but listened proudly as Hiruzen described his parents. They were strong indeed. Your father's name was feared in IWA beyond anything else. Namikaze Minato single-handedly destroyed an army of IWA shinobi by his Hiraishin no Jutsu, earning him the name of Yellow Flash of Konoha, as all that the enemies of Konoha saw was a glimpse his yellow hair before he killed them in the hundreds. Your mother, however, inspired the same fear in Kyumo. When Minato was engaged with the now Raikage of Kyumo, who was then a Jounin, the army of Kyumo which had assaulted Konoha was free to rampage through our thinly spread forces. Kushina then arrived on the battlefield and annihilated the entire army. She too was extremely fast and a master of Kenjutsu. Kushina's long red hair flying as she flashed through the battlefield, and she cut down her enemies, earned her the name Red Death. Naruto listened closely as Hiruzen continued. The war was ended after some time, and none of the other villages dared to aggravate Konoha again, fearing our strength. Your mother was pregnant with you after marrying Minato in a ceremony known only to the Council of Konoha and its high-ranking shinobi. You know of the consequences of the Kyubi affair better than I. Minato was dead, and Kushina was barely alive. Her Uzumaki resilience was not for nothing, though, and she made a full recovery in another 2 months, during which time you were placed under the care of Uchiha Mikoto. So Sasuke, and he shared a very personal past. Sasuke felt even more like a brother to Naruto after hearing this. The Sandaime continued. The moment she recovered fully, she took you back and began to raise you. But when you were about half a year old, IWA got word of your existence, as did Kyumo. To this day, we do not know how the leak happened. Anyway, something terrible began to happen in consequence. There were nearly daily assassination attempts made on you, sometimes causing you terrible wounds. But you always healed yourself. It was the fox's chakra. Thanks for that, Kurama. Naruto thought gratefully. Think nothing of it, Hashirama. You were the best vessel I ever had, you know. Even as an infant, your chakra calmed me and made me think of my days as a young kid. Naruto smiled, motioning for Hiruzen to continue. Your mother always thwarted those attempts. We tried to impose sanctions upon Kyumo and IWA, but they always denied their actions. Konoha was weary of war, and they had lost their beloved Yondaime, so morale was at a low. We were still recovering from the Kyubi attack. Hiruzen looked really sad at this point. However, one day, when you were about 1.5 years, an assassin stabbed you right through your gut. The assassin was killed, of course, but it left your mother absolutely distraught. She had lost her husband whom she loved, and she had seen her darling son nearly die. She then reached a conclusion. Naruto looked at the old man, his emotions churning. He could hardly remember these events. It was her and Minato's reputation that brought down such hatred against you. You would never be safe as long as you were associated with her. She had too many enemies. So she came to me with a plan. Though it broke her heart completely, she had to let you fade into anonymity and outside her life. Namikaze Naruto would be killed in an assassination staged by Konoha itself, and Uzumaki Naruto would be quietly enrolled in an orphanage. The plan went perfectly. Naruto was now unsure of what to think, so he asked questions. What happened to my mother then? The third side. She accepted a series of S-class missions outside Konoha to draw attention to her and away from you. I was to call her back only when I felt that you were strong enough to defend yourself. I think she lost a piece of her soul back then. Naruto looked down sadly. He understood what had happened and hated the necessity for it, hated the circumstances. Now that I know you are strong enough, I will call her back. Do not judge her too harshly, Naruto. She sacrificed even your love for her to keep you safe, and that is a great sacrifice indeed. Naruto sighed. He did understand and deeply respected and admired Kushina's actions. But the suffering he had endured without her still lingered in the depths of his mind. He could not help but slightly resent her. But as the reborn Shodai, he could view the situation objectively. Kushina had indeed chosen the option that was most feasible, and the choice had to be made fast anyway. He could empathize as he had made many such choices in the First War. He needed to sort his feelings out a little more. When will she be back? Naruto asked Hiruzen. Within a fortnight. You will be reunited with her in a fortnight. Please treat her at least civilly, Naruto. She has suffered deeply. Being reunited with her son will heal at least a part of her. Naruto nodded. You have given me much to think about, old man. I need to go. So saying, Naruto walked out with a thoughtful face. Kakashi looked at Sandaime. He will be far greater than even the Shodai Hokage, won't he, Hiruzen-sama? Hiruzen smiled brightly. He will indeed. 3 days later. Naruto walked leisurely with Sakura and Sasuke. They had just been told by Kakashi that they were nominated for the Chunin exams and could make the choice whether or not to compete. All of them had decided to say yes. They were to come to the academy tomorrow where the first test would be administered. He had thought hard on the issue of his mother and decided that she was a great kunoichi and mother. Anyway, he felt no real need for a parental figure now, so what resentment he would feel at her was lessened. He would wait to meet her and then see. He felt a tug on his consciousness. What, Kurama? Hashirama, I definitely feel the presence of at least one bijou. There might be another as well. I think it has to do with how well they are sealed. The one I sensed for sure is the Ichibi no Shikaku. Be careful. Naruto flared his senses and could clearly feel the presence of Shikaku's Jinchuriki just around the corner. The chakra of the container felt too chaotic to him, so he could conclude only one thing. The container was losing his sanity. He assumed it was due to a weak sealing method. He suddenly felt a spike of the container's bloodlust. They would damage nothing in Konoha on his watch. Thanks for the advice, Kurama. He turned to his teammates. I sense trouble in the next street. For a ninja, do you want to come with me? We might meet some of the competition early. They nodded. The three of them walked purposefully towards the source of the commotion and saw what looked like a clown bullying a kid. A kid that Naruto recognized as Hiruzen's grandson, Konohamaru. He walked towards the clown and called out to him. What do you want? Said the clown in what was meant to be an intimidating tone. Let the kid go, my friend. That is the Sandaime Hokage's grandson you are so busily bullying. It is not considered polite for visiting ninja to assault the relatives of the village's Kage, is it? Naruto said calmly. The blonde girl turned to the clown. Kankuro, let the kid go. Imagine what would happen if Gaara finds us fooling around. The clown called Kankuro gave an involuntary shiver. His face then hardened. All right, Temari, I will let the kid go if he begs for my forgiveness. Naruto looked at the boy exasperatedly. Sasuke stepped up and performed a fast series of hand seals. Shunshin no jutsu. He disappeared, and only appeared on the other side some distance from the group, holding Konohamaru, who he set back on the ground. Kankuru's and Temari's eyes bugged out. The kid was fast. Naruto could sense the Jinchuriki of Shikaku within their proximity. Obviously, he was trying to hide, suppressing his chakra as much as possible. That would not work on sensory-type ninja. Come out, Ichibi no Jinchuriki, Naruto said, looking directly at Gaara's hiding spot. Temari and Kankuro turned pale. The blonde knew Gaara's secret. This put the entire plan at jeopardy. They had to inform Baki-sensei of this development as soon as possible. Naruto could sense the anxiety and tension of the two in front of him. It was not normal. Either these two feared the mistreatment of their teammate, or it was something else. A red-headed kid with bags under his eyes appeared in front of Naruto. He studied the blonde for a bit and turned to his teammates. You have disgraced Tsunagakure by your actions, Kankuro. Now come both of you. We are leaving. But Kankuro opened his mouth and stopped when killing intent flooded the entire street. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Kankuro shut his mouth after that. What is your name? Asked Sasuke. Who, me? Temari said bashfully. The dark-haired boy was very attractive, as was the blonde. But there was something about the blonde that transcended them all, something different. Even Gaara felt that. No, the one with the gourd, Sasuke clarified. I am Sabaka no Gaara. I am interested in learning your names as well. He looked at Sasuke and Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto. I look forward to fighting you. Mother thirsts for your blood, Uchiha. And yours as well, Uzumaki. She craves yours, said Gaara ominously before leaving with his teammates. Sakura went to Konohamaru to confirm if he was all right, to which the boy nodded. The honored grandson then started ranting about Sasuke's and Naruto's awesomeness. It was obvious to Naruto that the kid was starting to idolize Team 7. Shikaku made his Jinchuriki think he was his mother? What happened to that raccoon? He was always a little on the loose side, but this is too much even for him. Kurama sniggered. Naruto, though, was a strange mix of emotions. He wanted to help his fellow Jinchuriki, but could not do that as Shikaku would immediately recognize him as Hashirama. He could hardly let his secret out so easily. The poor kid would have to control the bijou himself, which meant he had to realize love and conquer hatred. That would be tough for him from what he saw. It would be nigh impossible with the Shikaku passing himself off as the kid's mother, of all things. He started laughing out loud at that, joined by Kurama in his mind, causing Sasuke and Sakura to look at him strangely. What's wrong with you, dope? Nothing, Sasuke. I need to go and train. See you tomorrow at the academy for the first round. Still laughing quietly to themselves, Bijou and Jinchuriki made their way back home. Naruto sat happily on a seat in his beloved ramen shop, Ichiraku Ramen Bar. He was currently in the process of scarfing down his 11th bowl of the precious dish. I turned to him and asked, "You really have to stop eating so much, Naruto. It's not good for you, you know? I bet that if I stab you right now with my fork, you will bleed ramen soup." Naruto did not reply and began to stuff his mouth with his 12th bowl of the dish. He had definitely not lost his love for ramen after his awakening. Oh no, it had definitely increased. "Do you really have to stuff yourself like that?" came a female voice to his right. Glancing, he saw two blonde females eating ramen sedately. Both had strong chakras, one with Raiton and the other with both Raiton and Katon. They both seemed to be mildly irritated. The chakra of the one who had spoken to him felt familiar in a strange sort of way. He sensed deeper. "Matatabi," came the hugely surprised voice of Kurama. Naruto started. What was it with all these Jinchuriki popping up in Konoha at the same time? He looked at the nearby Jinchuriki. "Who are you?" "I am Ni Yujito, and this is Samui. We are Kunoichi from Kumogakure here for the Chunin exams along with our other team member, Omoi." "I am Uzumaki Naruto," Naruto introduced himself. Samui just waved at him. Naruto waved back at her enthusiastically and focused on Yujito. "You are special, aren't you, Yujito-san?" Yujito narrowed her eyes at him. "You too are special, Naruto-san." "A sensory type, are you?" Naruto asked her, surprised. "So are you. Let us walk together." "Samui, I am out," Yujito said, her teammate. Naruto and Yujito walked out of the ramen shop, Naruto waving goodbye to Iam. "Nice to meet you, nearby Jinchuriki." Naruto greeted her, looking at her properly. She was quite pretty, not that he was attracted to her. Her chakra felt extremely strong, filled with pure power that was beyond most humans. A Jinchuriki in control of her bijou. "Nice to meet you as well, Kyubi Jinchuriki." Yujito chuckled. "How could you sense the Kyubi? Its chakra is suppressed by mine at all times." Naruto queried. "It is suppressed quite well, Naruto-san. But I am not Kumo's strongest sensor for nothing. I assume you met Ichibi." "Of course. Careful of him. He is slightly crazy and will slaughter anything in his path, living or otherwise." "I didn't sense any other Jinchuriki in this exam, did you?" "No, I believe it is just the three of us. See you later, Naruto-san. We have a team meeting about now. Let's meet in the exams." "See you." Naruto waved back, watching her thoughtfully. He had no doubt Sarutobi knew of these developments. 3 Jinchuriki competing in a Chunin exam? He had to be on his guard and watch out for Konoha's sake. The next day, Naruto stared exasperatedly as Sasuke accepted a challenge to fight from a weird green spandex wearing Jinin called Rock Lee. They had successfully detected a Jinjutsu on the entrance to the exam antechamber, and Sasuke had in his usual style attacked the door guards. But their fight was interrupted by Rock Lee, who caught them with his superior speed. Naruto sensed little chakra in the kid, so he concluded that his speed was pure taijutsu. The work that must have taken, the kid had his utmost respect for his hard work. He was a genius of hard work indeed. Though Sasuke had lost much of his drive for vengeance in Wave, he still kept most of his pride as an Uchiha elite. So he was currently headed behind Rock Lee to fight him in a more open space. Naruto had a feeling that Sasuke would get a rude awakening. They stood opposite each other in the hall, Naruto and Sakura watching interestedly. Lee extended his palm, bending his fingers. I will prove to you that hard work is superior to genius, Uchiha Sasuke. I am the strongest genin in Konoha, he said, and proceeded to do just that. He absolutely pummeled Sasuke, kicking him all over the place. Sasuke could see the kicks, but could not keep up with his body. Lee suddenly unwrapped his hand's bandage, yelling, I will show you the meaning of effort with this move, Sasuke-kun, and leapt into the air. Lee, came the voice of a tortoise, and an older clone of Lee. You were told not to use that move. Lee, who was back on the ground, stared with a devastated expression, crying anime tears. I am sorry, Guy-sensei. I only wanted to prove myself. I accept any punishment you give me. This is your punishment, my student, yelled Guy-sensei and appeared before Lee and gave him a devastating punch. Lee then walked back from his crater and stood opposite Guy. I am sorry, Guy-sensei, Lee exclaimed. It is all right, my precious student. You were only trying to show the flames of your youth. I can understand youth better than anyone. And to the horror of Team 7, Lee and Guy flew into each other's arms, causing a sunset to appear with waves washing up to them. Ki, yelled Team 7 in unison, but it was in vain. The sunset did not break until the weird duo had disengaged from their hug. Guy just appeared before them again with stunning speed. You are the youthful students of Kakashi, aren't you? How do you know Kakashi-sensei? Sakura questioned Guy warily. He is my youthful and eternal rival. Currently, the score stands in my favor. Well, youthful students of Kakashi, it is time for the first round. Good luck. So saying, Guy disappeared. Lee left as well, but had a word of advice for Sasuke. I am not really the strongest genin in Konoha, Sasuke-kun. That would be my team mate Hokage. Be wary of him. Sasuke snorted derisively. However strong this Neji was, he was sure that no genin in Konoha even held a candle to Naruto. We need to go, Sasuke, came Naruto's voice. Sasuke just nodded and followed him into the waiting chamber. The first thing he could sense was a multitude of rather weak chakras. He looked around carefully and evaluated the potential threats. Gaara, as usual, felt strong, as did Yujito, whom he acknowledged with a wave of his hand. Yujito smiled back. There was another team from a new village he heard was called Sound that had entered a team. They too felt moderately strong. Their emotions felt dark as well. But one person truly caught his attention. An unassuming genin wearing a Konoha headband was quietly rearranging a deck of cards. This person was actively suppressing his chakra, but he could not escape from Naruto's acute sensory capabilities. This genin felt of deception, and he had at least Jounin-level chakra. Naruto leisurely walked towards him. Hey there, who are you and what are those cards about? The genin smiled at him, but it felt all wrong to Naruto. I am Yakushi Kabuto, and I am a genin of Konoha. I have taken these exams 7 times and have gathered information on the competition in these Nin info cards. Would you like any information on your opposition? Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smiled pleasantly and shook his head, but Sasuke queried. I would like information on Gaara of the Sand, Yujito ni, Rock Lee, and Hokage. You even know their names? That will make this easy. Gaara. Yes, 10 B ranks and 30 C ranks. Not even a scratch on him, and has strong ninjutsu. Everybody's eyes widened. Ni Yujito, great taijutsu, powerful ninjutsu, a kunoichi to watch out for. Her mission stats are unknown. Naruto looked at Yujito curiously. The nearby Jinchuriki winked at him. Finally, we have Hokage and Rock Lee both on Team Guy. 33 D rank and 5 C rank missions completed. Rock Lee is a powerful taijutsu specialist, ninjutsu unknown. Hokage is a known prodigy of the Juken style and a strong competitor. Naruto just glanced at them all. They were all quite powerful for genin. He could feel killer intent coming from the team from Sound. Playtime is over. Now it is time for the first round of the Chunin exams, brats. Follow me, came the gruff voice of a burly scar-faced examiner who gave off an air of extreme intimidation. They nervously followed Scarface into a spacious hall full of desks. I am Marino Ibiki. First round will be a written round. You need to answer at least one question to pass, and there will be 9 questions. At the end of the examination, there will also be a 10th question, the rules for which will be defined on the spot. The Genin just stared at him, surprised at the strange rules. There will be observers for this test, and if you are caught more than 5 times, you will be disqualified. Clear? They all nodded. Then let us get started. Naruto stared at their newest proctor, a kunoichi named Mitarashi Anko, who was passing around waivers of death for the Genin to sign. They were to enter the Forest of Death with a scroll and survive there for 3 days. Their objective was to get a scroll, heaven or earth, to complete their set. With both scrolls, they were to head for the tower to complete the test. Great, I get to see what has happened to my forest. The first exam was quite innovative, really. Ibiki had put together a good information gathering test, as the questions were all well above Genin level. He had cleverly planted a few Chunin test takers from whom the Genin were expected to gather information. The ways of gathering information too really surprised him. He, of course, could answer all the questions. They were too simple to him. Sasuke had predictably used Sharingan. The Hyuga, their Byakugan, and Sakura, of course, actually knew the answers to the questions. Gaara, though, had used an innovative trick. He made an eye out of sand to spy on the others. That left him impressed. The Jinchuriki was good. Ibiki had ended their party, though, asking if they were confident enough to take the 10th question. Those who answered the question wrong would never be Chunin, he said. Those who left right then would have a shot next year. To Naruto, it was obvious that it was a test of confidence, so he stayed right where he was. Most of the competitors had stayed too. Ibiki then ended the test abruptly, saying they had all passed. Apparently, the question he had asked just then was the mysterious 10th question, and the remaining had all proved that they were worthy of continuing with their conviction in remaining. Putting off thoughts of the first exam, he glanced at Mitarashi Anko. This kunoichi's chakra felt essentially the same as Kabuto's. That was intriguing. What was the connection between those two? His attention was occupied suddenly by a Kusa kunoichi, who handed Anko back her dagger. Her chakra felt full of malice. What was more, her chakra felt a bit like his own. Just what was such a shinobi doing in the Chunin exams? She easily had Kage-level chakra. No, that was no normal Genin, and she seemed to be shooting unhealthy glances at Sasuke. They would need to be careful with that kunoichi. She was a real danger, unlike these other children. Be careful of that Kusa kunoichi, Sasuke. She seems really strong. Sasuke turned to him and nodded discreetly. Sakura just looked intimidated. All right, brats. It is time for you to begin. Enter the forest through your designated gates, now. Anko yelled. They shot through their designated gates, entering the forest in rapid blurs. Naruto signaled them to stop after about half an hour of traveling. We are deep enough into the forest, and we really need a plan. What do you say we do? Sakura spoke. I say we follow the river. We have a heaven scroll, and we may encounter some team eventually, as they too would naturally gravitate towards the river. We can take the scroll from them easily by ambush, as we have a sensor on our team. An excellent plan, Sasuke said, nodding to Sakura, causing her to blush. Thus they had moved steadily, finding and following the river on its course. Naruto was impressed. His forest had grown quite a bit. The trees seemed to recognize him, and a warm, comforting feeling filled the air as he walked by them. It had been a day since the beginning of the second exam, and Naruto was getting alarmed. He could sense not even a single team on their path, and that was fishy. Naruto turned to his teammates. I find it odd that we have not been attacked at all, and I can sense no one in our vicinity. I don't like this. Sasuke nodded. I too can feel it. Something feels wrong about how easy all this is becoming. Sakura looked worried. Naruto decided to just pause and consider their next move. They were just about out of rations, but still had plenty of water. He decided, we need more rations. You know I can get fruits enough for the journey. Sasuke nodded. But we need to agree on something only the 3 of us know, in case we are impersonated by someone. Naruto just had the perfect thing. We say the name of my most secret technique. What do you say? Sakura agreed. That should work. "All right then, time for me to go," said Naruto and vanished. Naruto reached a clearing not too far away from his teammates and threw around his senses for any eavesdroppers or spies. Nothing. Mokuton, Ringo no Ki no Taito. A good-sized apple tree with luscious apples rose up from the earth, causing Naruto to grin. A well-placed punch later, Naruto was happily collecting dozens of apples that fell on the ground. This would do for the remaining duration of their stay. His Mokuton was truly powerful, be it to heal or to destroy. His senses suddenly perked up. Heading towards him was a good-sized chakra that felt distinctly slimy. It did not feel even remotely human, so it had to be a summons. Naruto put aside his sack and awaited the hostile summons that was about to attack him. Sure enough, he heard something crashing through the trees in front of him. He waited patiently. With a thunderous crash, the summons broke through the trees in front of him and lunged. Naruto avoided easily enough with a well-timed Shunshin no Jutsu. He examined the huge snake in front of him. There were only 2 recorded snake summoners. One was Mitarashi Anko, the crazy proctor, and the second. Oh no. The snake Sannin Orochimaru was here. The only reason he would bother to send a snake against him was to separate him from Sasuke and Sakura. Damn, he knew there was something about that Kusa ninja. Sure enough, he felt Sasuke's absolute fear and Sakura's numbness. He must be attacking them even now. He had to get there and stop the Sannin as soon as possible, but first. Doton, Yomi Numa. A deep swamp formed beneath the snake and swallowed it up easily. He dimly heard Sasuke scream. His anger skyrocketed, and he began radiating his chakra as he ran to Sasuke's aid with a series of Shunshin. What he saw disgusted him. Sakura was paralyzed with fear, and Orochimaru was retracting his elongated neck from Sasuke's, where he had bitten him. Naruto calmed himself and appeared behind Sasuke. Placing the first 2 fingers of his right hand, he felt for Sasuke's chakra. It was corrupted. He could see a seal forming on Sasuke's neck, and it was faintly red in color. He was no seal master even if he was adequately proficient in the sealing arts. Sasuke's ailment required attention and care, neither of which he had now. A makeshift solution had to do for now. Kukukuku. Thus enters a new player. I thought I had you with that snake I had sent, Naruto-kun. Orochimaru said, amused. Naruto paid no attention to the slimy Sannin as he stabilized Sasuke with medical chakra. Orochimaru just watched interestedly, making no move to stop him. Sasuke was breathing a much easier. Now to take care of that troublesome seal. Naruto gathered up his chakra to his fingertips, forming 5 kanji characters for sealing. Orochimaru's eyes widened. No, that would waste all his effort. He gathered his chakra and appeared before Naruto, intending to stop him. But before he could do anything, the sealing was done. Fuinjutsu, Fujahoin. Orochimaru's seal was surrounded by an outpouring of other characters that would contain the snake's corruption for the time being. Orochimaru kicked out too late at Naruto, but Naruto stopped his leg nonchalantly with one hand. He faced the enraged Sannin and tossed him so hard into the tree beside him that it shook. Hello, Orochimaru. Chapter 5. Hello, Orochimaru. Naruto greeted the Sannin flatly. Orochimaru shook himself out of his daze, seeming stunned at being cast aside so easily by a genin. He looked at Naruto with rage contorting his face. He walked slowly towards Naruto, trying to assess him. You are no genin, Uzumaki Naruto. To know the Fujahoin, to defeat my summons so easily and not to mention stopping my kicks so casually, you have much power. Why not join me? Naruto's forest green eyes met Orochimaru's snake-like ones. Thank you for the offer, Orochimaru. But no, I am content here. You, however, attacked my comrade and nearly killed him, so. Naruto appeared in front of Orochimaru and kicked him with tremendous force, sending the Sannin hurtling back into the forest for about a mile, crashing through the trees and foliage. Sakura stared at Naruto disbelievingly, finally out of her mental paralysis. Defeating Zabuza easily was nothing, but matching a Sannin just as easily. Naruto started to leak Mokuton chakra, a faint silver shroud around his body. He turned to Sakura. Sakura, Take Sasuke and get up onto the highest tree here. This fight will be harmful to you if you stay at ground level. Sasuke will wake up any moment now. Sakura couldn't move. This was getting too much for her. I can sense Orochimaru returning. Sakura, move now. Shaken out of her daze, Sakura went on to follow Naruto's instructions and took Sasuke to the highest tree in the vicinity. It was far enough from Naruto that she would be safe from collateral damage, but still near enough to keep him in view. Naruto waited patiently for Orochimaru to show himself. So strong, Orochimaru said, appearing in front of Naruto. The Kusa Kunoichi's face was peeling to reveal his true one. He ripped it off entirely and stood before Naruto as the Snake Sannin. Tell me, Naruto-kun, how is it you have the Shodai Hokage's chakra? Its potency puts even my chakra to shame. Naruto looked at Orochimaru in amusement. It was too much to hope that my kick put you down, wasn't it? You were Hiruzen's prize student after all. Naruto pondered, sampling Orochimaru's chakra deeply. You defiled the grave of the Shodai, didn't you, Orochimaru, you filthy traitor? You took his cells unto yourself thinking to match his strength. Pieces of the forest floor were rising around Orochimaru in the wake of his anger. The Snake Sannin hid his rage well, but Naruto could taste it in the chakra he emanated. You forgot something, Orochimaru. The first true strength was the will of fire. His power was only a tool and not who he was. You wouldn't understand, would you? You slimy traitor. Naruto was letting his cynical side show now, seeing that his words were getting to Orochimaru. A loathsome scowl marred Orochimaru's face. I will obliterate you, Uzumaki Naruto. You have thwarted me for the last time. Naruto smirked, seeing the sheer strength of Orochimaru. Hiruzen at least taught the shinobi arts well to his students. Come, invited Naruto, beckoning Orochimaru. Sakura stared as Naruto goaded Orochimaru. She was so absorbed in the fight unfolding beneath her refuge that she failed to notice Sasuke stirring. Was Naruto so confident in his own strength? Irritating Orochimaru was a sure way to achieve a painful death. He was described as a man with immense power and a huge arsenal of jutsu, who challenged the Yondaime for the post of Hokage. A veteran of the Third War and trained personally by the Sandaime, Orochimaru was feared by all but the Kage and the other S-class shinobi. That was the man Naruto was challenging so casually. Yet looking at his almost excited face, Sakura believed that he could hold his own. That thought sent shivers up her spine. Oh, came Sasuke's groan. He sat up groggily, staring blankly at Sakura. Orochimaru. He stood up immediately, looking around for the Sannin. Sasuke-kun, exclaimed Sakura, glad that he was awake. Where's Naruto? Questioned Sasuke urgently. However strong Naruto was, he would never be able to stand up to Orochimaru. Sakura got an odd look on her face and pointed at a spot below them. Sasuke walked to the edge of the massive branch. What he saw would redefine his conception of Naruto forever. The boy he had so callously written of Dobe stood opposite Orochimaru calmly, silver chakra leaking off him faintly, on the verge of combat. The ground around the two of them was cracking up under the pressure of the chakra being released, and that awed him. He was no censor, and he could still feel the enormity of their power as high up as he was. If he got close, he imagined he would faint from the overload. He felt no jealousy towards Naruto. Instead, he just felt awe, pride, and overpowering concern for the safety of his teammate. Together, he and Sakura watched closely as Naruto and Orochimaru finished gathering their chakras. Come. Orochimaru shot towards Naruto with blinding speed, going directly at his vital points. Naruto blocked calmly and countered with his own strike, which was also blocked. The two opponents glanced at each other and acted simultaneously, beginning their battle in earnest. The lethal snake taijutsu of Orochimaru was matched strike for strike by the nature fist of the Shodai Hokage. Everywhere they met, gusts of wind blew off and the ground exploded. Naruto was drawing strength from the abundant nature chakra pervading the forest and kept on increasing the power of his strikes. His blows were getting heavier and heavier. Orochimaru could hardly believe he was fighting a genin. The strength of his blows was unbelievable. Naruto was enjoying himself thoroughly, The Sannin was truly a snake through and through. He spoke like one, acted like one, and was as lethal as one. Naruto dodged one of Orochimaru's kicks, and it impacted the tree behind him, barreling through its trunk and cutting into half. Naruto grinned. Orochimaru was very strong, strong enough that he would challenge him considerably at his current chakra capacity. Of course, if the Sannin had fought Senju Hashirama at full strength, he would be crushed in an instant. He appeared in front of Orochimaru and aimed a kick saturated with his chakra at his head. Orochimaru blocked it, but was blown back through another mile of trees at the sheer strength of the blow. The Sannin looked livid when he confronted Naruto again, looking worse for the wear. Sanai Jashu. Massive snakes shot out from Orochimaru's hands and flew directly at Naruto's throat. Naruto held out his hands in the serpent seal. Doton, Chikyu no Agama. Two massive sides of earth rose on either side of the approaching serpents and fell, skewering them into halves. Orochimaru was already going through a sequence of hand seals. Naruto could feel a massive amount of Futon chakra gathering. Futon, de Tapa. A massive blast of air ripped towards Naruto, destroying trees and ground alike. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. Naruto went underground and appeared behind Orochimaru with a shower of earth. The Sannin reacted instantly, forming seals rapidly. Naruto did not need a sequence of hand seals, though. He needed just one. Doton, Haritsuke no Seppuku. An extremely sharp spike of earth blasted from the earth near Naruto's feet and sunk into Orochimaru's chest. Its impact was so great that Orochimaru was sent flying back, and the sharp end of the spike sticking out of his back crashed into a tree, effectively nailing the Sannin. Orochimaru opened his mouth, spitting himself out, shedding his skin like the snake he was. He looked at Naruto with a lopsided grin. "It's been fun, Naruto-kun, but I cannot play any longer. You are too strong to be left alive." Naruto faced Orochimaru impassively, feeling the massive spike in the Sannin's chakra. It was of no element, but it felt somewhat ethereal. Yes, that was the best word. Mandarin no Jin. Orochimaru's mouth opened disgustingly wide, and out came a multitude of snakes. Thousands upon thousands of the white reptiles rushed rapidly towards Naruto, piling up to 30 feet and spanning a great width. Naruto was staring, amazed at the magnificence of the jutsu. He had never seen its like, even as Hashirama. Out of the mouth of every one of the tens of thousands of snakes rushing towards him came out a sword he recognized well. The sword of Kusanagi, dripping with poison. This was a very powerful technique, and he could not counter it with Doton or Suiton. The thousands of Kusanagi would just rip through. He could not reveal Mokuton, yet though he could easily stop the snakes with that, Kusanagi or not. Which left? The air around Naruto turned blinding silver for half a mile in all directions, chakra pouring out of every one of his tenketsu in a torrent. He raised his palms, routing all his chakra into them. Orochimaru looked stunned by the magnitude of the chakra Naruto was releasing. The multitude of snakes was almost upon him, the heap growing all the time. Naruto breathed deeply and slammed his glowing palms into the ground. A massive semicircular shockwave erupted from Naruto's position, blowing each and every one of the snakes to pieces. The forest was destroyed as utterly as Orochimaru's 10,000 shockwave reached the Sannin and hurled him far away for the third time. Naruto looked around at the devastation he had caused sadly, never liking to see the destruction of trees, let alone those created by himself. He immersed himself in his senses and sighed in relief as he felt Orochimaru fleeing rapidly towards the east boundary of the forest. That battle had pushed him a little. He sensed Sasuke and Sakura tremulously approaching him from behind. "You can come out now, Sakura and Sasuke." The duo slowly walked towards him, not believing the sheer destruction unleashed during the battle. They had never seen a fight like that before and never understood the meaning of a Kage-level fight as they did now. "You are so powerful, Naruto. You actually drove Orochimaru back," Sakura said in absolute wonderment. "Good fight, dope," Sasuke said, unable to think up any more praise for his rival. How stupid, he thought to himself. Naruto was too far ahead of him to be considered his rival. Gaha. Naruto laughed happily. Thanks, team. Did you actually compliment me? I think I did. Don't get too used to it, though. Sasuke said, smirking. Naruto was his rival, all right. No matter how powerful he got. Sakura just smiled at her teammates. I have one last thing to do, Naruto said, sensing all around them for around 5 miles. No one. He assumed all teams were driven away by the scale of his and Orochimaru's fight. All teams had something resembling a sensor on their team. After all, they would have certainly given wide berth to a Kaga-level fight. That suited him just fine. He looked at the devastation caused by his final attack and the absence of trees, and gathered his chakra. Mokuton Haijutsu, Mori no Taito. The massive semicircular area of the forest that was divested of trees for at least a mile rumbled. Small saplings rose up everywhere in the huge barren area slowly, and with a great rush shot up to become massive trees that repopulate the empty area. Sasuke and Sakura looked open-mouthed at their teammate, who had just created about a square mile of forest. Naruto just kept stunning them regularly. Naruto looked at them amusedly. We need to leave the area now. I can sense multiple chakras approaching us, and Sasuke still needs my healing. They nodded and shot off as one. Yujito, Samui, and Omoi had just finished off a team of Kiri and were collecting their Earth Scroll. The nearby Jinchuriki felt an explosion of extremely dense chakra a good distance to their west. It felt familiar. There was also another very strong chakra that felt just evil. Naruto and someone who was no genin were engaged in combat. The ground shook violently for a few moments and then stopped. What was her fellow Jinchuriki doing? To feel the tremors of his jutsu this far, that should be a very powerful technique. Omoi and Samui were prodding her quizzically. Yujito, could you sense whoever caused that tremor? Yes, that was the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Naruto. The chakra did not feel like any element, though. So he used the Kyuubi's chakra? No, it was his own. Not cool. Not many people have the capacity or control to do such a thing with just pure chakra. Omoi in the meantime was into his own apocalyptic thoughts and was being ignored by the blondes. Kitten, that boy is no genin. Be wary of him, very wary. He seems to exude a chakra that can calm or even suppress me if need be. Yujito gave a mental nod to her bijou. Suddenly, she felt a release of unfamiliar chakra from Naruto. It felt like life? What chakra could actually create life? She was suddenly pulled into her mindscape by the nearby. She stood in a lush grass plain, confronting the Hellcat. What? Yujito, Naruto either has the Mokuton or the Rinnegan. What? There is no other explanation. That is how he suppressed Kurama so well, and seems to have the power to suppress me. Only 2 known techniques can create life. One is the Mokuton, and the other is a Rinnegan technique called Banbutsu Sozo, the creation of all things. Both possibilities are extremely disturbing. Yujito was extremely stunned. Naruto most probably had one of 2 mythical bloodlines. The Rinnegan was the Rikudo Sennin's Dijitsu. The power he wielded with those eyes was said to be unfathomable, beyond human comprehension. The Mokuton was documented a little more. Senju Hashirama's strength with that bloodline was so great that he was compared to the Rikudo Sennin sometimes, taming 9 bijou like it was nothing. Both possibilities were extremely frightening for the elemental countries. A second coming of either of the 2 legendary figures would tip the scales. No, completely destroy the scales. Asama had to be informed immediately. She turned to Omoi and Samui. We need to get to the tower at the earliest. No wasting time. I have something extremely important to convey to Reikage-sama. Her teammates seemed to recognize her seriousness and nodded. Gathering their chakra, they shot off rapidly towards the tower. Naruto had just finished patching up Sasuke. The trio had taken shelter in a clearing some distance from the previous fight. Sasuke could not believe that Naruto was so skilled a medic. How many talents did the blonde have? He felt so much better, now? Naruto sighed in satisfaction as he sensed Sasuke's chakra flowing calmly with no fluctuation. His teammate was as good as new. What is that seal you used on Sasuke-kun, Naruto? Naruto pondered for a moment. It is called an evil suppression seal. It is an advanced seal that can contain malicious influences, that is, until the user's will holds. So Sasuke team, you must never give in to the instincts that may be spawned in you by Orochimaru's seal, understand? Sasuke nodded briefly. Sakura glanced at Naruto. We still have need for an Earth Scroll, don't we? We cannot complete the exam without the Earth Scroll. Naruto grinned. We don't have to worry about that, Sakura-chan. It seems we have company, he said, sensing the approach of the Sound Ninja. The foliage parted to reveal 3 figures sporting the Odo headband. The bandaged ninja of the team came to stand in front of Naruto. We are here for Uchiha Sasuke. Leave him to us, and your lives will be spared. We will even give you our Earth Scroll. Naruto looked amused, as did Sasuke. Sorry, no deal. Leave us your Earth Scroll, and maybe we will spare you, said Naruto. The one next to the bandaged nin yelled, Dosu, let us just kill these brats and get it over with. Die Sasuke. Zenkoham. A funnel of air rippled from his arm and shot towards Sasuke, who disappeared. Naruto stared, intrigued. It seemed Sasuke's skill with the Shunshin had improved drastically. The team certainly knew how to use that Sharingan of his. The trigger-happy sound Shinobi now laid face first in the dirt, Sasuke standing over him. Dosu shook his head. Zaku, you should have waited. Kin, take the pink-haired girl. I will take the blonde. Zaku, do not underestimate the Uchiha. Naruto was getting tired of these games. He just wanted to get the Earth Scroll and discuss the Orochimaru issue with Sarutobi. He needed to knock these children out fast. Sasuke, Sakura, stand back. Sasuke, you are still not rested fully. Sakura, you would take too much time to defeat that girl. Leave it to me. Not waiting for their responses, he just appeared in front of Zaku and knocked him out with a strong palm to the chest, sending him flying. Before the girl could react, she was incapacitated by a chop to her next vital point. Dosu pointed his arm towards Naruto for some kind of technique, but was just too slow. Naruto buried Dosu to his neck with a simple headhunter technique and rendered him unconscious with a simple finger strike. Sasuke and Sakura no longer looked stunned, having expected something like this from the blonde. No need for powerful jutsu when simple techniques can do the job easily. Naruto went to the one called Dosu and searched him for an Earth Scroll. They were in luck. Grabbing the Scroll of Earth, Team 7 headed straight towards the tower. The tower in the Forest of the Dead. Naruto knocked on the Hokage's room absently. They had reached the tower with no problems, unless one took into account the Jinjutsu used to misdirect the participants. Sasuke had seen through that one easily with his Sharingan. They had then opened both their scrolls, causing Iruka to appear and congratulate them on their victory. Naruto had then sent through Iruka a missive to Hiruzen regarding his fight with Orochimaru. He was asked to attend a meeting of the Jounin immediately. Sasuke and Sakura went to rest before the next round occurred. Thus, he entered the Hokage's office, noting the multiple Jounin present. Come in, Naruto, and stop trying to peep at Kurenai's posterior Jiraiya. Naruto turned to see a tall and well-built white-haired man straighten quickly from his stealthy position behind the beautiful Kurenai. Sorry. He giggled perversely, his eyes round from what had obviously been an excellent peek. Naruto stared at the man with interest. His godfather by all accounts. He had no idea that the Gamasenin was a pervert on this scale. The Toad Sage had taught Minato, his father. That practically made him family. We have gathered to listen to Naruto's disturbing account of his encounter in the Chunin exam's second round. Tell us, Naruto. Naruto nodded, surveying all the Jounin present. Anko, Asuma, Kurenai, his sensei Kakashi, Gunma, Aoba, Hate, and some others he did not know. They were all either elite Jounin or undercover ENBU, all of them with strong chakra and exceptional records. He could proceed with his briefing without fear of a leak, as he felt no questionable emotions from the powerful ninja in the room. We were following the river in the forest so we could encounter some team and grab their scroll. We encountered no one, and I got suspicious. Anyway, I went to gather food when I sensed that Sasuke and Sakura were in distress. I rushed back and saw a snake-like man finish biting Sasuke. Jiraiya scowled. It was Orochimaru, wasn't it? Yes. The room erupted. The Jounin were all clamoring at the fact that mere Genin had to face an S-class criminal. Only Kakashi and the third looked cool. Naruto would never lose to somebody like Orochimaru. Jiraiya looked at all their reactions interestedly, noting the calm of Kakashi and the third. Those two knew something. Quiet. The Sandaime roared, causing the Jounin to calm down, though they all looked agitated still. Thank you. Now Naruto, proceed with your story. Naruto nodded. I healed Sasuke and saw the seal on his neck. What is it with that seal, by the way? Enko stepped forward. Is Uchiha Sasuke dead? It is very rare that someone who receives that seal survives. Naruto looked amused. No, he isn't, crazy snake lady. I was getting to that. You have that seal as well, don't you? I can feel its evil in your neck. Enko nodded in a subdued manner. The third cleared his throat, causing attention to center on Naruto again. As I was saying, I saw Sasuke writhing in pain from that seal, and I suppressed it with my own seal. The third hardly looked surprised. The Jounin were still whispering at the revelation of Naruto's prowess, while Jiraiya looked interested. Which seal did you use, Gaki? He asked. Figures. It made sense that the son of the Red Death and his beloved pupil, Minato, would be this strong. He already felt proud of the young boy he thought of as a grandson, even though he did not let it show. The evil suppression seal. It is only a makeshift solution, though, and will only last as long as Sasuke's will to fight does. Anyway, Orochimaru was incensed by my actions, and we fought. After a good taijutsu battle, we fought with ninjutsu. I literally nailed him with an earth spike, after which he got angry. Everyone wore disbelieving faces. A Genin keeping up with Orochimaru? He spat out about 10,000 of white snakes at me. Oh, and he had the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Each and every snake had Kusanagi jutting out of its mouth, aimed at me dash. Jiraiya interrupted. That was Orochimaru's Mandarin no Jin. When he used it on me, there were about 1,000,000 of those things. What did you do? Naruto looked annoyed by all these interruptions. I was getting to that, Ero Sennin. Jiraiya looked indignant. Do not bastardize my sacred name, Gaki. Asuma looked a little irritated. If you don't mind, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya looked sheepish. Right. Thank you. Now, with those snakes piling up on me, I had no choice but to blow them to pieces. I assume you all felt the tremor. The Jounin all nodded, wide-eyed. How? Asked Jiraiya, intrigued and hiding his amazement well. His former teammate must be losing his touch. I have enormous chakra, and my control is good. I can release a concentrated explosion of my chakra, if necessary, causing great damage. Just like Tsunade, muttered in amazed Jiraiya. Naruto himself was proud of his granddaughter. Apparently, the mischievous little girl had taken after him at least a bit. Then Orochimaru left. I think he was surprised, more than anything. He came to test us more than anything, I think, and did not expect me to be so strong. We need to be cautious. Why was Orochimaru here, of all places? He directed the question to Jiraiya. Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen, who nodded. He faced the Jounin and said in his resonant voice, he is after Uchiha Sasuke's Sharingan. He had this mad delusion of learning all of the jutsu in the world and thinks Sharingan will accelerate his plans. The third side. He never understood Orochimaru, even as a little boy. He was too alien. The Sandaime cleared his throat again. Orochimaru has something bigger going on. Jiraiya has brought me word of my errant former students' frequent visits to Suna. That and the fact that Suna has sent their clearly unstable Jinchuriki to Konoha lead me to believe that Konoha might not be safe in the next few months. The Sandaime looked at Naruto. We have determined that Kabuto Yakushi is a spy for Orochimaru, his right hand even. He is quite strong. To keep track of him, we will need you to track and spy on him, Naruto. But the exams. Your actions in the Forest of Death lead me to believe that you are already Chunin material. I hope all of you agree. Hiruzen asked, looking around at the Jounin. They nodded as one. Any Genin who stopped Orochimaru and brought his teammates back alive was a worthy Chunin, no doubt about that. Then it is decided. Naruto, henceforth you are a Chunin and will undertake your mission immediately. The rest of you, watch out for your genin. And Naruto, you will have to forfeit in the coming round as you are already a chunin. They all nodded. Naruto and Jiraiya, please stay. The rest of you can continue. Naruto looked at Hiruzen. That was a good thing you did, Hiruzen. I would hate to be matched up against the children. It would be fairer to put them against Erosen here. Jiraiya looked intrigued and irritated. Are you saying you are stronger than me? You may have fought the Hibi team to a stalemate, Gaki, but I am not called the strongest Sannin for nothing. The third looked at Jiraiya. Naruto here is extremely strong for a reason, Jiraiya. He will not tell you without the proper precaution. And I will not tell you right now, Erosenin. You must wait for Kushina-san to return, and I will tell the two of you together. Jiraiya nodded reluctantly. You have the right to your secrets after being independent for so long, Naruto. I won't press you when I have no right. Naruto nodded gratefully. Thank you. And I hold no resentment for you, Erosenin. The old man told me of the circumstances. I look forward to knowing you. Jiraiya looked emotional. Me too, Naruto, me too. The Sandaime looked at them both. Let us discuss the espionage of Kabuto, you two. They nodded and began. The preliminaries. Are there any who wish to forfeit the exams by leaving at this stage? Kabuto came forward. I, Yakushi Kabuto, wish to quit these exams, as I have little chakra at the moment and am liable to make a mistake. Granted, you may leave, Kabuto. Kabuto nodded and walked out of the arena leisurely. Is there anyone else? I, Uzumaki Naruto, wish to quit. Personal reasons. The Sandaime nodded with a hint of a grin. You may leave, Naruto. Sasuke looked pissed, as did Sakura. They still did not like Naruto quitting. He had not told them why, except that the Hokage had requested it. Waving to his outraged teammates and stunned fellow rookies, Naruto began his mission of investigating Kabuto. Greetings, Orochimaru-sama. Orochimaru appeared out of thin air in front of Kabuto. Hello, Kabuto. Your information seems inaccurate. With leashed anger. What do you mean, Orochimaru-sama? Your useless cards. They told me Uzumaki Naruto was nothing but a dead last. Imagine my surprise when said dead last nullified my cursed seal, matched my taijutsu, wounded me, and above all, destroyed Mandarin no Jin. Kabuto was open-mouthed with surprise, and sweating as Orochimaru's massive killing intent filled the air. I had no idea, Orochimaru-sama. You can't have been serious while fighting a genin. Orochimaru's killing intent receded, the snake Sannin calming down considerably. True indeed, but I could tell that he was holding back too, and I don't know by how much. I don't like the direction the invasion is going. We may need more reinforcements, and I will change our plans. Kabuto nodded. How is the Ito Tensei coming along, Orochimaru-sama? Orochimaru looked slightly frustrated. The same. Hashirama cannot be resurrected. I have no idea why. But I have a backup, Kabuto. Sensei won't know what hit him. Don't fail me again, Kabuto. I don't like unknowns. Kabuto nodded. Go now. I have a grave to rob. Naruto opened his eyes, having heard everything through his concealed wood clone. So, Orochimaru was indeed planning an invasion of Konoha and planned to assassinate Hiruzen. What really surprised him was the Sannin's audacity. Orochimaru actually used Tobirama's jutsu to resurrect Hashirama, in other words, himself? The idiot. He had no idea of the ramifications of that technique. Of course, Edo Tensei would not work. The aspect of his soul as Hashirama had left the pure world. He could resurrect Tobirama, though. This could not be allowed. The dead were meant to be left in peace. He would hate to see Tobirama as a puppet of some upstart. This needed further consideration. Anyway, he had to go see what had happened in the preliminaries and then report to Hiruzen. It was Jiraiya's turn to watch Kabuto anyway. 10 days later, Naruto watched as Sasuke was being trained by Kakashi to up his speed. The young Uchiha had certainly taken well to the art of using Shunshin and had gained the second tomo of his Sharingan during the fight with Orochimaru. Sasuke's proficiency with Shunshin was growing at unprecedented levels, and he was using it quite creatively. He had apparently made quite the impression back at the preliminaries, moving so fast that his opponent could hardly see him, let alone touch him. Sasuke had apparently defeated him with speed and Jinjutsu alone, not laying a single hand on his opponent. Sasuke was being called the second coming of the other great prodigy of the Uchiha, Shunshin no Shursui. The disadvantage with Shunshin was that one could not unleash ninjutsu instantaneously after using it, as the regathering of chakra took time. He himself had only eliminated that problem partly. Sakura had tied with Ino, leading to both of them getting eliminated. Shikamaru had beaten his opponent, as had Shino. Chuji was eliminated along with Kiba. Intriguingly, the sound ninja he had beaten in the forest were nowhere to be seen. Jiraiya came to stand alongside him. "Hey, Gaki, how are you doing?" "I finished my training just now, Ero Sennin. I am watching Sasuke do his. Is your shift already over?" Jiraiya nodded. "Yeah, it is Hiate's turn to watch him now." Naruto nodded. "Any particular reason you are here?" "Yes, Naruto. Sensei told me to tell you. Kushina arrived one day ahead of schedule for some reason. She should in Sensei's office by now." Naruto's heart skipped a beat. His mother was here now? His face must have showed his agitation, for Jiraiya consoled him. "She is your mother after all, Gaki. Just be yourself. Sensei has summoned me, Kakashi, you and Kushina for a meeting. Let me go get Kakashi, and we will all go together." Naruto nodded mutely, unable to calm himself. Even all his years as Hashirama did not prepare him for something like this. He watched as Jiraiya spoke to Kakashi. Sasuke had left for his home. His father's teacher and student approached him and laid a hand on his shoulder each. "You will be fine, Naruto," said Kakashi compassionately. They set off towards a meeting that was long overdue. Mother and son would be reunited at last. Kabuto had sensed the Jounin who was tailing him for some time. How long had Konoha kept tabs on him? He had to eliminate this threat to the plan immediately. He set off towards an alley, in the direction of the Tsunejounin, Baki. The man tailing him was obviously not very good at it. He was clumsy and gave away too many openings. Kill him, or just feed him false information. Kabuto weighed both choices in his mind and decided. It had to be done for the plan to succeed. Readying his chakra scalpels discreetly, he set off again. Konoha would be ashes come the finals. The Hokage's office. Naruto stood in front of the Hokage's office, Jiraiya and Kakashi standing tall beside him. He knocked with trepidation. The door opened slowly, and Naruto entered. Standing next to Hiruzen was a fairly tall woman with long red hair that reached down to her waist. She wore the traditional ENBU uniform, with two katanas strapped to her back in an X. He drank in the sight of his mother, who had returned to him after all these years like a parched man drank water. A sensing of her chakra set off a feeling of pride in him. She was very strong, with a powerful fire affinity and a stunning affinity to water. The emotions he felt from her were strong, so strong that it amplified his own, bringing unbidden tears to his eyes. Regret deeper than the deepest ocean, guilt raging like fire, and above all pride in him. A lone tear rolled down his cheek. Dimly, he noticed Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Hiruzen smile brightly at the sight before vanishing to presumably give them privacy. Kushina too seemed stunned with the Naruto she was now seeing. The last report she had gotten from her ENBU contacts had shown her son to be a little shrimp who was basically a loser. Not this young man, too tall for a 13-year-old genin. With his shoulder-length blonde hair and well-toned body, he could well be Minato in his youth. She stopped examining him and stared at his face. The face of the son she had essentially abandoned for his safety. The first thing that struck her was his eyes. Her son had innocent blue eyes that were sad and hopeful at the same time. Not forest green eyes that gave off the wisdom of a lifetime and shone with power unrestrained. The eyes were the windows to the soul. And the boy she was seeing through his eyes was no Genin, Shunin, Jounin, or even a Kage. He seemed to be more, much more. An incarnation of mercy and hope, forgiveness and compassion. She could stand the silence no longer. "Naruto?" Naruto nodded tremulously. All his certainty as Hashirama left him standing as a little boy who ached for his mother. He saw her approach him as if it were a dream. She slowly came to him and caressed his face with trembling hands. I am sorry, Naruto. So sorry for all the pain you must have felt without me to love you. I only left for your safety. Kushina was now openly crying, her face showing her extreme anguish and self-loathing. Naruto, too, was shedding tears at this long-awaited moment finally arriving. It is all right, Ka-san. Kushina flung herself at Naruto, hugging him tightly. The two remaining Namikes were together again, the loss of their separation and love and hope at their reunion flowing through their veins like cleansing fire. Naruto smiled to himself softly, hugging Kushina tightly to himself. It would be all right. Naruto had, with some assistance from Kakashi and Hiruzen, told his mother of his life after she left him. How he was thrown out of the orphanage and had fended for himself at the age of 6 in the cold streets and beaten almost to death regularly. How he was given an apartment for himself and lived there alone, loveless and scorned by all. His academy years. Now, it was time for the final secret, his true identity. He looked at Jiraiya and Kushina, assessing them. Kushina was not raging, as Naruto had expected her to be. She had an expression of uttermost self-loathing upon her face as she visualized the sufferings her child had gone through. The village should burn in hell for its ignorance. No mother should ever have to leave her child to suffer like this. Minato, he had faith in Konoha. Like the trusting idealist he was, he had turned her little bundle of joy into a Jinchuriki, knowing full well the hatred it brought. She still loved him, though. How could she hate him when she, still alive, had left her son to suffer? That would make her a hypocrite. Naruto looked at her almost as if he had read her mind. Do not hate the village for my suffering, Ka-san. It was born of ignorance, and I pity them for it. Jiraiya looked at him in amazement, Kakashi and Hiruzen in pride. Kushina was incredulous. How can you not hate them, Sochi? Naruto turned to Hiruzen. Hiruzen, it is time. Kushina looked quizzically at Kakashi. Naruto walked to Mito's seal again and activated it again. Jiraiya and Kushina looked on stunned. What was that seal? Kushina asked her son, awed by the chakra he had emanated. Naruto explained the seal to her and Jiraiya, causing them to sit in wonder of Mito's prowess. Kakashi and Hiruzen just looked on in anticipation. Ka-san, Ero-senin, it is time for me to reveal my secret to you. You are both seal masters and can understand better than most. Kushina and Jiraiya listened attentively. The sealing of the Kyuubi changed me, Ka-san. It awoke in me something that should be impossible. Here he lifted up his black shirt, showing the room the changed dead demon seal on his stomach. Kushina and Jiraiya looked at the seal with curiosity. The two had a look of slight comprehension upon their faces. It awoke in you a new personality, did it not, Sochi? I can deduce that much from the change in the seal. Naruto nodded appreciatively. It caused me to remember my previous life in this world and become both my old self and current one at the same time. Kushina looked distressed. As parents, they had not done right by their son. He had to undergo too many things that should not be experienced by any child. Do not be distressed, Ka-san. It is my old life that led me to become what I am now, to find peace. Kushina and Jiraiya looked at Naruto with anxiety. This could very well be harmful and was extremely unexpected. Naruto clasped his hands in the ram seal, flaring his chakra. Is that nature chakra? Jiraiya asked in amazement. Only in major part, replied Naruto. His chakra always had a high concentration of nature chakra mixed in it. They had called it Mokuton chakra. Kushina was amazed and at her son's chakra. He was unleashing enormous amounts and didn't even breathe hard. She watched as he molded chakra. Mokuton, Budo no Hiragari. Impossibly, vines started spreading and flowers bloomed upon them, covering the space of the entire office. Hiruzen looked stunned at seeing his sensei use Mokuton again. Kakashi looked awed. He would never get over Hashirama-sama using Mokuton in front of him. Naruto looked at Kushina and Jiraiya, who looked at the spectacle in amazement. He felt a sense of déjà vu, having done this to Kakashi before. I was N.M. Senju Hashirama, the Shodai Hokage of Konohagakure. Chapter 6. Jiraiya just stood there, frozen. Kushina was staring at her son, her mouth opening and closing with no words coming out. Jiraiya was the first to react. Of all the lives you had to live before this one, it had to be him. This is great, he said enthusiastically with a thumbs-up sign. Naruto grinned at the man's response. Jiraiya reminded him of how he used to be as Hashirama, how he still was, to a large extent. He and his godfather would reconcile just fine. Because of my study of seals, I know you are still my son, Naruto. The unexpected keeps happening to the Namikaze family. Having the reborn Hashirama as a son, Minato would be so proud. I am too. So proud, Kushina said wonderingly, still unable to believe. She shook her head, still trying to accept Naruto and Hashirama being one. Her little boy was the rebirth of the most revered ninja since the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto sent a sly glance towards Kakashi. You reacted better than Kakashi-sensei, Ka-san, and Ero-senin. He only fainted. Kakashi managed to look indignant even with his mask on. Jiraiya and Kushina were snorting with laughter, imagining Sharingan no Kakashi fainting like an Academy fangirl. I'll get you for this, Naruto, threatened Kakashi. Kushina then looked at Hiruzen and Kakashi. I hate asking this, but all this seems too surreal to me, Hokage-sama. Do you believe Naruto? Hiruzen nodded without hesitation. He is Hashirama-sama reborn, without a doubt. That seal there was attuned more to soul than to chakra, and only Hashirama-sama could use it. There is no doubt. Kushina nodded, trying to comprehend the implications and her own chaotic feelings. It was not every parent who learned that their son had such a truly beautiful soul. Also, to convince me, he raised a massive wooden bridge from Nami to the mainland with just a single-hand seal. Only Shodai-sama could ever use Mokuton with such skill and power. No genin, however talented, could do that. It is acquired through decades of experience only, said Kakashi. Kushina was stunned. She had no choice but to believe her son after what Kakashi and Hiruzen said. She stared at Naruto with mixed emotions on her face. Love for her son and reverence for his greatness. Minato's idiotic mistake had awakened a legend. Would you prefer Naruto or Hashirama when we are alone, Naruto? She asked. Call me Naruto, Ka-san. I am still your son, even if I was Hashirama back then. Kushina nodded, looking relieved. It would take her a long time to get used to the reality of Senju Hashirama being born as her son. She would adapt for her son's sake. The Sandaime looked at all of them. I called all of you here primarily to discuss the matter of Orochimaru. Jiraiya, Naruto, you have to stop tailing Kabuto from here on. Our Jounin Gecko Hate, who was tailing him yesterday, has been killed. Naruto had a sad look on his face, as did Jiraiya and Kakashi. Hayate's death was a great loss to the Jounin, as he was very talented at Kenjutsu. Jiraiya looked at Hiruzen. I assume you called me and Naruto to brief Kushina and Kakashi of our findings, sensei. In part, Jiraiya. Kakashi and Kushina are informed of the essentials of Orochimaru's involvement. They need more specifics. We also need to discuss how we are to meet Orochimaru's invasion with the limited information we have. Jiraiya nodded and turned to Kushina and Kakashi. Naruto here discovered that Orochimaru was planning to use the Edo Tensei to resurrect Hashirama and Tobirama and use them to kill Sensei. He was unable to resurrect Hashirama and has found a replacement for him. Kushina was first outraged that Naruto was being sent on such high-level missions at such a young age, but she remembered just who he was. He would be in no danger even if discovered. It would be hard indeed for her to curb her protective instinct as a mother, that too after seeing her son a decade later. Naruto took up the narrative. We know for certain that he will be using 2 Edo Tensei summons, and one of them will be my brother, Tobirama. It will be easy to subdue Tobirama because Orochimaru would not dare bring him back at full strength. Our only worry is the unknown summons. The Sandaime now interjected. We also know that Orochimaru is going to invade with a considerable force of Odo ninja. He will want to kill me personally, so I assume he will be present at the stadium in a disguise. We are still unable to find out what. Kakashi asked, how do we respond then, Hokage-sama? First, we cannot let anyone except the elite Jounin know of this. I have the opportunity to finish off Orochimaru once and for all, and I will take it no matter what. Orochimaru will call off the invasion if he smells too much wariness on our part. We should lay a careful trap. Jiraiya then spoke. We will have 3 teams composed entirely of A and BU, each lead by one of us. Kakashi will lead a team to respond to threats within the stadium. Kushina and I will lead teams to guard Konoha from without. The Jounin will be able to guard the village itself once the invasion happens, under Kakashi's guidance. What will Naruto be doing? Asked a worried Kushina, observing her son who looked calm and solemn. Hiruzen will be there at the stadium to deal with Orochimaru once and for all, and I will be there with him to subdue Tobirama and the unknown summons. I could always beat my brother in a fight, even at his full strength. Naruto said. What of the evacuation of the children of the academy? Kakashi asked Hiruzen. We will send Jounin and Jinin to oversee their evacuation. The Sandaime looked at them all. There is one last matter. Naruto, your true lineage will be announced after this whole affair is done with. Until then, please keep it under wraps as the Hokage will be visiting. He will be unsettled enough with the Red Death's presence, but knowing that her and Minato's son is still alive will be a matter of alarm for him and the nations. I know politics, Hiruzen. Did you forget who taught you its fundamentals when you were little? Asked Naruto in an amused voice. The Sandaime looked sheepish. Right, sorry sensei. Just making sure. Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Kushina stared, amazed at this interaction. They forgot easily that Naruto used to be Hiruzen's sensei in another lifetime. I need to release the seal, Hiruzen. I am starting to feel the drain, said Naruto and released it at the nods of assent. When the room jerked back to normal, Naruto spoke to Kushina. Where will you be staying, Kasan? Will you go to the Namake's house you and Tusin stayed in? Kushina looked regretful. That place holds too many memories for me, Naruto. I will find someplace else. You can stay with me, Kasan. Kushina looked uncertain. She wanted to stay with him. How she wanted to. But how would he feel if his mother, who left him for so long, for whatever reason, was back in his life so suddenly? You don't want to? Naruto asked, looking vulnerable. Kushina cursed herself. It is not that, Naruto-kun. I would love to stay with you, but I do not wish to impose. Naruto looked happier. There is no question of imposition within family, Ka-san. They left for his apartment, a couple of blurs flashing through the air. Naruto's apartment. So this is your apartment, Naruto? Yes, Ka-san, do you like it? Kushina mused to herself as she stared at the rather untidy apartment. It could use some tidying up. Boys all the same. Minato was just like you, you know. He used to Hiration all over his apartment to tidy up before our date there, she said wistfully, remembering her beloved husband. She looked at Naruto quickly and asked him the one question eating at her. Naruto, do you truly forgive me for my absence, or was it something you just said? Tell me the truth, please, son. I can handle it. Tell me the truth about what you feel about me and my actions. Naruto sighed. Look, Ka-san. I have lived my life as Hashirama with little of motherly love. I have been denied that for the entire duration of my life as Naruto. I have no idea how to accept a mother's love. Kushina was near tears. She would never forgive herself for depriving him of her love as a child, no matter how good her reasons. Excuses and ironclad reasons just became dust for a mother when faced with her child's anguish. The best I had as Naruto was the old man. But you forget something. I may be a child in body, but I was the one who ended the age of warring clans and built Konoha. I am Senju Hashirama, and I have learned the misery and happiness of life a long time ago. I know all too well to keep family close and to forgive them. Kushina looked at her son with wonder blossoming again in her heart. This was Senju Hashirama speaking, the greatest ninja himself, reborn as her son. Naruto did not notice his mother's fluctuating emotions and continued speaking of feelings long buried. Even if I had no one during this childhood, I had family as Hashirama. Those memories let me lose much of my resentment for you. I may look young, but I am old. Naruto was now feeling the full import of his 2 lives. Kushina was just staring at her son. He was extraordinary beyond measure. She did not dare interrupt his thoughts as he seemed to be pouring his real feelings out. I know exactly how you are feeling, Ka-san. I was a father too, and I can imagine how it would feel if my children were to resent me in these circumstances. So, that is why it is easy for me to forgive you. I have the perspective of a father. Naruto said to her sincerely, taking her hand. Kushina nodded tremulously. There was no other word for to describe her son. Naruto was extraordinary, a gift to soothe this hate-filled world. He was precious. She would be there for him and help him with his dreams and goals, however lofty they may be. She promised herself as his mother. They stayed up late into the night, exchanging the details of their lives, getting to know each other. Naruto had someone he could truly call his family, besides his granddaughter Tsunade. He had a mother for the first time in 2 lives, and he was happy. The trees of Konoha seemed to shine benevolently, and flowers began to bloom in the village. "The flowers are blooming," said Jiraiya, while adjusting the anti-intruder ceiling array. The Sandaime and Kakashi looked at the trees in the park, and they seemed healthier. Jiraiya was right. The withering flowers of the park bloomed. "Naruto," whispered the third, recognition on his face. Kakashi looked at him questioningly. "He is happy. It always happened during my childhood. When I learned the first Doton Jutsu he taught me, the Earth Wall, he was so happy that Konoha looked like Kami's garden for a month or so," said Hiruzen, the memories of his childhood lighting up his old face. Jiraiya and Kakashi listened to the story like little kids listened to Irika at the academy. Harsh winters make the village desolate and shorn of its beauty. It happened once more when he was carrying a 2-year-old Tsunade in his arms. She was so little. He was walking to the Hokage tower. A snowflake fell on Tsunade's cheek, and she was crying, "Ajisen," from the sudden cold. It was her first word. Hashirama-sama was crying tears of joy, and the ground just thawed, responding to him and converting itself into a lawn. Spring arrived a month early in Konoha that year. I remember after that, the children used to make him happy deliberately, and flowers would bloom in Konoha. That Konoha was lost, though, when he passed during the First War. Finished Sarutobi. Jiraiya looked entranced by the story. Kakashi looked reverent. "He has returned now, sensei. The flowers of Konoha are blooming again," said Jiraiya. Hiruzen looked around them, noting the returned beauty of the park. "So they are," he said with a wide smile on his face. 15 days later, Naruto and Sasuke walked silently to Naruto's apartment. "So your training is over, team?" asked Naruto, breaking the silence. "Yes, thank Kami. I know you and Kakashi told me to take the remaining 2 days off to recuperate, but can I do it myself? I just want to be lazy for the next few days, believe it or not." Naruto looked at him seriously. "There is someone I want you to meet, Sasuke. Someone very important to both you and me." Sasuke looked at him quizzically, but followed silently as Naruto opened the door to his apartment. Someone important to him. What did that mean? The first thing he saw when he followed Naruto into his apartment was that it was cleaner. The walls were gleaming, the books were arranged, the bedding was new. It was a different place altogether. But what shocked him even more was the beautiful woman with long red hair, whose face resembled Naruto's greatly. It was as if she was his mother. "Wait, who are you?" he asked the woman. Naruto just stood to the side, watching them silently. She walked up to him silently and began introducing herself softly. "Hello, Sasuke-kun. I am Uzumaki Kushina. I am Naruto's mother and your godmother. Uchiha Makoto was like a sister to me." Sasuke stared at Kushina with pure shock upon his face. "Where were you all this time?" It had taken them the better part of 3 hours to explain to Sasuke the story of the Namake's family, leaving out Naruto's secret. He sat stunned at the end of it all. "So you are the heir of the Yondaime and Red Death of Konoha? No wonder you are so strong." Naruto nodded. "We were raised together for 2 months, Sasuke. Mikoto-san took care of me along with you when Ka-san was incapacitated." Sasuke's face softened considerably at this. Do you mind if I come over sometimes to talk, Kushina-san?" Sasuke asked hesitantly. Kushina hugged them both to her tightly, Sasuke squirming with discomfort at being within Naruto's proximity. "Not at all, Sasuke-kun. You are as good as a son to me." Naruto sighed with happiness as the family of 2 became 3. He knew it now. Sasuke would become more powerful than Madara in due time. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto would bring the everlasting peace and understanding Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama could not. He knew it well. Council room, Konoha. Greetings, Adano, greeted the Hokage. The Hokage had arrived 2 days back and submitted a proposal on Kumo's behalf. Greetings, Hiruzen Dano. Let us get down to business. What is Konoha's response to Kumo's proposal? The council members looked at Hiruzen and nodded. Hiruzen responded. Konoha agrees to Kumo's proposal, Hokage Dano. The non-aggression pact is accepted by us in exchange for your aid and will be valid for the next 3 years between our two nations. I nodded. The formalities will be complete by tonight. Will you not stay, Adano? Asked Hiruzen, hoping he would not. The Hokage staying while they executed their trap was a complication they did not need. His hopes were answered. I would like to, but cannot, Hiruzen Dano. I have a scheduled conference with the Mizukage in 5 days, so I cannot pause. I have faith in Yujito, though she is quite strong. As you say, Adano, I hope our country shall prosper with this newest treaty. Do not break the treaty, eh? I hope for that as well, Hiruzen Dano. The same to you, Hiruzen. Hiruzen watched as the muscular Kage collected his brother who was really annoying the A and BU with his so-called rap. A and B, they were strange but true brothers. It was time to make the final preparations for tomorrow's plan to work. They had polished the rough edges to the plan. They were ready to take out one of the biggest threats to the village. Naruto and Kushina ate their food in silence. They had discovered that they both shared a maniacal worship for ramen. So, Kasan, all these days it has been only about me. Tell me more about what you did when you left me. Kushina's face scrunched up in pain at being reminded of that. She looked down in shame. I have clearance from the old man, if that is what you are worried about. As long as you have a good security seal array protecting us, you can tell me. Which you do, he continued obliviously. Kushina looked at Naruto. No, Naruto. I will tell you. You deserve to know. Ever since I left you, I was Konoha's diplomatic envoy, and of course non-official spy to Kiri. I headed our intelligence there, just as Jiraiya-sama does for the rest of the nations. We were getting disturbing reports from Kiri back then, and I was sent there to assess the situation. I managed Konoha's front there for the next 5 years, after which the Yonde Mizukage Yagura spawned a civil war with his persecution of bloodlines. Naruto listened with rapt attention. I don't need to tell you of the horrors of a war. You are Hashirama after all. Anyway, I was instructed to lend aid to the rebel forces as Konoha is a great supporter of bloodlines and did not want any more of them lost. Then I rescued an extremely strong Jounin, Meitarumi, who was about 6 years younger than me. Her bloodlines, lava release and boil release, make her a feared opponent. She is part Uzumaki. Naruto felt happier. The Uzumaki clan still thrived. The most resilient and long-lived clan would take more than a single war to wipe out, he thought with pride. The two of us led the bloodline faction for 3 long and bloody years of internal war. We managed to kill Yagura in the end, though. In fact, by the time I got Hiruzen's call, Mei was already the new Mizukage. Naruto nodded. His mother was a very strong kunoichi indeed. I am impressed, Ka-san. Do you think I can meet this Terumi Mei of yours? Kushina looked elated. Of course, Naruto. She used to be raving about how she wanted to meet you. We became such close friends that I even told her the truth about you being alive, just like me and Mikoto. At least I can do this for you. You need none of my training. What do you mean? Asked Naruto, tilting his head. What can I teach Senju Hashirama? I thought of training you in the Fuinjutsu of the Uzumaki and the Kenjutsu developed by me exclusively, but I cannot have everything, I suppose, said Kushina tearfully. We can still spar together, Ka-san. I just did not bring it up because I have no wish for my first clear memories of my mother to be ones of conflict. We can spar after the finals, though. I can always learn from someone of your stature. Kushina looked happier. She suddenly brought up a topic that was very painful for Naruto. Do you like any girls, Naruto? Any academy chicks gotten into your sensory field? She asked mischievously. Naruto let his pain show, which made Kushina go silent very fast. This was something he had shoved in the deepest recesses of his mind, lest it overwhelm him. I'm so sorry, Masuko. Did I say something? Oh. She got an understanding look on her face and felt like punching herself hard. She always ran her mouth too much sometimes. Naruto looked her in the eyes, and Kushina gasped. Those forest green eyes showed so much anguish that it froze her. He was still grieving for her. Ka-san, please avoid that topic unless you wish to cause me pain. My heart shall forever belong to Mito and her alone. I can never even think about loving another woman as long as I am alive, said Naruto. Kushina nodded mutely. She should have never brought that up. Anyway, have you been given your team yet, Ka-san? Kushina allowed the change in subject, and they dwelled upon the specifics of their roles during the invasion. Arena, Chunin exam finals. Naruto stood alongside Hiruzen disguised as A and BU, watching Sasuke and Gaara face off against each other in the first match of the finals. He reached his hand to his back and caressed the beautiful black wakizashi blade gifted to him by his mother. It felt so light strapped his back, so sharp. Sasuke had gotten one too, but he had gotten a katana. They were all ready. His mother and Jiraiya were patrolling outside Konoha with their teams. Kakashi and his team were on guard in the stadium, as were all the Jounin. They had prepared as best as they could. The Kazekage came strolling towards his seat, his face covered by a veil. Naruto extended his senses to sample the Kazekage's chakra for the first time, and he was shocked. Beyond shocked. Clever, Orochimaru. Clever indeed. Orochimaru was masquerading as the Kazekage. The real Yondaime Kazekage was probably dead. He cursed. Orochimaru's plan fell into place in his head like pieces of a jigsaw. He plans to use Suna and Odo to attack us simultaneously. Suna from within and Odo from without. Good that we divided our forces evenly. Naruto watched as the Kazekage and Hiruzen greeted each other and sat on their respective seats. He bent down and whispered the truth to Hiruzen. The Sandaime's eyes widened in alarm, and he whispered back in Naruto's ear. Warn Kakashi to be ready for this. Ask him to send a message to Kushina. Naruto nodded, concealed by his cat mask, and disappeared and reappeared back again after a few moments. He had sent a wood clone with a message to Kakashi. A problem, Hokage? Inquired the Kazekage solicitously. Just a small adjustment to today's program. Kazekage, said Hiruzen lightly. Let us enjoy the show, Kazekage. It is my prize genin versus yours after all. They watched as Gaara just gave his trademark stare of death to Sasuke. Sasuke just smiled back. This seemed to have annoyed Gaara as sand poured out of his gourd and just shot towards Sasuke. But it was not really fast enough to keep up with a Sasuke who had made such progress with Shunshin. Every time Gaara lunged for him with sand, the Uchiha disappeared and appeared elsewhere. The crowd were going bonkers as they enjoyed their beloved last Uchiha make sport of the red-headed, sand-using maniac. Naruto had warned Sasuke not to use Jinjutsu, though. It was of no use against Jinchuriki like Gaara, whose bijou was a psychopathic raccoon that induced fluctuations of its own in the host's chakra network constantly. Not conducive for Jinjutsu. Naruto saw what Sasuke was doing, though. It was a good tactic to dodge the sand and analyze Gaara's attack pattern and jutsu with his Sharingan. If he could predict those accurately, he wouldn't even need Shunshin to dodge. The team still wouldn't say how he got the third tomo of his Sharingan. He could feel the beginnings of exertions in the Uchiha's chakra flow. He couldn't keep up the Shunshin use forever. It was a rather draining jutsu that consumed a lot of chakra. Chakra that Sasuke was yet to develop. It was already impressive that he used it the way he did now. Gaara's irritation showed itself at last. Stay still, Uchiha. Mother craves your blood. Kurama snorted with amusement in Naruto's mind. The Kyuubi had been rather silent as of late, allowing its container to deal with his tumultuous life by his own. He was hardly an expert at soothing humans, so he helped the best way he knew. He shut up, and Naruto was grateful for it. Kakashi only paid minimal attention to the match as he considered Naruto's message. He had sent an ANBU to warn Kushina and Jiraiya. His ANBU were undercover as civilians and ready to respond at a moment's notice. The Jounin with him were ready as well. Kakashi watched as Sasuke stopped flashing around and simply waited for Gaara to attack again. He had instructed his ANBU not to interfere with the Sandaime and Naruto. To ninja like them, more help would just be a hindrance. Kushina and Jiraiya met at the East Gate, their teams on reserve. Their sensors and scouts were constantly patrolling the territory within sight of Konoha. Kushina, did you get the message? Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. I worry for Naruto. He will be facing Orochimaru again so soon. Jiraiya snorted. I wouldn't worry about the Gaki, Kushina. You know who he is. Kushina nodded, but still looked worried. My team has found no indications of any invading Nin. What is Orochimaru up to? That team is unpredictable, if anything. We must be ready for anything, Kushina. You take north and east. I will take south and west. Kushina nodded in confirmation. Hi, Jiraiya-sensei. They separated in a blur. Sasuke watched calmly as the sand shot towards him from multiple directions. He had the Jinchuriki now. He could predict how he struck and could avoid with his greatly increased physical speed. The crowd gasped, stunned, as he neatly avoided Gaara's attacks, as if he knew how they would hit a year ago. Running towards Gaara, he dodged even more sand attacks gracefully, his Sharingan spinning. His speed increased as he leaped high into the air, twisting cleanly to avoid Gaara's whip of sand. He landed right in front of Gaara and unleashed a hard punch to his face. Well before his shield of sand could kick in, the sand user flew back hard, hitting the walls of the arena with a crunch. A bit of sand fell off his face, revealing the skin underneath. It seemed that his armor of sand had protected him. Sasuke disappeared and appeared in front of Gaara with a fast kick, but retracted at the last second when a dome covered the sand Nin and extended spikes toward him. Not wasting a second, he appeared high upon the wall opposite Gaara and began concentrating chakra into his hand. The technique he was using could cut through anything. Naruto watched as Sasuke charged up his version of Kakashi's technique, Chidori. A sound of 1,000 birds chirping filled the air as blue lightning crackled in Sasuke's hand. The young Uchiha charged fast and hard at Gaara, causing the Sunagenin to extend those sand spikes at him. The Sharingan was too formidable, though, and allowed Sasuke to dodge the spikes and plunge his Chidori right through Gaara's so-called ultimate defense. A horrible scream filled the air as the sphere of sand encasing Gaara blew apart, revealing Sasuke with his hand right through Gaara's shoulder, near his heart. "No!" screamed Gaara's siblings. Naruto wasn't too concerned, though. A Jinchuriki would not die so easily. Sasuke pulled out his hand, spattering the blood of his opponent. Sure enough, Gaara's wound began to steam and close up. Soon, it was fully healed. The red-haired Jinchuriki looked furious beyond description. "Blood! My blood! I will kill you all," he roared. Sasuke looked at him, wary of his bloodlust. The crowd seemed stunned. Naruto observed Orochimaru as he sat by the edge of his seat waiting for something to happen. Gaara was obscured by a huge pillar of sand, blowing Sasuke away. Orochimaru signaled to someone, and Naruto could feel Jinjutsu being cast on the entire stadium, feathers falling everywhere. He and Hiruzen were abruptly enclosed along with Orochimaru by some sort of barrier that reached up high and had 2 layers. It was held by what looked like ridiculous teens who situated themselves within the layers of the barrier. It had begun. The crowds were falling asleep, but Kakashi's team and the Jounin had dispelled the illusion. Kakashi and his team spread throughout the stadium, taking out the sand ninja mercilessly. The Konoha Jounin led their genin out efficiently to help in the protection of the village. Temari and Kankuru were out fast, but Sasuke pursued them on orders from Shiranui Genma, the proctor who engaged the sensei of Gaara, Baki. Things were taking place too fast. "Tanuki Nairi in Ojutsu," came the shout from within the sand pillar. The sand dispersed, revealing the huge form of the one-tailed Bijou, Shikaku. "I'm back," roared the funky Bijou. Gaara had released the sand demon at last. The Kazekage flew back, pulling off his veil. "Hello, Sarutobi-sensei and Naruto-kun," said the now-revealed Snake Sannin. "Orochimaru, my foolish student. You are really stupid to fight me here and now." I wouldn't say that, Sarutobi-sensei. Look at Gaara, would you? What do you think will happen if Konoha takes a full-on Bijidama? He asked with glee. Naruto and Hiruzen looked at Gaara, their eyes blazing. Orochimaru signaled, and another barrier separated the two from him, protecting him while he summoned. He slammed his palms together. Kuchios, Edo Tensei. Two coffins began to rise out of space-time rips in the ground. Hiruzen watched silently, as he knew Naruto would hold the Shikaku off till help arrived. Then they could deal with Orochimaru and his summons. Naruto flared his chakra and watched the Shikaku as it turned its attention to the battle on the roof. You are the one annoying me. I found someone to kill, yelled the Bijou, and opened its mouth, gathering enormous chakra. Dimly Naruto noted Orochimaru completing the Edo Tensei. Just a little more time for her to show up. Yujito could conceal herself, but Matatabi could not conceal herself from Kurama. Kurama, is Matatabi here yet? Yeah, I can feel her Jinchuriki changing into the tailed state. You will have to hold off that Bijidama Shikaku has aimed at you before she deals with the raccoon. Naruto nodded. Shikaku's strength had nothing on Kurama. He bit his finger and began his summoning. Kuchios, Sanju Rashomon. The tailed beast bomb of Shikaku exploded towards the podium in a hail of destruction, but was intercepted by 3 demonic gates, and a blinding explosion ensued. Orochimaru was impressed. To summon the Rashomon at such an age was a daunting prospect. When the air cleared, Shikaku was facing another Bijou. The two-tailed Hellcat, nearby. Yujito had come through, Naruto thought with relief. Hiruzen had made a really good deal with that rakeage. Naruto had to act fast to keep the village from being destroyed. He had to contain the Bijou within the stadium and conserve his strength for Orochimaru's summons, which were nearly out. Mokuton, Yokusei no Mokusei Hankyo. Massive wooden pillars arched from the edges of the arena to confine the two Bijou in a huge hemisphere of wood. The stadium and city were safe for a while. Naruto turned to Hiruzen. It is done, Hiruzen. Shikaku will be defeated by Matatabi before he breaks out of sphere. Oh, and hello again, Orochimaru. Orochimaru was looking at Naruto with absolute amazement on his face. Mokuton. Well, no matter. Meet your former teachers again, sensei. The coffin's door fell, revealing 2 figures. Senju Tobirama and Uzumaki Mido. Sound ninja were pouring into Konoha territory in a concentrated assault on the east side, about 200 of them. A massive snake appeared with them, going straight for the gates. Katon, Guriyuka and no Jutsu, yelled Kushina, breathing out a huge dragon of fire. The snake was completely swallowed by the fire dragon and was vaporized. Kushina's team nodded appreciatively. Team, engage the sound ninja. We cannot let them enter Konoha. Let's go. Kuchios no Jutsu. There was a large puff of smoke, and Jiraiya stood upon the toad boss, Gamabunta, facing the huge snake and the Odo ninja attacking them. No time for whining. Give me oil, Bunta. The boss toad looked annoyed, but did as he was told. Katon, Gameu, Enden. The stream of fire from Jiraiya ignited the torrent of oil spewing out of Gamabunta's mouth, creating a massive conflagration of fire. The snake's summons was done for, but the Odo ninja defended themselves well. Suetun, Suijin Hiki, roared 20 Odo ninja, neutralizing Jiraiya's attack with a collective water wall. They charged in formation and were engaged by Jiraiya's team in front of Konoha's south gate. The battle was joined. Kakashi and his team moved through the village, encountering the sand ninja within and neutralizing them. It was a brilliant plan they had devised. The hunters were now the hunted. Kakashi Taicho, that is Jiraiya-sama's summon, meaning he should be facing a considerable force. Do we assist? Questioned Yuzuki Yugugo urgently. No, Jiraiya-sama and Kushina-san need no assistance. The two of them are powerful enough to defeat entire battalions, but their wide-range jutsu will cause us collateral damage, which is why they are holding back. They can take care of themselves and their teams. His own team nodded. What is the status of the fight in the stadium? Questioned Kakashi. Naruto-san has confined Ichibi and nearby Jinchuriki with Mokuton, said Tenzo, hardly able to believe it, but continued. He and Hiruzen-sama are currently fighting Orochimaru and what looks to be the Night-Aim Hokage and Uzumaki Mito. Kakashi was extremely concerned for Naruto. If there was any way to thoroughly upset him, this was it. But he had his orders and he had to defend the village. Thank you, Tenzo. Leave your wood clone right where it is to give us direct updates. Since most of the Sunanin are taken care of, we will stand by as a reserve and help where we can, inside the village. He added pointedly. Hi, Taicho. Naruto stared at the forms of his brother and wife with tears in his eyes. Tobirama looked just the way he remembered, blue armor, long spiky white hair. That head guard he had liked so much. He was barely holding himself together as he saw his dead little brother in the world again. But when his eyes alighted upon his wife, the tears suddenly started falling. Fuinjutsu tags as her ear ornaments, white kimono, and looking like an angel. He had forgotten how beautiful she was. Hiruzen was not looking at his former superiors, but at Naruto. The pain this reunion must be causing him. This would bring out the secrets Orochimaru did not need to know. He had to deal with Orochimaru as Naruto dealt with his reanimated family. The barrier between the adversaries dissolved, but the one confining them on the podium remained, held by the four Oto ninja. Orochimaru looked intrigued by Naruto's reaction to his summons. Something did not add up here. He walked to Mito and Tobirama and thrust kunai with Fuinjutsu tags into their heads. Their bodies started steaming, and they began to gain the complexion they had possessed in their prime. Tobirama and Mito looked up and saw their two opponents. Saru, you have grown old, said Tobirama dispassionately. Hiruzen-chan, you seem like an ancient monkey. I seem to remember you telling me as a little boy that you would never become older than 12 years. Mito laughed happily. Naruto's heart quickened at hearing his wife laugh again. He couldn't even speak, looking at her. Then it struck him. Orochimaru, you idiot. Naruto shook his head pityingly. Mito glanced at him, as did Tobirama. Who are you, youngster? Tobirama asked in a stern voice. Naruto was incensed. His little brother calling him little? Orochimaru was watching the byplay interestedly. Naruto flared his chakra considerably, and the tiles of the roof were cracking and floating away in pieces. Hiruzen and Orochimaru were doing the same, but were drowned by Naruto's strength. Enough conversation, old people. Kill the boy, Mito-san. Tobirama, attack the old man. Konoha will burn under my hand. But nothing happened. Tobirama and Mito were staring at Naruto, their eyes wide. You have the same chakra as my brother, boy. How is that possible? Asked Tobirama. Mito was staring at him amazed. Naruto sighed. She had still not deduced the truth. A fight such as this was no place for a reunion such as theirs, no matter how much he wished it. What? What is happening? Kill them, screamed Orochimaru, who was looking frantic. Mito looked at Orochimaru with an intrigued look on her face. So, you are the one who brought me back with Edo Tensei. You brought me back at full strength, while you suppressed Tobirama's. Youngster, you underestimate the wrong people, said Mito, shaking her head. A dense gray chakra was rolling off her, causing ripples in the air. Bringing me back was foolish if you wanted me to attack Konoha. You did well to shut Tobirama's emotions, but leaving me with complete control of mine was your last mistake. The kunai and Mito floated back out and was crushed into smithereens. Naruto's chakra was saturating the air in a terrible joy as he watched his wife cast off Orochimaru's weak bindings. Hiruzen was watching disbelievingly. He had no idea of Mito-sama's strength. Orochimaru was looking very disturbed at this unexpected turn in events, and he held up a half-ram seal. Tobirama walked forward as if he were on strings and ran at Hiruzen, while Orochimaru was trying to get Mito back under his control, cursing all the while. Hiruzen, hold off Tobirama, will you? I will deal with Mito and that foolish student of yours. Hiruzen nodded and disappeared, meeting the Night-Aim for a fierce bout of taijutsu in the air. Naruto stared at Mito, who was making various hand seals, fast. He recognized this technique well. It was incomplete. He had made her promise never to use it again because of the consequences. Why was she? Fuinjutsu, Junsuna Sekai no Kaiho. Liberation of the pure world. The counter she had devised when Tobirama had made Edo Tensei. Only she understood enough to use it. It was so impossibly complex that not even Tobirama could understand the seals. Orochimaru watched open-mouthed as Mito not only threw off his binding like it was nothing, but was actually returning to the living world. He had miscalculated terribly. Mito's body, which had seemed unnatural and otherworldly, was changing. She got color back in her cheeks, and the spark of life returned to her eyes. Naruto was thanking Kami with every fiber of his body. His wife was somehow, inexplicably returned to him. How could that technique have this effect? How? Sputtered Orochimaru. Mito took in her first breath again, an expression of joy upon her face. Hashirama-kun made me promise never to research this technique further, as its price was death. It is an incomplete counter to Edo Tensei, and its price for bringing back a soul from the pure world is death for the caster. Orochimaru had a look of comprehension upon his face. I have to thank you for bringing me back in the prime of my youth, youngster. When I used the liberation of the pure world, my soul, which was between worlds, suffered what might be called a reverse death, bringing me back from the pure world to here. It is a matter of balance. Orochimaru turned to the sound for with absolute frustration upon his face. Release the barrier and be ready to run. The invasion is not going as expected. Orochimaru-sama. The four looked uncertain. Naruto watched them with interest, which was counterintuitive. Why would they want to stay in a fight they would die in? Hiruzen sent a large torrent of white-hot fire at Tobirama, who easily stopped it with water. At the same time, the dome of wood holding both Jinchuriki exploded, revealing two figures upon the ground. Yujito was standing over an unconscious Gaara. The arena was completely destroyed and looked more like a massive crater. Naruto appeared beside Mito, shelving his high emotions. He had to deal with Orochimaru first, and only then reunite with Mito. Well, Orochimaru, your ninja cannot release the barrier. Your work, I presume, Mito-chan? Mito was puzzled at being addressed so affectionately. There was something very familiar about the blonde, besides his possession of Hashirama's chakra and bloodline, something that made her heart beat faster. She looked at Orochimaru. Indeed. Do you think I would let you leave so easily, youngster? I don't take kindly to people who try to destroy my husband's legacy. Orochimaru looked like a cornered animal. You are truly powerful, Mito-san. Hiruzen appeared alongside Naruto and Mito, looking at them as if all his dreams were come true. I need to face Orochimaru myself, Naruto. Naruto sighed. Can you handle him and Tobirama together? Yes, Tobirama-sensei is not at full strength. Leave things here to me. Naruto nodded. Tell Tobirama nothing. I don't want him to be in turmoil. Hiruzen nodded. The sound for looked like caged rats. Orochimaru's anger was palpable. Naruto turned to Mito. Come, Mito-chan. Let me explain to you how I am the exact same as your husband on the way. Konoha needs our assistance. You can get through the barrier, I assume. Mito nodded. Easily. Naruto extended his hand to her, and Mito took it. Mito's Fuinjutsu ornaments glowed, and the couple just flashed through the barrier as if it didn't exist. Hiruzen turned to Orochimaru and Tobirama, preparing himself to correct the mistake he had made a decade ago. Jiraiya and Kushina met at the south gate, looking worse for the wear. Their teams had managed to completely eradicate the invading Sound Ninja. Jiraiya-sensei, we have several wounded on our team. Can you lend us more medics? Jiraiya nodded, ordering his medics to heal Kushina's wounded. The battle had extremely fierce, but their plan had been good enough to grant them victory. Of course, having S-Class Ninja lead the defenders never hurt. How do you think Naruto is doing? Kushina asked. He will be fine. He has regained a considerable portion of his old strength, and you know that is no laughing matter. Kushina seemed relieved with Jiraiya's reassurances. They watched as their teams recuperated from the fierce battle. They could not re-enter Konoha till Orochimaru was dealt with. The village's perimeter had to be guarded till then. A young Konoha ninja suddenly appeared in front of the two S-Class ninja, kunai piercing him all over his body. Kushina and Jiraiya appeared to steady him, yelling for medics. Jiraiya looked at the Chunin urgently. "You are a border patrol ninja, aren't you? What happened?" The ninja gasped out, It was IWA. About 2,000, white explosion, dust everywhere, border guard overwhelmed." The medics were arriving. Kushina looked stunned, and Jiraiya shook the border patrol Chunin, trying to keep him conscious. "Hey kid, answer me. How far away are they?" "Half hour." Before he could ask any more questions, the medics came and dragged the boy away to be healed. Jiraiya looked at Kushina with apprehension on his face, which was mirrored by her. "Of all the times for IWA to turn on us, no matter. We have little time for healing, Kushina. We have to reorganize the defense and hold till our reinforcements get here, send a message for them." Kushina looked determined and a little afraid. Not for herself or Jiraiya. They could survive. She was afraid that her team of A and BU, none of them tested in an open battle, would die. They were already weakened by the sound ninja. "Hi, Jiraiya-sensei. By the boy's description, it seems as if Inoki the fence-sitter himself is leading the IWA shinobi. It will need both of us to stop him from massacring Konoha." Jiraiya nodded. They would be lucky to leave alive. Author's note. Alright, I keep getting these reviews on how Naruto is just being Hashirama and not himself. Let me tell you how I imagined it. I will argue in points. 1. When Naruto awoke his old life, he was but a child with a barely developed sense of self. He was still searching for who he was, as opposed to him as Hashirama, who had little of such conflicts. Also remember that Naruto's life at that point was one of pain and abandonment, and his moronic self was just a mask. 2. A soul that has experienced misery naturally gravitates towards love. So if Naruto were to take solace from the love experienced by Hashirama, he would have to become Hashirama essentially, and his personality, as Naruto, would take a back seat. Not destroyed, mind you. It is a coexistence of both lives. I imagine myself in his situation. If I were to remember a past life, say X, would that be a focus for me? Or would it be this life? The life which caused me to enter this world? In my opinion, I would define myself as Carlden and not as X. Indeed, X would be a significant part of me, but I would want to be Carlden no matter how old I was. Naruto forms his own bonds and experiences. His Hashirama personality will be tempered by his newer perspective. My analogy. Think of Naruto's personality as liquid of type A being pumped into a vessel from the bottom. When he awoke Hashirama, he had very little liquid A in the container. If Hashirama's personality was liquid B, then into our container would pour a considerable amount of liquid B as his personality is highly developed. A new mixture would result, with liquid B dominating. As Naruto's personality grows, more and more liquid A is pumped into the container, and a very new mixture would result. There would be balance in the proportion of liquids A and B in the container, or in other words, their personalities. Chapter 7. Naruto and Mito stood opposite each other on top of the Hokage monument, on top of Hashirama's head ironically. A few months ago, and it awoke my old life in me. Since then, I have been both Uzumaki Naruto and Senju Hashirama. Mito looked at him with a disbelieving, yet desperately hopeful face. She had hoped for it the moment she had laid eyes on him. His chakra and emotions felt too much like Hashirama's. No one could replicate that much of a person unless it was the person himself. She needed proof, though, to erase all her doubts and assure her that it was indeed her beloved husband reborn, standing in front of her. "I can see that you have my husband's chakra and bloodline, and you feel very familiar. Give me proof, please give me proof." Naruto looked at her, the joy shining bright on his face. "I activated your seal on the Hokage's office, Mito-chan." "Not enough? Tell me something only I and Hashirama would know," Mito asked, feeling as if this were a dream. Naruto turned his back to her and observed the space above the monument. "It was right here, wasn't it, Mito-chan? You told me we would have a son. We were alone, and we had come here for our walk. The sun was rising, and I was so happy at the news. It makes me happy even today in this life to remember it." Tears were flowing down Mito's eyes. Hashirama-kun. "Mokuton, Kami no Niwa," said Naruto, creating the garden the exact same way he did all those years ago. The barren land above the Hokage monument was transformed. A lush green lawn spread over it, and cherry trees sprouted everywhere, showering the reunited couple with their beautiful blossoms. Naruto had forgotten about Konoha's plight. It could wait. Then I went maniacal and started jumping around, creating a garden like this one everywhere, until you caught me with an immobilization seal and forced me to calm down. I didn't for around 3 hours, though, laughed Naruto nostalgically. Hashirama, said Mito yet again, rooted to her spot with utter joy. It was true. No one knew all those things except Hashirama. He really was reborn and in front of her. Tobirama was different, though. He went outside the village for a good distance and went even more ballistic than me. You should have seen him, Mito-chan. Mito was slowly walking towards him, hardly believing their good fortune. A second chance. It was a second chance for them. She could be with her beloved husband for an entire lifetime now. I can keep telling you of things only I would know, Tsunade's first word, calling me Ajisen, how I met my friend Madara for the first time on a river bank, my other dead brothers, Itama and Kawarama, and I can show you something unique to me. He turned and faced Mito, who had a constant stream of tears flowing down her face. Mito felt her heart quicken at the sight of him. He sported the markings of a sage, the same crimson ones Hashirama had possessed. The 2 concentric circles on the center of his forehead, the rings around his eyes, and the 2 arcs down his cheeks. He was beautiful. She could sense the chakra flowing through his veins like a storm. It was a glorious feeling to immerse her mind once more in his all-consuming chakra. It really is me, Mitoheim. She covered the distance between them at a run and flung herself into his arms, where she belonged. I missed you so much, Hashirama. Those years without you. She cried into his shoulder. We are together once more, Mito-chan. No one will ever separate us again. I don't like to see you in tears, Mito-chan, said Naruto, stroking her back soothingly. She wiped her tears, still maintaining her embrace, and examined her husband properly in his reborn body. He was tall for his age, slightly taller than her with long and spiky blonde hair. He looked very handsome, as much as he did as Hashirama, but he exuded the same calm and power she always placed her faith in. Konoha had placed its faith in. He released his senjutsu, the markings fading, and hugged her again tightly, unable to believe their luck, their hearts overflowing with their love. It was God himself in his infinite mercy, granting them such happiness. Arigato. Kakashi Taicho. We have bad news, a messenger from the perimeter teams. It seems IWA is attacking us with the Tsuchikage leading them. 2,000 IWA. Shinobi will be here with the fence sitter in a matter of minutes. Kakashi's eyes widened, and he cursed. Of all the times. Tenzo, send half the team and Jounin to back up the perimeter division. IWA chose a bad time. Most of our shinobi are out on missions. Now, Tenzo. The Yimbu nodded and shot off. Kakashi glanced around the village and sighed. The job was done well, and the village was in a state of complete lockdown. The academy students were safe. At least defending the village would be easier without villagers running around like headless chicken. Something upon the Hokage monument caught his attention. Trees were growing and a lawn was spreading beautifully. Naruto. What was Naruto doing, creating trees on top of monuments when the village was about to be attacked? He decided to go and find out for himself. Naruto and Mito were currently entwined around one another, pouring their love and desperation from years of separation into a single heated kiss. It was excellent. Mito had said she was physically around 17, and he himself was nearing 14. It was just fine. He owed Orochimaru's idiocy. The snake Sanin's greed for Mito to be at her strongest was his undoing. Naruto felt like he was in heaven. His wife's lips felt as soft as ever, and her form was as soft as velvet and hard as steel at the same time. She was his light and reason. A throat cleared behind them, causing them to separate hastily and turn. Kakashi-sensei, said Naruto, blushing and irritated at the same time. Mito was watching amusedly. She could never get over him blushing. She had always teased him, called him the shy god of shinobi. Kakashi looked at Naruto, amazed, and hardly believing what he was doing. He was kissing Uzumaki Mito? That was his wife, but still. Naruto cleared his throat as well. Kakashi, meet my wife Uzumaki Mito, first Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi and the greatest sealing mistress the nations have ever seen. He introduced his wife proudly, taking her hand. Mito blushed faintly at his praise. Hashirama stopped doing that to him. He seems ready to faint. Naruto gave her a deadpan stare. He does that. Kakashi stared at the two legendary figures reunited. He felt so happy for Naruto, but that had to wait. They would need Naruto if they were to prevail in the coming battle. Naruto, IWA is about to attack us in a matter of minutes. We have no idea how they concealed themselves. Naruto exchanged glances with Mito. It is Inoki's Maisugekure no Jutsu. He can hide large numbers of people from view. Only Sensor Ninja or Uchiha can see through that, said Mito. Naruto looked at Mito. What do we do about Hiruzen Mito-chan? He was always too self-sacrificing for his own good. He may do something drastic. Mito looked back at him. Hashirama, let Hiruzen correct his own mistakes. He can take care of a weakened Tobirama and that snake-like youngster easily. Naruto still looked worried about his student, but Kakashi settled the matter. Mito-sama, Naruto, we have no choice but to leave Hokage-sama to deal with Orochimaru. We need you both to defeat IWA, as our shinobi presence in the village is at a low. Naruto looked torn, but nodded. Mito considered Kakashi. Where are they attacking? From the north and slightly from the east. They will be here soon. Naruto, please do not reveal too much of your strength. Show enough to be considered borderline S-class. We will be too busy recovering from this to deal with other alarmed nations. Naruto nodded solemnly, put his arms around Mito's shoulders, and looked deep into her eyes. Let us fight together once more, Mito-chan. Mito nodded in joy. Hashirama by himself was near invincible, but together they were truly invincible. Jiraiya and Kushina were standing together, waiting for the inevitable assault. They had delayed Iwa's arrival by setting certain wide-range traps and gained about another half hour. They were seal masters, and they used every bit of their mastery to delay Inoki. We are as ready as possible. Kushina, you have to protect our shinobi from the lava-style attacks of the Earth shinobi. It is said that Inoki's granddaughter possesses the powerful lava-style bloodline. Kushina nodded. I was never as good against IWA as against Kyumo. They can disperse my Suidon and Katon with their Doton easily. They have some very strong Doton users. Anyway, will you confront that Tsuchikage alone? Jiraiya opened his mouth, presumably to say yes when a voice interrupted him. No, he won't confront him at all. Kushina and Jiraiya turned, staring with wide eyes. Standing behind them was Naruto, Kakashi, and a very beautiful young woman, who had red hair and held her son's hand. Kakashi disappeared with a shunshin, though, explaining that he needed to check on the shinobi. Naruto, yelled Kushina, and pulled him into a crushing hug. Naruto's eyes were popping out. Kazan, stop, suffering Tora. Kushina released him immediately, looking sheepish. What happened to the Sandaime, Naruto? He is fighting Orochimaru and Tobirama. I hope he is all right. His life force feels fine if a little dimmer. Naruto looked coldly at Jiraiya. And stop peeking at my wife, Ero Sennin. Jiraiya's eyes went back to normal, looking anywhere but at Naruto. He knew who Naruto was, and he knew who his wife should be. How was she here, though? Your wife? Asked Kushina, looking like she was punch drunk. Mito stepped towards her and said tenderly. It has been a long time, Kushina-chan. You have grown into a beautiful and strong kunoichi. You make me proud. Kushina was awed. Mito-sama, you really are back. Mito looked pleased and happy. I am here to stay, Kushina-chan. My place is by my husband's side, she said, melting into his embrace. She could hardly stop touching him to make sure this was all real. Naruto looked at Kushina, who looked like she was about to explode with questions. Jiraiya was busily writing down something in a notebook. Meet my wife and your daughter-in-law Uzumaki Mito, Kasen, Naruto said seriously. Kushina looked extremely weirded out. She had no idea how to feel about this. Mito bopped him on his head. Stop confusing everybody, Hashirama. Kushina-chan has already been in a battle. Anyway, how much longer do we have? Kushina shut away disordered feelings of her son, who was married before she was born, and answered. Jiraiya-sensei's scout Sayanoki is leading his shinobi at a fast pace and will be here in another half hour. We set traps for him with a wide-range swamp seal and a fire tornado seal. Lots of them. It won't stop that Tsuchikage for long, though. His dust release is too strong. Naruto put a hand on Kushina's shoulder. Don't worry about Inoki, Ka-san. I had such high hopes for him. But it seems Mu got to him after all. I guess I need to teach him again the same lesson Madara taught him. Inoki fought Madara? Jiraiya asked with amazement. Naruto nodded. Not fought exactly. No, more like got humiliated. His strength doesn't even register when compared to Madara or me. Hashirama, you are not at your old strength yet, perhaps half of it. I sense that you are growing steadily, but it will be some time till you are as strong as before. I estimate 3 years, said Mito with concern. I am strong enough. Besides, I have you, he said. Mito laid her head on his shoulder, causing him to encircle her in his embrace yet again. Jiraiya went back to his note-taking, and Kushina watched her legendary son and his wife with mixed feelings. Suddenly, an explosion rocked the ground. They saw a shinobi floating high above the ground, and IWA ninja poured out in their hundreds in 4 groups. 3 were close, and 1 was quite a distance to the left. Ka-san, Ero-senin, and Kakashi-sensei, you go and deal with 3 groups with all our shinobi. Leave Inoki and that 4th division to us. I will teach that brat not to turn on Konoha, said Naruto, wisdom and authority in his eyes. They nodded rapidly. It was better than they had hoped for. Disappearing, they led the charge of the gathered Konoha shinobi and met IWA with a thunderous crash. He could go and wipe out the lot of them with Mokuton, but he did not really want to slaughter them to the last man unless they left him no other choice. Madara had always called him soft-hearted, but that was just how he was. No, only Inoki remembered the absolute power he had wielded with the wood release. These IWA shinobi needed something they feared more than just fairy tales to confront them, if they were to be made to flee from conflict. Naruto gathered his chakra, a shining silver aura manifesting around him. Mito too gathered her strength, a rippling gray chakra forming around her. The legendary couple looked at each other and disappeared towards battle. Inoki watched the ensuing battle from high in the air. This was his chance to take out Konoha. As expected, the Sannin Jiraiya, the wife of the cursed Namikaze, and that Sharingan-wielding nightmare were cutting through his forces like hot knife through butter. He smiled grimly. Konoha's newest generation of shinobi were not battle-tested. They made elementary mistakes and paid for it with death. His own shinobi were decimating the Konoha forces in return. 2 S-class ninja and 1 borderline S-class, however strong, could not stand up to 2,000 highly trained war veterans, let alone those newbies Konoha had sent out for its defense. The 3 divisions were engaging Konoha's forces successfully, and the 4th division was expected to encircle around them, and they would crush Konoha. He saw the 4th division beginning to move to surround the Konoha shinobi, but they suddenly stopped. Why did they stop? He floated downwards quite a bit, and saw something that surprised him to no end. A blond boy, tall for his age, and a beautiful young woman in white face his legion of shinobi as if they did not have a care in the world. Either these youth were very strong, or were just buying time. He decided to intervene only if things got bad for the 4th division. They still had time to execute the final maneuver. Mito stood alongside her husband as they stared at the 500 shinobi in front of him. Kakashi asked you not to show your true strength. Only about S-class. How will you handle this? Naruto drew his wakizashi and held it to his side at an angle, reinforcing the blade with pure earth chakra and increasing its tensile strength tenfold. They fear a yellow flash, so they will fear me. He had mastered the use of Shunshin when he was but a boy, dedicated long months only to it. It was short range and worked only by sight, but it would do for this battle. Mito-chan, defend me against long-range attacks. I would do it myself, but you know I must restrict my show of strength. Mito nodded. Go, Hashirama. Naruto nodded and disappeared with a yellow flash and appeared in front of the IWA ranks. Then he began to slaughter them before they could even blink. Inoki could hardly believe his eyes. Ranks upon ranks of his shinobi were falling like flies, not even able to react. He strained his eyes and saw something that chilled him to the bone. A flash of yellow moving across the stunned ranks, almost too fast to even spot. He was killing them with impunity. This had to stop. He was not as fast as the Namake's butcher, but he was fast enough. Pure white energy began gathering itself between his palms, shaping itself into a three-dimensional petal. This threat would be eliminated soon. Kushina, Jiraiya, and Kakashi were upon a small hill, watching the battle unfold. They had put up a barrier seal to recuperate and consider their next move. Their teams were fighting well enough, but it was obvious they would have to retreat back to Konoha soon enough. These IWA shinobi seemed handpicked. They were probably the top tier of Iwa's shinobi. All of them were probably A rank or high B rank. Some were IWA Yinbyu. That made it hard for them to kill their enemies. Kushina had fought many battles, but she had not faced an army of high-level shinobi. IWA had staked much on its assault. Kushina suddenly heard something that froze her heart and made Kakashi and Jiraiya turn towards the voice in disbelief. "It is the yellow flash of Konoha. Run!" They saw the division Naruto and Mito-sama had gone to confront, running back to the main force helter-skelter. Behind the rapidly retreating battalion, she saw something amazing. Barely discernible flashes of yellow, rapidly taking out the retreating shinobi of IWA. "Minato," said Jiraiya in wonder. Kushina looked heartbroken as her son flashed around rapidly, taking out his father's enemies. He was so fast, reminding her painfully of Minato. "Minato, if only you could see our son. Naruto is using their own fear against them," said Kakashi with admiration. But he too was rattled at how much Naruto reminded him of his sensei as he used the Shunshin. Jiraiya pointed to a glowing white light above Naruto's general area. "It's Inoki. He is using dust release against Naruto. He must be really scared by the reappearance of the yellow flash to go that far so fast." Kushina looked very worried. "My baby." Mito saw her husband stop and resheath his blade as he watched the remnants of the battalion run back to the main force. He had surprised her with his situational awareness, a legacy of this lifetime, she thought. She followed the line of her husband's sight and saw Inoki preparing to launch dust release. "No you don't, Inoki." Inoki thrust his hands toward Naruto. "Jin-tun, Jinkai Hakuri no Jutsu." A huge column of white light descended from Inoki's position in the skies towards Naruto, ripping through the air at an unbelievable speed. Mito appeared next to her husband and slammed her palms together. "Fuinjutsu, Ryushi Furitashiru." Naruto watched as his wife countered Inoki's attack with a particle filter seal. Her own innovation, her proficiency with seals really astounded him. Inoki's white light just dissipated into shining embers falling harmlessly onto the floor. Naruto looked at Mito and nodded with admiration for her as Inoki looked at them with indecision and floated back to his own army. "Disengage." Kushina watched as Inoki's attack was dispersed by Mito-sama, and that Tsuchikage floated back to his own army, ordering them to disengage. The Konoha shinobi too disengaged, and within a short while the battle lines were formed once more, Konoha facing IWA. They were outnumbered 2-1, and they could hold out from inside the village. Of all the times for Konoha to have so many of its shinobi out on missions. She watched with relief as Naruto and Mito appeared next to Kakashi and Jiraiya. She went up to meet them. "Inoki is forming up to attack again. We must retreat to Konoha. Our forces are wounded and weakened, and the reserves inside the city will help us outlast the siege. It is for the best. Kushina-san, IWA has lost about 500 of its own, and still has about 1,000 fresh shinobi. We, on the other hand, are down to 300, all of us weary." Jiraiya and Naruto acquiesced as well, albeit reluctantly. It would not take long for Inoki to reform his forces and attack with unfamiliar tactics. They passed the order. Inoki watched with satisfaction as the Konoha shinobi ran back to their village, but he could not let them escape to their village. He did not come here to lay a siege. My fellow shinobi, watch as Konoha retreats. Do not fear the imitation yellow flash, as he is fleeing too. They must be at their limit. Do not let them escape to their hidey hole. His shinobi cheered, having reorganized. As one, they gave chase. Their forces were nearly through the gates, and Kushina sighed with relief. Iwa was now within sight of them, roaring with anger and triumph, the lot of them. Naruto suddenly stumbled, falling upon his knees. Mito cried out and stopped too, appearing by his side. Kushina joined them as well, seeing her son stumble. Jiraiya and Kakashi were watching worriedly from the battlements as the three stopped. The last of the perimeter guard was almost through. What's wrong, Hashirama? Iwa is almost upon us. Unless you want to reveal our strength, we should go, said Mito urgently. Naruto stood up and looked at Mito and then at Kushina with an expression of piercing sadness, tears flowing down his face. The Iwa army was fully in view at the horizon. The trees in this area were sparse, and it was almost full plateau, suited for Iwa. What happened, Naruto? We have no time, asked Kushina urgently. Hiruzen is dead. Orochimaru is fleeing the village. His chakra feels damaged and diminished. But I could feel Hiruzen's life force snuffed out like a candle. He is gone. Kushina and Mito gasped. Naruto was losing his expression of utter sadness, and it was being rapidly replaced with anger. As Hashirama, he had lost a beloved student. But as Naruto, he had lost the one man who had consoled him throughout his childhood. The one man who was always there for him, no matter what. And they had taken him away. They had taken the one man who was dear to him in both lives away. If it were not for Iwa's invasion, then he could have easily helped Hiruzen defeat Orochimaru. He faced the approaching invaders and spoke to Mito. I could have protected him if only these pests had not dared to attack Konoha. I will slaughter them, he said with absolute rage. Mito looked alarmed. When Hashirama was angered, there was no stopping him. No one could stop him. Even Madara feared his anger. Mito-chan, take Kasen a safe distance away from me. I don't care about secrecy anymore. Those who attack Konoha without any provocation will be erased. Kushina was too shocked as Mito nodded and kissed her son on his cheek, whispering for him to take care. She was grasped by the hand and appeared next to Jiraiya and Kakashi in a series of shunshin, Mito dragging her. What is happening? Kushina-san, Mito-sama, why is Naruto out there alone? Asked Kakashi, concern upon his face. The reserve Konoha shinobi were lining the walls, readying themselves for the siege. Jiraiya, Kushina, and Kakashi, however, were alternating their glances between Mito and Naruto. Hiruzen is dead, killed by Orochimaru. The two males of the group gasped in grief. He is angered beyond measure. He blames Iwa for interfering. You three know just how much Hiruzen meant to Naruto in this life. How can he defeat so many shinobi? There are about 1,000 of them out there, not to mention Inoki, said Jiraiya, his worry showing. Mito made a hand seal, creating a powerful barrier of silence around them. Watch, you have no idea of his true strength. He will show the world again why he was called God of Shinobi. Iwa will pay. He shouldn't reveal Mokuton, said Kakashi. Would you rather be killed by Iwa than have my husband reveal his strength? Asked Mito. Kakashi had nothing to say to that, so he shut up. They watched as the Iwa Nin rushed towards Naruto, intent on just obliterating him. Naruto walked forward calmly, his previous rage dissolving into deadly focus. The faint silver sheen around his body exploded into a very bright rippling glow, tinged faintly with red. He is using a little of Kyuubi's chakra, said Mito, as if he were not strong enough already. The ground around Naruto started cracking and the pebbles on the ground were being crushed. The entire region felt his presence and anger. The Iwa shinobi rushing towards him just stumbled and went on their knees in their hundreds, unable to bear the power of the Shodai Hokage being unleashed. Kushina watched open-mouthed as her son subdued his enemies by presence and chakra alone. She felt the enormity of it, as if it were the crack of doom. The Konoha shinobi were also shivering in awe, staring at the boy they had believed to be a nuisance. What power? How powerful is he? Asked Jiraiya, barely hiding his amazement. Kakashi looked stunned as he watched his student walk even closer to the IWA army. They were still unable to move from the pressure. A beam of pure white light shot at him from the skies again. Inoki was taking action, but to no avail. A massive hand of wood shot from the earth and swatted the jutsu away as if it were a bothersome fly. The Konoha shinobi seemed ready to faint. Some of the IWA shinobi did faint. Mokuton. Whispers ran everywhere, both among the defenders and attackers. The battlefield was now rumbling, Naruto's chakra escalating still. The IWA shinobi had thrown off Naruto's oppression and were preparing their own jutsus. Naruto formed the serpent seal in preparation for his own. With a massive roar, 200 IWA shinobi in the front lines yelled out the name of their jutsu, joined by Inoki, who sent another dust release technique at Naruto. A massive bolt of white energy hurtled again towards Naruto, this time accompanied by multiple jutsus of all the elements. The air was so bright with the techniques being unleashed that it was impossible to even see the IWA army. The Konoha shinobi gasped in terror as the torrent of jutsu descended upon Naruto. Kushina uttered a silent prayer for her son, and Mito smiled. Mokuton Haijutsu, Jukai Kuten. Thousands of massive tree trunks exploded from the ground beyond Naruto, dispelling the torrent of jutsu like a predator dispels from its sight a herd of prey. The countless trees rushed towards the IWA shinobi, their huge size and force of release crushing them, killing them. Their multiple earth walls were pierced through by the force of the wood release, their lava techniques too small and ineffective to stop the thousands of massive trees descending upon them. Simultaneously, a Rashomon rose to intercept Inoki's attack, exploding to take the impact. Naruto had stopped his technique and looked at the fleeing IWA shinobi. They came here for a slaughter? Then he would give them it. Mokuton, Mokiryu no Jutsu. An absolutely huge dragon of wood about a third of Konoha's size blasted from the ground, its creator leaping upon its head. It then took flight and hovered over the fleeing IWA shinobi. It then dove full force into the now fully retreating army, crushing them under its weight. Its swiping claws and flailing body destroyed entire battalions of the enemy, and none of their jutsu even left a scratch upon it. Naruto scoffed. His wood dragon could even take a Bijidama from Kurama and toss it back. Their weak jutsu would not work. The remaining 500 tried to scatter in all directions, but it was in vain. 5 more wood dragons were born out of the earth, encircling the invaders and hemming them up in a circle of huge radius. The Konoha shinobi watched with reverence and downright worship as Naruto wielded their most sacred bloodline to rain destruction on the enemies of the village. Kushina and Jiraiya watched with amazement as they saw the full power of the Mokuton being wielded for the first time in nearly a century. Is this the power of the Mokuton? Kushina asked faintly. Kakashi was watching as if he did not want to miss even a single instant of the spectacle. Not really. Hashirama can go far beyond this, said Mito proudly. He was called God of Shinobi for a reason. Kushina dumbly looked back towards the now-ending battle. Inoki was fleeing rapidly from her enraged son, taking who she assumed was his family with him. The IWA invaders were all but destroyed. Mokuton, Kakajai Korin, Naruto yelled, and a dense forest sprouted within the encirclement of his dragons, startling the clamoring 500 shinobi imprisoned within. Hundreds upon hundreds of huge flowers grew, spitting their pollen into the air. The trapped shinobi inhaled the lethal pollen, dying instantly in the hundreds. The circling wood dragons along with his own pounced upon the 100 survivors of the massacre. These men stood no chance. They were simply torn apart by the 6 dragons. Naruto looked around at the huge forest he had created and at the slaughtered bodies of the invaders in their hundreds with an impassive face. It was over so fast. They had to be destroyed, but he still grieved for it, his anger forgotten. War's wastefulness was beyond compare. He really hoped that Iwa's defeat would preserve the peace of Konoha. But the 1,000 he had slaughtered were loyal shinobi who had died for their village. They had to be returned to the earth. Doton, Yusha no Miso. Kushina watched as the dead everywhere in the plateau were swallowed up by the earth, their traces wiped clean. Her son had just killed hundreds of enemies and buried them. Minato did not even compare to this kind of strength. You are indeed a god among shinobi, Hashirama-sama, thought Jiraiya, watching Naruto walk back with an immensely sad expression. The gatekeepers Izumo and Kotetsu opened the gates with a deep bow. Naruto just entered wearily and appeared in front of Kushina and Mito. Mito just ran up to him and hugged him hard, kissing him. You fought like a god, my husband, she said proudly, looking at his face. It seemed that most of the Konoha shinobi had not recognized the young Mito in all the turmoil. They all bowed deeply to Naruto, Kakashi and Jiraiya leading them, with nothing but awe and reverence on their faces. Naruto bowed back deeply as well, leading to resounding cheers through Konoha. Let's go home, Mito-chan Ka-san. I trust you can handle the rest, Ero-senin. Jiraiya nodded. Go home and rest for now, Gaki. You will doubtless be summoned later. Naruto nodded and disappeared with his wife and mother. He had a student and Hokage to mourn. Stories spread through Konoha like wildfire of the defeat of Iwa by a new god of shinobi wielding Mokuton again, reigniting the will of fire in its shinobi. They all stared together from the battlements at the huge forest that had been birthed during the battle and named it the Forest of the God.